Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to jump into this Anubis, and we are going to be kicking things off with this game. Monty versus Zero Tenacity. It's in the 2-1 bracket, so winner will advance into the playoffs, and loser will have to play those grueling 2-2 games. It's been a long road if you end up in those 2-2s, and you're not guaranteed to make it all the way then into the playoffs, of course. So better to get it over and done with now. Monty with a clean, pristine, perfect record over Zero Tenacity. Have not dropped a map this core facing Zero Tenacity. 6 out of 6. An incredible record for them to hold. Can Zero Tenacity finally get the better of Monty? They're going to chance Anubis. Monty have only played against them once and beat them 30-8. As we start this one off, T-side for Monty. A little double swing comes to nothing. Brute and Nemanja begin to lock down both sides of the map, but eventually Nemanja is going to fall. Now, are Monty going to full commit off this kill? It doesn't look likely already. Zero Tenacity beginning to bite down a little bit in terms of the rotations. 2 players over towards that A bomb site and 1 directly in towards mid, but you've got about 50 seconds for Monty to make your way up towards B. And this is really where Simka is going to have to do a lot of the work. Zero Tenacity still being very silent about what is going on. Not really moving, not really looking and reacting for some information. So Simka is not going to have the rotates very quickly whatsoever. Eventually spotted towards the back of the bomb site. Cleared out, needed to be. Brute Monster so low, cannot take this engagement aggressively. As with 24 seconds, this bomb will go down.
Oh, fight from the front lines here. Ryu's gone deep in the post plants, and with that kill alone, you'd imagine that's enough to lock it in. It's going to be Brute Monster who emerges through the smoke, but he can't hit a shot either. Oh, this hasn't been so clean from Zero Tenacity, I'm afraid. I mean, first of all, you had, who was it? Was it Simke in the corner? I can't actually remember who was in the corner on the bomb side, on the B bomb site there. He kind of has a head offered up to him for free. Misses that shot, he gets punished. Brute Monster misses a shot he should have had for free, he gets punished. So, yeah, good pathing there from Monty to get onto that B bomb site, and a good job in the post plants.
Yeah, really nicely done from them, and it's a really kind of slow, methodical approach already. You could see from that pistol, they were very spread out in the very beginning, and the kind of pressuring both extremities at the same time, and already off to a pretty good start. Pistol would have been perfect for Zero Tenacity to start things. We know this CT site can be a little bit tricky at times, but I did see actually a full eco round go the other way yesterday, so I'm not gonna just hold my breath in this one.
I think you can hold your breath.
Maybe.
All's fine. Nothing to worry about here. Mac 10's leaving the charge. Gizmi with his will be going through from B main. Nice double kill. And there we go. Easy as here for Monty. Yeah, I hope that what we've seen in the early stages here aren't a sign of what we can come to expect for Zero Tenacity, because they've looked fairly cold in these, at least as far as the pistol round is concerned. I'm judging them so harshly just by the pistol round, but yeah, now we'll get into the first gun round. AWP for Brute Monster as well. Rifles across the board, and let's see how they're going to try and take some initiative here. That's obviously the key on the CT side of Anubis. Looking to make a play, trying to fight on your own terms, trying to get some sort of an advantage, whether it's a kill or map control. You have to get something in the early stages of the round as the CT side, and let's see what Zero Tenacity have up their sleeve.
Yeah, Brute Monster on the glass cannon as well, right? He's brought out that up, and he's a bit of a weird upper on Anubis, to be honest, because there's some games that he will just do crazy things, like he'll just start A and stay A for the entire 12 rounds. This time he's over towards mid. He's not going to discover all that much. Monty are going into what seems to be a pretty fast B split, and Zero Tenacity, they're slowly figuring it out, but they need to get more men on this bomb site.
Well, they certainly do. 2 players here right now, no immediate rotations. I'm just going to go the entire way around. Monty are kind of giving a little bit of time here. That nade narrowly misses the mark. Imagine how much damage it could have done, and now Simke goes down without a frag. At least Avian's able to get one back, but with good util usage here, Monty have completely locked Zero Tenacity out of the bomb sites altogether. So they're going to have to retake if they're going to win the round. That's without a kit. Nemanya's feeling this one out right now. He's going to find some really good timing. And where was Afro even looking? Oh no, Nemanja punishes, and that's going to give Zero Tenacity an edge.
Yeah, big problem. Both players just looking at each other, discussing something. Nades, drops, I don't know. Round was still live, and they completely got it wrong on the timing. And Nemanja is going to punish them completely. 4 kills, and the leader. I said that, you know, the other rifles are going to have to step up and do something this game. Not if Nemanja keeps doing that over and over again. 4 kills the first round for Zero Tenacity, but there is no doubt in my mind Monty should never have lost that one.
It just seemed like they were caught with their pants down. I don't even know, maybe they weren't expecting Zero Tenacity to retake there, but Afro was just on the platform looking nowhere. And thankfully Nemanja had spotted the second player out there on the platform as well behind the pillar. So he gets the first kill for free, and then he can immediately get that second frag when the player swings to try get the trade. And that's what we know we get from Nemanja, delivering the goods when it matters the most for his team to get Zero Tenacity on the board.
It is a good round for Zero Tenacity to pick up because they had no chance of winning it, but the problem was they just did not stop that B hit whatsoever, and it was a no contest up until Nemanja was allowed an avenue to get back in. And I'm still a little bit worrisome about this round, but this is a whole lot better. They stopped that initial play, that initial hit into the bomb site is absolutely worthless to Monty, and all of a sudden you're left kind of scratching your head as Afro and Haji, the 2 Frenchmen of this Monty operation, are going to have to move into this 2 versus 3 and move away from B. They have no other choice.
Yeah, they have got time on their side, so at least they have that as an option available. In fact, interestingly enough, they're going to leave Afro behind to control B main. They're sending Haji back, exploring the opposite side of the map. Now, maybe they're going to try and show the bomb one side and then pivot elsewhere. Maybe they're waiting to see if Z10 push for info, but obviously they just don't have to make any plays right now. It's a 3 versus 2 man up for the CT side. They can't afford to just sit and wait. And Monty going to head back to the scene of the crime here. They're going to go back into this B bomb site.
I'll post it up. Brute Monster ready. Surely if it's a slow peak, it'll be an easy one for him to gobble up, and now only 1 remains, and Haji will fall the exact same way. It is 2 on the bounce for Zero Tenacity after that. And Monty, in all honesty, should be, you know, I don't think a lot of people that have arguments with it, they should be 4-0 up on this T side. Just a little bit of a slip of the mind, a little bit of a lapse of concentration, and all of a sudden, Zero Tenacity, they're not only level with you, they're going to be on top of you after this next round, because you've got a couple of pistols, no util. This should be a walk in the park for Zero Tenacity, who have just found an open door into their CT side.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. It's on the CT side as well, the unfavored side of the map, that they've kind of had that door opened up for them. Very polite by Monty, but probably should leave that for the dating game instead of the Counter-Strike game. Oh, nice nade. That's going to do a good chunk of damage. Just going to look to see if they can find some damage here, right? See if they can chip away at that CT side economy a little bit going forward.
I mean, like, any kill you can get here is going to be good. It's not as if the CT economy has just been built up massively. Like, it is just, it's still very early on. It's now just a situation that, you know, even if Monty can get a kill or even 2 kills, don't even really need to get a bomb plant, I would say. And that would probably be wishful thinking, especially with Nemanja positioned like this. But if they can at least just take 1 or 2 of these rifles out of their hands, happy days. And there's 1 gone.
Yeah, I think 2 kills is kind of the benchmark. Probably what you're looking for on an eco round in general, to kind of feel like, okay, we've at least gotten something out of the round. 1 frag's kind of negligible, inconsequential. Low health on a few of these players as well. Choffa going to take contact. Avian will swing off of it. Nice cleanup coming through from them. Don't discount Gizmy getting a kill here, though. He's a pretty snappy Desert Eagle player, is Gizmy. but unfortunately just nothing going his way right now. He's got to make sure that he dies before the round ends. And you can see Zero Tenacity with thinking, well, you're going to have to come to us if you're going to die, because we're not going to hunt you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been an absolute disaster if you just lose track of time in those kind of final seconds and all of a sudden you realize you're looking for too many fights before you kind of figure out what's going on. But at least he goes down. Yeah, you get one kill, as you were saying. A little bit negligible. It's now what they do in a reaction, because they know that they slipped up a couple of rounds ago. How are they going to try and bounce back? And it's been a pretty B-orientated T side from Monty to begin with. This one is a little bit more of a standard default, kind of seeing what is up, heading into the canals, being a little bit passive about it, worried about maybe a peek down from connector. But Zero Tenacity, they're kind of being passive in their own right as well, which for them, I mean, it's a miracle.
Yeah, that's true. Not normally what we expect from this team. And if they win this gun round here, mate, that puts them in a really good position in the early stages of this first half. Their map pick, unfavored side of the map. As for Monty, it's just going to be a pretty standard default coming through from them right now. Happy to cast themselves across the map, look to see if they can punish any plays being made. Nothing of the sort right now, though. This is where I'm keen to see, how does Gizmy call this round? How does he connect the dots from here and give Monty something to work with?
Because they've gone into that kind of default, though, you can see that Monty know kind of how to play against Zero Tenacity. They know eventually you're going to get a push kind of going your way. Problem is, if the push doesn't come, you're going into an execute and just throwing something at a wall and looking to see if it's going to be able to stick. And Monty, trapped behind you two, they haven't managed to bait out much whatsoever. You've got 20 seconds to get into a bomb site. You need to be pristine, and there's the opener.
Okay, well, problem is, like you say, lack of time. Despite the fact they have the opening kill, there's still two players here. More rotations coming through as well. Nemanja continues to stand his ground. Oh my goodness, he's gotten a third. And that's his round over. Ryu will recover the C4, but there's not enough time for him to plant the bomb. And that will be Zero Tenacity now going 4 in a row.
And you've got this, like, kind of CIS style almost there, that, you know, waiting for the last couple of seconds to go into a bomb site, because, you know, Monty were in that kind of standard default, but it's not as if they were throwing any util or anything. They were all just being so patient all across the map, and Zero Tenacity just didn't do anything. They literally just stayed put, and that's pretty much what kind of won them the round, because they had enough util then to delay on that B bomb site. And Monty, when you don't get every single kill going your way, when one player falls, and especially it's the bomb carrier in that situation, it's impossible to try and recover it and get back into the round.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I think Monty maybe need to change up the tempo a little bit. They try and need to force Zero Tenacity into a mistake rather than hoping they make one themselves.
I think that's what they're trying to do now, right? They're going for something a bit more upbeat with a bit more tempo behind it into the B bomb site, but Simca and AVN have it on lockdown. Finally, they will be able to take down both those players, but Zero Tenacity have still been left with an advantage in the round. One man up right now. Bomb plant hasn't actually come through. In fact, Afro is not able to cross the traffic. They're going to throw a flash, but it's actually missed. So Afro instead has to opt to throw the bomb across, but that's obviously going to give the information away. And the longer they take, the further forward Zero Tenacity are going to get here. I mean, they're retaking the bomb site when the bomb's not even been planted yet. And this is perfect for them. Afro forced to go through the smoke. That's not going to work out. They should have a very good idea that Haji's on the side as well, with the bomb having been thrown that side, and they'll clean him up too.
Yeah, I rate that. Monty were going for a little bit of a Bluetooth bomb plant there. They were just gonna, you know, put it, you know, the way that you drop your phone on the charger nowadays.
Yeah.
You don't have to plug it in.
Wireless.
The little wireless bomb plant. It would have been unbelievable. But no, obviously not. That's not the way it works. Dropping the bomb, they couldn't really do anything. They were waiting to see if anybody was going to push them from the flank, and eventually you just get walked down from Zero Tenacity. So, although that was a little bit upbeat, I want to see it on a gun round. I want to see just that little bit more aggression from the T's. Try and take these fights early on, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see, as Simca already pressured out of connector. That's a valuable piece of the puzzle taken, and I say a valuable piece of the puzzle. I mean, the king has just been taken from underneath Monty. He's going to have to call now from beyond the grave, as Gizmy taken down through a smoke. And a 4v4, actually, because Lean waiting and spamming as that nade exposed Simca himself He was hoping it would work the other way around, but not to be. And Monty.
Yeah, like you say, it's a kill back for Monty because of lean, but I feel like it's more because of Sumki, because he's gone searching unnecessarily in the 5v4, giving up his life, but it just gets cancelled out because Nemanja says, alright, well, I guess I'll just go back to middle and get another kill. Now it's the slide off angle for him. Ryu's going to be the one to step into his proximity, and Nemanja will take them both down. He has got some support, but he doesn't even need it. Eventually, he will lose his life, but he's done so much damage. Afro down to 12 health, knows it's probably a bad idea to drop down off the bridge. He's going to drop his gun to try and fake the audio cue, but unfortunately for him, Britmonster's posted on it, so he sees that little Glock being dropped out the window, and he relays the info through to AVN. Mate, remain rooted in position, because he's probably still coming your way.
20 seconds, but like, wherever Afro goes, surely he's going to be a dead man. This should be a simple kill for AVN to just clean up his leader's work. And man, Nemanja's 15-6. That is the second time we've seen him get a 4K up against rifles. Not against an eco, not against pistols. A 4K up against rifles. He's 168 ADR. And I mean, maybe there was a little bit of a doubt for Zero Tenacity kind of picking into Anubis, kind of saying that, alright, well, Anubis hasn't been as good as it was last year. It's maybe not their map anymore. Maybe things have gone sour. We're seeing Prime Nemanja back on this map, and I am absolutely terrified right now for Monty.
And remember how Zero Tenacity got their foot in the door in the first place was with Monty kind of dropping the ball in the 4v3 advantage for them on that post plant in the B bomb site. Nemanja came in with a roaring multi-kill, and he just hasn't slowed down or stopped since then, really punishing Monty severely. Z10 on the CT side, like you say, kind of just reinvigorating some of that older form we've seen from them. I mean, last year, I'm not joking, I think they played like 150 Anubises throughout the year. That means throughout the span of 12 months, they were playing this map every second day. Knew it better than the layout of their own home, no doubt.
And the crazy part was Nemanja probably averaged something like a 1.19 or a 1.2 rating across all of those maps. He was ridiculous on it. A play, A pop to try and get through the smokes, and the double kill is actually alright. The trades to get into the bomb site and get a bomb down is really what Monty are after here in this situation. And maybe if they can conjure something up in the post plant, need to get into good positions though. 2 rifles picked up to play around with those M4s, but I'm looking at the util belts to the CT side, and it is a little bit light for my liking. A molly would have been absolutely perfect to force a couple of players out of position, but Gizmi now is going to have to try and take point, and that's 1 rifle already taken away. Haji hearing steps all around him, but where's the peak going to come from? He's ready for the first. Second will get the better of him, and as Afro falls, so does the round, but it's into the wrong hands.
Well done from Britmonster not to get sucked into the fight on the site there and try and join up with his 2 teammates dealing with Haji, because then he would have died to the A main player. He realizes that he's got to hope that they can uphold their end of the bargain, clear out the site, and then he can cover for that second player. It was always an eco round for Monty, so the fact that they do get a number of kills and a bomb plant as well is a pretty good return for them, but they would have wanted more from the round, with them actually looking like they could have won it at one point. 7 in a row now for Zero Tenacity. Something has to give for Monty. And also, I just checked. You were right, mate. 1.21 rating for Nemanja across 139 maps played on Anubis last year.
Like, that sounds like it's fake. That actually sounds like it's fake news. Like, how...
I know, that's true.
How is it possible that you're that consistent on a map over...
1.21?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like it was insane, but like people kind of forget because Zero Tenacity have been kind of struggling this year a little bit.
Yeah.
Like Nemanja was insane last year, and I got to watch a lot of his games, got to cast a lot of his games, and it just didn't make sense at the time. It still doesn't. I've had a year to think about it. It still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not seeing the same sort of levels from him at the moment, but I don't think I'd put that necessarily down to just him. You know, you look at how the Yankees have been struggling more. He's kind of not getting the same sort of opportunities in the round because his teammates are struggling more in the extremities of the map. Either way, not struggling in this round, man. I mean, for me, this was the round that Monty had to win. It was almost like make or break, being on the favored side of the map, down 7-2, coming into another gun round where you've narrowly missed out on making an eco round work. You have to win this one, and they're just down 5v3 with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's really a spot of bother that you're in right now. And even with that kill from Ryu, 20 seconds, now the steps are being heard, and Zero Tenacity, they can't rotate away from any bomb site. They don't really need to. They can just buy time, and Nemanja, he's just dancing around default right now as SASHI is calling the distraction, and as he causes the distraction, he actually claims the double, so easy peasy lemon squeezy for Zero Tenacity once again, and Ryu, he'll save that AWP, but I mean, they need a hero right now. It's not an op that they need. They need Superman to swoop down and take them out of this map right now to just get them away from Zero Tenacity as a whole. Because, you know, what started so good, so confident, and even, you know, the first round that they lost, we were kind of saying, alright, well, that was actually a misplay from Monty. It wasn't Zero Tenacity winning it. Monty have not been able to find that form since.
And it's not like these rounds have been particularly close either. I feel like Zero Tenacity have just been constantly finding these opening kills. It's looked really solid from them across the board.
I think we've discovered maybe as well 7 might be the limit in terms of, alright, you can beat us 6 times in a row, but the 7th time we're gonna have your number. It's not done just yet, but it is certainly going that way. AVN just locking down this B bomb site for the moment, and he is able to claim a double kill, which makes the rotate's job just that much easier. But we've seen Monty in this position before. Bomb not being able to cross just yet. Smoke is going to go down this time. That is a major difference because Ryu might be able to get across, but you can see they are just taking their time a little bit with this one. They want to be cautious, but being cautious allows a gap for Nemanja to walk in close and just shut it down. 9-2. Nemanja 17-7. This is just a bloodbath right now.
Yeah, and I mean, what's impressive to see for Zero Tenacity is even in rounds where there is a little bit of pushback, there's a little bit of something there for Monty. Z10 aren't just only able to win the easy rounds where they get the opening kills and they get the advantages and they can trade their way to the finish line from there. Even rounds where they have to retake, they're looking really solid. Concerning signs for Monty. They won the pistol, they converted that, but there's been nothing to speak of outside of it. 9 in a row here on the unfavored side of the map. Arguably the half of the map that's the most challenging.
Yeah, I mean,
in the entirety of the map pool right now, right? CT side Anubis, probably alongside T side Nuke, the most difficult halves.
Yeah, I probably would say. I probably would say that this is the CT side is difficult, but you do have these games where the CT side just pop off, man. And we're seeing it here. Double peek the main. Okay, that's SASHI finding that kill, and you need to clear out both of these players, and SASHI just holding the line. This rifle's been very impressive, but Lean might have just given them a chance with a triple kill. Lean looking good, but still, it's all eyes on Simka, and again, Monty's hard work. This could just turn sour at the final instance, at the final moment. Afro needs this headshot, but Simka just hitting the jiggles. He's not giving him a fight right now, and I don't blame him. Bomb's not planted. Afro, ooh, we could maybe try and get away here, but Simka's heard a step. Now he's heard the plant. He just walks on him, taps him down, and makes it look easy. 10-2. Zero Tenacity. Lost the opening couple of rounds, but ever since then, it has been just all Balkan brilliance. And this is kind of a situation right now where you've got Monty, like, needing a pistol. Like, it is not, okay, if you lose the pistol, you can still bounce back. This is now a situation that, Monty, if you don't win this pistol, this map is done. And your perfect streak versus Zero Tenacity, it's over and done with. But Haji's got all this information in the world here right now. He's spotted 2 players walking through mid. Monty should know that this is going to be an A play, and you can see them slowly converging right now on this bomb site. Sajafo falling means that it is just going to be this connector push, this connector play. Nemanya's still waiting around in middle, hoping that his men on the bomb site can get this job done. But Nemanja needs to make sure that at least camera is going to be clean. Still, Gizmi in towards CT is actually Zero Tenacity pivot completely. They run all the way over onto a B bomb site. That is completely clear. And it's a really good call because they knew that the players had pushed through water. Everybody had rotated on over, and they knew that player was the last rotation. So Smoke is going to go down. On the fly calling right now is Nemanja once again finding more success. It's a quick double onto Haji and Lean, and he's happy enough with 3. He's getting out of there. Gizmi trying to chase him down. AVN flashing as Gizmi, no kit, has to go very aggressive in this pistol round to try and save Monty's skin. But Nemanja, he's just gone. He's off the scene. You're not going to catch him. He's working his way all the way around, and he's not even going to be needed. AVN will get it done and over the line. Zero Tenacity. Oh, we have been just taken back a year, and Monty definitely taken down a peg or 2. Four SMGs and a Deagle to try and save themselves here, Monty. But Zero Tenacity, this is looking like it is going to be their map done and dusted. Unless we see just a recovery that would be one for the ages. Definitely one that really just stay in your mind for quite a long time. Nemanja in towards mid, waiting as the flash comes through. We spam in the right place. Doesn't take down Gizmi though, and now Zero Tenacity fall away into a little bit of a B split. Need to try and wait out this smoke. Grenade it open to go on through. SMG up close, and Lean will shut the initial play down. And Zero Tenacity do not feel confident about heading into this bomb site right now. They're gonna have to wait things out, and actually they're thinking about going for a little bit of a pivot over towards A. Gizmi already on it, gonna try and man the rotation in towards mid, but it's looking like this round that was meant to be Zero Tenacity's 12th is gonna fall completely flat. 25 seconds, Gizmi is just hiding and gonna play on a timing surely over towards mid, peeking up. Broom Monster's gonna be spotted, and 1 is good enough. Even if you give up the bomb plant in this situation, 1 is gonna be completely fine, because by the time AVN gets this bomb down, the CTs are already gonna be here. Afro realizing he's off the bomb, but AVN, he will claim that double. Too little, too late though. Saves a rifle, picks up an AK, gets on out of there. But even at that, even at a comfortable 4v2 situation from Monty, it still comes close, comes down to the wire. And if there was a couple more seconds available in that round, things could have been slightly different. And now, Zero Tenacity, they will invest everything they have, putting Nemanja, of course, onto a hero rifle, as you would. Because he has just been absolutely hitting everybody that moves. And this is still a dangerous round with that element in it. Monty, fight for survival.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, everybody. Just rudely interrupted by my internet cutting out, but I am back and I'm here to stay. And I mean, you're talking about Nemanja on the hero AK. I guess his name is literally Neman, huh? Like the man. He is the man. He is him. And he's on point right now. And we've seen him here. We've seen him do some good work here in the past, haven't we? As recently as the previous half. You flip halves and he's in middle again. This is where he does his best work. Look at the timing. No one's expecting this. No one's even looking into this right now. How do they time themselves? They're going to have to crunch through the smoke at the same time they come through cameras. They're able to overwhelm one. Where's Nemanja? Where's that AK? It needs to activate. AVN gets another. Does Afro get traded? Not immediately. Brilliant work there from Afro to double down before he eventually falls, because now he's left his team in a very winnable 1 versus 2, and Hadji will seal the deal.
Again, though, it's pretty close. I know you didn't see the last round because of your internet troubles, but even in a 2v4 situation that Zero Tenacity were trying to get onto that A bomb site, it came down to a 1v2, and also there was only 4 seconds, so AVM wasn't able to do all that much. But still, with a hero rifle, a couple of pistols, that's a pretty close round. That's a pretty terrifying round. And I know Monty kind of overlooked mid a little bit, but I'm just going to throw out a little bit of word of warning. When you're playing against Zero Tenacity, do not take your eyes off middle. Especially ever. Like, it is a no-no. Plain and simple.
Right on cue. Right on cue, as you say it. Guess who's pushing middle? It's Nemanja. Like you say, T side, CT side. The spamming smokes. Not much going here in this round. What a ridiculous turn of events it would be if Monty were actually able to find a way to make this competitive, right? It would completely go against the grain of Anubis, which is a very T-sided map. Generally 8-4 kind of stuff. Half ended 10-2 for Zero Tenacity, and they won the pistol. That should have been job done, but off the back of 11 rounds in a row, Monty have finally come back to life. Problem is, feels like the casket's already being lowered into the ground, mate.
Yeah, it feels like the dirt is already being thrown on the coffin. You know, it does have that kind of vibe to it. But I'm gonna hold out a little bit of hope. For Monty. I think, honestly, if they pick up a couple more rounds, I will be a believer. But I know how this Zero Tenacity team works. I know how they like to approach things on the T side. And the way that Nemanja has been playing, he is really just the guy that everything goes through him. Problem is, he could just have a round. He could just walk into a bomb site and kill 3 people, and then all of a sudden, it's done. He could walk through mid, find the timing, game over. And Zero Tenacity, this time, looks like they're going to go for an aggressive play in towards B, and it's a little bit more pacey. No pressure really elsewhere on the map, but only the fake for now, as Zero Tenacity actually do pump the brakes a little bit. Afro, that's a lovely opener to find.
Yeah, good kill posted on the angle, connects on the shot. There could be more where that came from as well. Oh my goodness. Who's that? Brookmonster. He's lucky to have his life intact right now. And he had the bomb as well, so if he got dropped there, that would have been a disaster for Zero Tenacity. Instead, they're going to reassess the situation, and they're going to try and take some space. Guess where, Zerfa? No points for guessing. It's in towards middle. Nemanja's taken a lot of damage, though, and they certainly have stacked up the defense in towards mid to deal with him as well. But however, he's actually just trying to draw rotations. He's just drawing focus away from B here. Look at how much traction he's drawn into middle.
Yeah, that's the problem as well, because even if you kill Nemanja in that situation, you don't know if there's anybody else behind, because he is usually always the guy in mid. Now spotting players over towards B is where the problem does arise. Smokes up, Zero Tenacity can get across safely, but not peeking into Afro, who is good for the one. Bomb is going to go down, but Brute Monster really just with it all to do. 1v4 on the bomb site, everybody looking at him, and Riot will be the one to finish him off. So Monty, just with some really good adjustments mid-round to get players in the right positions, they will make it 6. And I'm already starting to believe a little bit here, Hayes.
Yeah?
I'm starting to believe Monty could really do this and bring this back. I'm not perfect, though. I have been wrong before.
Well, the one thing I will say is I don't have to worry about bias with you, because every time I cast with one of the UK casters, they can't stop talking about Gizmi and what an incredible IGL he is. So I know when you're believing it's genuine. However, are you from South Ireland or are you from North Ireland?
Yeah, the Republic, yeah.
You're from the Republic. You're from real Ireland is what you're saying. Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't group you in with the UK guys and like, shit, maybe he's actually like North Ireland technically. But either way, okay. It is going to be... I'm there with you. I'm also starting to believe here a little bit. It's also because it's just kind of been Nemanja. AVN had some good rounds in the first half as well, but he's not really known for his T-side prowess the same way he is known for anchoring bomb sites on the CT side. So if they can just nullify Nemanja's impact here going forward into the rest of the half, then yeah, good chance they could make something happen here.
Yeah, now there is a couple of rounds and a couple of things that Zero Tenacity do like to do when they're not having a lot of success. One of them is kind of put that mid pressure from Nemanja, force them away from middle, and then drop down into a B split. The other one is they'll smoke connectors from spawn and then just rush towards the A bomb site. This is obviously neither, but I can feel one of those rounds coming in the next couple if Monty are successful in stopping what looks to be a little bit of a pop. Nemanja, again, it is just really down to him what he can find elsewhere on the map as he goes searching. But as this pop is about to happen, all of a sudden you're kind of stopped in your tracks because you've got two players just sitting in front watching the mouth of A main, and Afro somehow is still standing behind the pillar. Eventually gets shut down, and that's an AWP that Brute Monster can definitely work with right now. And you can see Gizmi is terrified to peek on in. He's waiting for the timing, but he can't seem to take him down. So Joffo going to go for the plant as Gizmi has to swing wide, and he does find the timing to get up against the wall here. Sejafo trying to just lock eyes with a couple of players, but it is proving a little bit too difficult to deal with. Brute Monster needs to hit a couple of shots because it's all down to him. Gets mollied out of position, but man, wipe that sweat off your forehead, Monty fans, because that was incredibly close, and that could have been the one to break the backs.
Yeah, that was very close indeed. I feel like they've come close in a couple of these rounds, but again, Monty do very well to hold on there and not get overwhelmed and not end up dropping the ball. Just good cover, good coordination there, good combination on the retake. I thought Brute Monster might have been able to cause more havoc from behind the pillar with the York, but I guess he'd run out of ammo because he was playing with the Deagle for a while here in the post plant. And Gizmi and Lean will hold their nerve to get Monty up to 7. The gap now 4, and a vital gun round to follow.
I wonder what the adjustment is going to be here now for Zero Tenacity, because they've seen that Monty have actually played quite heavy over towards the A bomb site in that round. And they have kind of focused a little bit on middle, but I just wonder, are they going to switch it up and kind of continue to fight the extremities on the gun rounds? Or are they going to continue to just try and, you know, work that little bit of a mid pressure with Nemanja in that situation? It seems like default early on. See if they can discover something. See if Monty want to overcommit to a couple of things. But I mean, I've no issues with the way that Monty are playing this right now. They've got two players in towards mid. They're ready to see if Nemanja is going to make their way in. Issue is Afro might get caught off guard here, and Gizmi still needs to be very careful.
That's the problem when you're down 11-7, is you can't afford to slip up even once. You can't afford to make one mistake, one misstep, one overface, could give up that opening kill, could then give up control. Things can cascade out of control very quickly from there. And Zero Tenacity are playing patiently. We're wondering what the change-up was going to be. I thought we might see something with a bit more pace and impetus from them here, trying to force the issue a little bit more, but it's going to be patience instead. Prodding, they're not. They're gonna let Zero Tenacity come to them.
I think that's the correct play, because when the fight comes in towards mid, Nemanja falls, and this is where Zero Tenacity, when they lose their leader, they kind of panic a little bit. They're forced into a bomb site. They're going to throw the util and try and get in, but it's just not going to be successful at all right now. Afro, even in the molly towards the back of the bomb site, still able to find the kill. And Brute Monster and Sejafo, an elbow spotted, but didn't hit the shot. Brute Monster, though, somehow hits the next one, and Sejafo might make this one work. Bomb needs to be picked up and put down. You've got 5 seconds, so you pretty much need to stick the plant. And Haji, he's walking all the way behind. Does Sejafo realize it? Locked in, heard the steps. Sejafo is going to pull it off, but Brute Monster is the real hero in that round. Somehow he manages to get his op up in time, hit the close shot, and he also takes one down with the pistol. I didn't quite catch that as we were watching it initially, but he hits the shot with the pistol as well. And Zero Tenacity, it really does only take one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is why you have to be flawless as Monty in the situation where you're trying to make the comeback happen. One mistake, one misstep can cost you everything. And like you say, well, there's the kill with the P250 just before he goes down. Chofo trades, and then smart there from Chofo to jump behind the the cake, the pillar to plant the bomb safely, get the AWP out and post on the angle. Zero Tenacity up to map point. Took them longer than what they would have liked, but they're there now. And they have to win one of the next 5 to seal the deal. However, Nemanya's hit the deck already and Haji's taken space outside of B main.
Yeah, it worked last time though, didn't it? They lose Nemanja, they just hit a bomb site and it works out. So they're hoping for a little bit of repeat success. Issue is, Afro's everywhere right now with this AWP. In towards mid, over towards B. He's going to knock 2 out of the round already. And this was probably one of the scariest ones that Monty were going to face, right? Because they have Gizmi on an SMG. They were quite light on util in terms of what they were able to bring to the party. Nobody likes to invite a guest over and they arrive empty-handed, so you know, hopefully they'll be able to bring a lot more in the next round. But it's looking quite solid here for Monty. Pressure over towards B though, but you can never count out a round with SASHI in it. You just can't.
Oh, Afro's missed a couple shots now as well. I mean, it's not like there's any real risk of them losing the round from here. I don't think. 30 seconds on the clock. Oh my goodness, Simki knows he's been locked in here by Afro. He's trying to force the shot out. He'll just commit to the full wide swing, and they've smoked off B main as well. So Haji's completely locked out of the bomb side. Again, Zero Tenacity have turned another 5v3 into an even numbers game.
Somehow they're making this work. Somehow they've made this one work. This is crazy right now, and how are you going to try and recover this one? You have a kit on Gizmi. You've no smoke for the bomb in towards CT, so there needs to be a sense of urgency about this one. And Gizmi just going to tap it this time and hope his teammates can maybe hold on. Ryu with a really good shot. Brute Monster going to panic Gizmi a little bit as he sticks the defuse, but doesn't peek wide enough. And Gizmi, the leader, is going to pull off a clutch when it seemed the most unlikely. But there is no silver lining about this round, because yes, you stay alive, but your money has been absolutely decimated by losing 4 players and only saving an SMG.
Well, I guess the silver lining is that you're still alive. You're still in the game, and they've got to take that. Yep. They do survive, but like you say, there is a punishment. Oh man, this is going to be Zero Tenacity's best opportunity to finish off the job. Auto shotty, couple SMGs into FAMAS. There's only one favorable gun in play for Monty right now. I mean, the fact that Gizmi has the balls to just stick the defuse there is remarkable. Nice effort from the remaining players for Z10 there. Simki does really well in E-Box. AVN, fortunate to not actually get caught out. Haji's going to hang around to try and finish off what he started. Don't lose your head now, Haji. And he will get the kill, but there's 2 immediately in response for Zero Tenacity.
Oh, that was a gunfight that nobody wanted to be a part of. That was just so awkward from start to finish. Nemanja able to find that kill onto Gizmi. That is honestly a little bit of a miracle that he's able to stop Brute Monster going down, because it was looking like there was an imminent trade. And now when this molly comes in, yeah, you're going to have to step in front of it. Simkido is going to be ready. He'll double up and double down, clear open that B bomb site, and now they have information. They know where Ryu is. They know of the bomb though, and Ryu is not giving this one up without a fight. Both players in towards Canal right now, and SASHI and Simka need to make their way forward. 22 HP though, and Ryu is going to lock eyes with one in just a moment, but he's not ready for this gunfight, and Monty simply were not ready for Zero Tenacity's Anubis.
Yep, and I guess that justifies the decision for Zero Tenacity to actually have picked the map coming into the series as well. I was questioning it. I thought Nuke would have been a better option. They've gone with Anubis and they've made it work. I mean, think about the way the map started. 2-0 numbers deficiency for Zero Tenacity. The retake on the B-bomb side. They didn't lose another round throughout the rest of the half. They won the pistol to start off the second, and it looked like that was the job done with them being up 11-2. And then Monty gave us something to get interested in. You know, they start showing a little bit of a fight back. They start making us think perhaps they could be on the cards for a comeback, but man, Zero Tenacity just never say die, and I guess ultimately they were always supposed to win the map with the start that they had, and they do get the job done.
Yeah, they do. Even with Nemanja cooling off as well, it does seem like old habits do die hard for this Zero Tenacity team, as Anubis looking as comfortable as ever there. But, you know, it wasn't just Nemanja. You know, he was creating some good space. He was making some good calls. But in the right moments, you know, the likes of AVN, the likes of SASHI, and then even Brute Monster with some really, really important kills just to get them in on a bomb site, especially when they kind of lost a couple of rounds on the trot there in that second half. They were just making sure that, you know, all right, you might have got the better of us in a couple of rounds, but we still only need those two to close it out, and they end up doing it. And now it kind of comes into my mind anyway that, you know, what you were saying is about Monty being so good on Mirage. Zero Tenacity, no slouches at it either. So when we're looking towards a map 2 in this one, I'm thinking, you know, Monty need to maybe step up their game a little bit, because if they start as slow as they did on Anubis, they could be in big trouble. We're going to send this one into a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with a Mirage, map number 2 of the day, and it's coming up next.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Area still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
After a very impressive display on Anubis, Zero Tenacity's map pick, they are leading the series 1-0. We're going to Mirage next, and you made a good point at the end of the post-game segments, and it's that Monty can't afford to start nearly as slowly as they did on Anubis, because we saw kind of once they got going, they looked pretty good on Anubis. They just didn't have nearly enough rounds to work with.
Yeah, and it was surprising as well because they did actually start the game like really good. I was impressed with what they were able to offer up and what they were showing us. Even from the first gun round, I was thinking, alright, it was a really good execute onto a bomb site. Everybody looked like they were hitting their shots. Zero Tenacity just looked like they weren't connecting on anything whatsoever, and then all of a sudden they were connecting on everything. And it was almost like literally a flick of a switch. Nemanja just started hitting heads, making a difference nearly every single round. Zero Tenacity just walk over them in the first half, and I mean, the comeback, we were believing in it for a moment or two, but it was always going to be such an uphill battle. Monty, T-side though, need to get off to the races here, and it looks like they have done. This is a vacant B bomb site.
Okay, so Monty in a very good position now to get themselves off to a good start. 10-man retake. We don't see this all that often. Numbers coming up, catch up from the CT side. Kills going back and forth right now. Zero Tenacity are forced to just stand out in the open and take these jewels, but they're still making it work. Ryu and Gizmi to try and wrestle this one back for Monty, and they both find a frag apiece. That certainly does shake things up a little bit. I'm not sure if there's a kit. I'm not sure if that's going to matter as Nemanja lands a blinder. It's only Gizmi left. They know where he is. Some kid's got a smoke and a kit just straight up dropped on the bomb. Gizmi trying to bypass Nemanja to stab Simki in the smoke. It's just 2 right clicks enough to get the job done, and now they're just swiping back and forth in the smoke. Nemanja will get the kill, but there is not enough time.
That was chaos, absolute chaos on the bomb site there. And yeah, I said they wanted to get off to a good start. It wasn't the most perfect because Zero Tenacity looked pristine trying to get back onto that bomb site, hitting some really good shots, and if not for Gizmi just diving on the bomb there and finding that knife, that would have been over and done with. But it's a real round that Monty needed. It's been rescued there by their captain. Problem is though, this is an A play and it's already a little bit of aggression from the CT. Sajafo taking point. He's already killed 2. He's so low and they still don't know about the second player under back. He might not even be needed here as everybody is just getting cut down before they can even make their way past Tetris. No way into A this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you give them a chance to play that round back, they probably think, let's have a little bit more detail within our approach there, not keep it so simple, especially against a force buy. They push into the jaws of death. That stack on the A bomb side costs them everything. And that is going to be Zero Tenacity just straight up answering back with a force buy.
Yeah, now Monty come back with a force buy of their own, right? They've got couple of pistols, a little bit of util, and Ryu, his pistol is already beginning to cause a headache, certainly for Nemanja. Not just how he's going to have to watch his team try and get this one over the line, but bullet through the skull definitely needs some aspirin for that one. Afro continuing to connect with the pistols, making it look difficult right now. The rifles are falling just a little bit short in a lot of these engagements, but eventually it gets down to a 2 versus 2, but still these Deagles cannot miss at the moment, and Simka is so low in a 1 versus 2, and another Deagle will seal it. Afro with a hero of a round as we continue a topsy-turvy start to Mirage.
Yeah, what a way to go back and forth here between these two teams to open up the second map, and Monty are probably breathing a massive sigh of relief that they're kind of able to cancel out that force by win there for Zero Tenacity with one of their own. And now they got to make sure they don't fall foul to the pattern continuing, right? Because that's what can happen when these force wars are in full effect.
Yeah, this is where you need to make sure, if you're Monty, you're perfect, man. You need to make sure that you don't fall to the same fate, because you want to see, you know, at least a little bit of stability in this first half, but that is not the way that we're going to see it. Not the way that this one starts. Sajafo finding that kill already, and now we've got a 4v5 for Monty to try and get back in, and I believe we should have Pop joining us to take over from Hayes, as he has something to attend to right now, as Zero Tenacity attend to middle. This is right now getting a little bit awkward for Monty. This was meant to be one that they were meant to get over the line safely, but we go back and forth, and what a welcome for you, Pop.
Well, see my name and I appear, you know, Zerfer. I don't know if you know Joe Hendry, but that's what I feel like right now.
Yeah, I do, and I believe in you, Pop. I really do.
There we go, all tied up here on Mirage, and well, you know, Zero Tenacity. The fact that they're, you know, leading. Well, I say leading. I did just join, so they did win the first map. I'm very happy to see that they are doing good. They have been, I think they have been struggling. I don't know if you guys touched on this point, but they have been struggling for a little bit here. So I'm curious to see if they can, well, like, if they take on a team like Monty. I know Monty, they haven't really been in their best form, but it is still a team that shouldn't really be too easy for Zero Tenacity to get through. Simke and Brook Monster starting off well here in round number 5 as Monty, we're looking for a way to take down a single player on the side of Zero Tenacity for now.
Yeah, I think, you know, you obviously make a really good point. Zero Tenacity have actually, up until that last map that they won, the opening map of this series, they had not won a map against Monty. They were 0-6 versus them. So, they had a big result on Anubis. Monty had a really slow start, couldn't get into the first half, and now on this Mirage, you know, Monty, it's been a little bit up and down for them, I would say. I think their form has been strugglesome because it's kind of been win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. But if we're going by that, they lost their last game to Sangel. They should win this one. I don't know if we're going to play by the rules. I just don't know. Afro, he has an AK. He could maybe do something here with 30 seconds. Brute Monster taken down. Simkido already up close. Short player going to be spotted. And now Sajafo just does not need to give an inch right now. He needs to just wait on out. Simka getting tagged down. The spam was good enough. And now Afro's going to realise, if I just put a couple more bullets into that smoke, it's a straight up 1 versus 1. And maybe I've got a better chance at that one. But Zero Tenacity will make it 3-2, and finally we're going to see an eco. Finally we're going to see one of these teams not invest everything they have to try and topple the other.
And that is of course a good sign for Zero Tenacity, as they're trying to extend their lead, trying to get as far away as they can from Monty, because of course this is not their map pick, but you all know that Zero Tenacity, they're no strangers to Mirage. I mean, 28 maps played in the past 3 months. CMK, he's about to have a lot of fun here towards the B side, or gonna be the world of hurt. Does they get the peek? And there we go. There's the mowdown. I guess fun it was. The quad kill and the ace. Just mowing them down as they try to come through. He just stops them, no problem. You see him laughing at the end there, just a single spray to take down 4 players. That's usually how it goes. Usually you see the spray starting, he gets a double kill, and then you know, the Glocks overwhelm him. But no, it wasn't the case right now. Simk feeling very confident. 10-2 after only 6 rounds played. Spraying through the smoke. It's of course Pneumonia from window. They do have the upper down into lower. Needs to be careful. Oh, there's the peek from Lee. Never expecting the op to kill, but there's Pneumonia with a trade after Afro get. So it's a 4v3.
Yeah, it's a sticky situation to be in. BritMonster actually makes the best out of a bad situation there. You know, in towards under. If he misses that shot, he's dead. Tries to get away. Nade opened the smoke. I don't think he was going to be granted safe passage regardless. But what actually was the best part about that was Nemanja was instantly ready to swing out and find a trade. He was instantly ready to make sure that they were not going to lose that advantage that they worked pretty hard to gain. Now, you've got 50 seconds to maneuver if you're Monty. The boost in towards window should be a necessity, with Ryu maybe trying to walk his way across the murder hole. Problem is, Nemanja's locked eyes with it, and Nemanja will not let that happen. And once you see him try and make his way over to A, you should be on high alert. AVN in towards the palace right now as Sajafo is just going to be holding, waiting to see where the peak is going to come from, and he's waiting to see if they're going to push him out, and eventually they will nade him out of position. But this is where Haji has to really do it all, and he's never going to be expecting AVN to strike him down from Palace. If he even attempts to put this bomb down, AVN is going to walk on him. There's the swing, and there's another easy round for Zero Tenacity. It's a 5-2 lead. It's Monty back to the drawing board again in terms of what they're going to be able to purchase. Maybe a set piece coming up here. But this has not been an ideal start to life on Mirage, and especially with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, just you only looking at the numbers, Monty, they should be looking a in for C10. I mean, sure, they've got a lot of experience on this map, but with only 50% win rate on CT side, it's not really looking like it. I mean, sure, it's still early doors, don't get me wrong, but it is, of course, once again, something they need to be careful of, because C10 can and will run away with a lot of rounds here if they are allowed to. And you're mentioning the playoff surfer. Of course, the loser of this game will not be eliminated. They are in a 2-1 bracket. If they do lose, they're still up for going through into the playoffs, but you still would have to go through another best of 3. And for Z10, it would be very easy to just win this map and get the best of 3 going. Jofo around the corner. Oh my, no kill. Simk sprays, but it is actually Afro take him down. AVN up next to Brute Monster, trying to retake this site. Very weird. Monty, they got into the site fairly easily. Z10, it looked like, well, not that they weren't ready, but the pistol shots connected really, really quickly. And now with the bomb down, they might have gotten that kill, but it's still a 2v3. And I guess they're not really going for it. I mean, it is very risky to still go for it, even with all the money they have in the bank. Oh, gives me good surprise. Brute Monster, he has no idea. Oh, there we go. He expects it. Just this last second. Turns around, gets the kill. And Monty with a very good round on the board. This is the kind of round that gets you back in the game, and I would not be surprised if that's actually what's going to happen. I mean, look at those shots. Not exactly what you want to see out of Jofo there, and from Simk either. Just had a round on B where he just took down every single player on an anti-eco, but this time didn't get any kill.
Just 2 whiff spreads, honestly, is what it comes down to. Just 2 players in a crossfire, and they both whiff. A little bit unfortunate for Zero Tenacity, because that should have been a clean round. It was a nice way that Monty got the initiative. Gizmy is going to be actually the bottom of that totem pole that gets taken down, which is surprising. The Opera just realizing that the world has been taken from under him in that situation. And Monty now unable to find that opening, unable to find that entry. Now we're going to readjust, reset, and try and make their way back over towards A, it would seem. Lean still going to kind of force the issue a little bit, jiggling, spotting for information over towards mid. There's a smoke going over as Nemanja gets aggressive, but Lean is ready to punish. Gets this advantage back in their favor. And now Monty, with that kind of pressure over towards mid, with that kill, Zero Tenacity have a severe lack of information. So they will be very focused on Monty trying to make their way out. And it looks like they've left A completely open. Only Joffo now to throw an eye at it, but it's only periodically.
Oh, taking a swing into mid again, sees his teammate, but now realizes that the site that he's on is getting attacked. AVN lucky to be alive. Joffo, good shot onto Haji. So there we go. They have the player advantage, but can they complete the retake? Op shot rings out. You know where that was from. Oh, AVN gives out the information, but Lean and Rio perfectly done. And from a 3v4, it's a 2v1 as Afro hits the shot with Yop, and Monty will be securing a fourth. Z10, well, unfortunate. They had their player next to the APC, and then the other two coming through, but out of those 3 players, they are only able to get a single kill. And that is a lot of credit to Monty, just getting the flash out and getting aggressive. They knew they had to get aggressive, considering they did not have the player advantage in that situation. They had to do something. Round number 10, I was talking about Z10's CT side and their win percentage and how, you know, they could be getting away with a lot. So far, they have been stopped, and great bait and switch there for Nemanja and Joffo. They take down Rio, get that opening kill, and also get themselves an AK. So putting the pressure and also getting themselves a big weapon off throw. Almost getting the chance to take down Simke, but Simke just spotted him.
Yeah, this is not a good round for Monty right now, because you've already lost the opener, and it's not the first time that they've, you know, lost the opening gunfight, but now that they've got no space, like last time out, Lean waited towards middle and he's seen a reaction, he's seen a push from Nemanja. This time, it doesn't happen. This time, they're just relying on them executing into this bomb site. You've got 2 players close towards the ramp. Nemanja with eyes on the palace, he's making a lot of noise. You probably know that there's maybe 1 more player in and about the place, and then you have that third line of defense over towards Ticket. Problem is, Ticket player is going to be smoked off, so you see the advancement in towards triple, making sure you're on the bomb site to help out your teammates with that AWP. But a well-timed smoke, you've got 19 seconds to make your way out. Nemanja blinded by that flashbang. It's a lovely double to get on in, and Monty, they will just fold over that defense. That should have went a hell of a lot better for Zero Tenacity with the positions that they occupied, with the util that they put down. But you've got a 2 versus 2 now. AVN and Simke. Flash goes high, blinded up on top of the balcony, but Haji not going to fall, and he is not going to fall to either of those Zero Tenacity boys, making their way in for that retake. But in my eyes, anyway, Pop, Zero Tenacity have to do a whole lot better, because they knew exactly what was going on there. They knew it was going to be a play over towards the ramp, but they just couldn't stop it.
And well, with that, we are all tied up. And Zero Tenacity on basically an eco. Well, it's not good sights for Zero Tenacity. With that good of a start, it seems like they just fizzled out, and right now Monty are on the way to potentially even winning the half. That would be very good for them, of course, trying to come back into this best of 3. Gives me quick double. Farming up some more money with that Mac 10. It is no surprise, you know, Monty will be getting away with this round. It's just they really seem to be overly complicated. Put Monster in the corner. surprise, surprise, Haji jumps through the smoke, gets the kill. And Simk with a P250, maybe he can get a kill here onto Haji in window or something of the sort, but easily spotted. And Haji will take his head off. So, Monty securing at least an equal score at halftime point. Last round of the first half, a timeout called out by Z10. Trying to figure out how they can at least equalize the score. But even then, Z10, this is a map they have a lot of experience on, as I said before. But they did lose 4 rounds in a row here. And again, some of the rounds could have been avoided. So I don't know if it's something about, you know, the side they're on or anything. I'm sure on the T side they're still going to be looking pretty good. But with Monty set up now and on the way to getting in the lead, or not getting the lead, they already got in the lead, but extending their lead, and potentially, you know, with the piston round as well, they could start racking out a lot of rounds. Z10, is there something they can do here on Mirage to get themselves back into the game, or I'm going to see a third map as well? That's a big question.
Yeah, I think if it goes to a third map, I'd like to see it, because I think nuke between these teams is going to be a really interesting, almost kind of chess match, considering that, you know, it's one of Monty's best maps, always has been. It's, you know, the most played map for both of these teams over the last couple of months. So, you know, it was always going to be present in the veto. But I think, as for Zero Tenacity, attack pause, calling to attack pause, I'd say it wasn't really a tactical timeout there. It was actually just a technical. Somebody just called the wrong pause. But still, I think Zero Tenacity, they're not really doing too much wrong. They're finding the openings. It's just when Monty are going back to actually hit a bomb site and make their way in, that's where the problems do arise. If Zero Tenacity can continue to just try and get the openings, then it will be a massive difference and a massive help to them. But Nemanja falling, Lean finds that kill, and now it's going to be a lot of pressure on Simke. He doesn't realize it, but this is probably one of the faster plays in towards the B apartments, but a kill and a dink is more than enough to deter them as fights continue to happen over towards mid. Gizmi though doubles up, and Monty, oh, they're continuing to head towards B. This could be a big problem. Simke made steps rotating away, and Gizmi, he's not telling his men to fall back right now. Zero Tenacity, if I'm them, I would try and group up here, if at all possible. And you can see Brute Monster is now clearing out mid. He's taking a risk, he's taking a chance, but he needs to get up short in time to stop this.
Simke not in a bad position himself, but there is a molly that he could use, and they used it for back a bench. Oh, Simke giving away his position. Brute Monster lands the shot. There's Simke with a shot to Gizmi, and Ryu with only 19 lands the shot onto the upper, but now in a 1v1. No Simke's around here. Doesn't know exactly where, and he's going to get back to his position. Great shot from Simke. And we are all tied up at a halftime point. Z10 finally able to stop Monty for a second, so moving into the second half, swapping sides, of course. Z10, if they're able to get the pistol, maybe they can get themselves back on their feet. But if Monty start getting away with rounds here, Z10 might be in trouble. This is not their favorite side. For Monty, that's not really the case either percentage-wise, but, you know, it is CT side of Mirage. It is a map that is fairly close to a 50-50, but just the CT side offers you just that mental relief that you're just defending. You're not the ones that are trying to break into the sites. An interesting start from Monty as they send 2 players, actually 3 players towards mid. They're very much focused onto mid and B. So I'm assuming it should have been some kind of anti-strat. Jofo taking some damage from some of the pistols, and he is actually going to go down. Ryu will take down Brute Monster. AVN looking for a headshot, not able to find it. Ryu to take down AVN. Simke can't really peek into 3 players and expect a lot of kills to be coming out of him, and it's all down to Nemanja, but Ryu, that's a triple kill out of him, and Monty will be walking away with a pistol round.
Yeah, I don't know what Zero Tenacity we're kind of playing at there. Like, just get the bomb down. You know, I know that they wanted to maybe take the fight in towards CT and get that control, but, like, you know that the A-bomb site is completely clean. Like, you've all the information in the world there. Nobody's going to be able to spam you down. Just plant the bomb there. Get the extra bit of cash. And Monty, look, made the wrong read in terms of stacking over towards the B-bomb site, but able to recover it. Really good retake from CT. Helps when everybody just first bullets the T's out of the round, obviously, but, you know, it is easier said than done. This gives me dropping that deagle over towards the apartments, and Sajafo be lucky to get his hands back on it. Knows that Gizmi is on the balcony, and AVN is now going to back away with a flashbang. He's actually going to line up one to maybe try and get Gizmi completely blinded. Brute Monster with a nice kill. Gizmi taking a lot of damage as well. This is beginning to look like panic stations for the side of Monty. And AVN, bomb plant is massive here if he can get it, and he will. Gizmi trying to walk on through. Joffo hits ahead. All of a sudden, this one has snowballed into a chance.
Well, and as soon as it gets to that kind of a situation, it just fizzles out fairly quickly. Unlucky, as they were repositioning and they got caught out by Monty coming back in, but still, they get a couple of kills, they get a bomb down. They could buy up once again if they really want to, and it's actually not going to be a bad buy. They 100% will force into this one. Also, to the fact that they got 2 kills, so 2 weapons need to be reinvested into by Monty. That is going to cost them some money. You see Haji and Ryu, if they lose this round, they're not really going to have a lot of money. Basically, only Afro will be safe in that department, so Z10 could be a chance for them, but let's see what the plan is, as they have 3 players towards that A site. They are split across the map, but something tells me that an A split is very much an option here in round 15, as they're waiting a util out. Monty, they do kind of expect it. They have 4 players very close to the A site or on the A site itself. So Molly combo, and they will start pushing in. Not too quickly though. Used as a fake. Joffo not able to eliminate Gizmi. Haji will eliminate Brute Monster, and with that, the plan of Z10 is just, I want to say, too slow. This is not the Z10 we're used to. That was a very reserved plan, a very methodical plan, which is not necessarily what I'm used to seeing from Zero Tenacity. I'm used to them just grouped up, try and push in, and brute force your way in. This was none of that.
Oh,
okay.
Alright, AVN. Oh, he's giving himself a chance with those 2 quick headshots, and I mean, it's some kind of damage. That's a silver lining, but no, man, that was just not the play whatsoever for Zero Tenacity. Couldn't make their way into the bomb site, just get completely overwhelmed by the Monty defense, and now you're kind of back to square one, where you've got a situation where, you know, half of the people can buy, half of the people kind of can't. You know, this is awkward for Zero Tenacity. Buy up what you can, don't invest too heavily, and hope that the pistols can have the same success that they did a couple of rounds ago in terms of getting out onto a bomb site and at least being in with a chance of the round. But Monty surely this time are going to be a little bit more prepared. Make sure that they don't fall flat. Sajafo though, ridiculous deagle shot, and he nearly connects on another. A body tag as AVN is going to fall, and luckily a little bit of normality is going to be restored with those couple of kills. But still, Nemanja ever so dangerous, and he's the only player left in the round, blinded in towards bottom middle. Afro comes flying out just to sweep him under the rug along with the rest of his team. 10-6. Monty have not dropped the round on this CT side, and even with Zero Tenacity doing little pieces of damage here and there in those couple of pistol rounds, it's these gun rounds now that we need to see a massive improvement.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Monty had to drop around, and I'll add to that, it is one round that Zero Dynasty got in the last 9. And that was, of course, towards the end of the first half. And again, it just feels like not very Zero Dynasty-esque, just being this slow about things, especially on a map like Mirage. I think they could benefit quite a lot about just playing as a unit, just playing a little quicker. Something that we saw from Zero Dynasty before, and especially on a map like this. But they do have the experience in the past 3 months, so maybe this is the playstyle that got them a lot more wins. Obviously, against Monty, it doesn't work that way, and I think he was flashed by a teammate as soon as he was trying to peek out the Brood Monster. The molly kind of forces him out at a bad time. Ryu getting even more aggressive. Haji there to help him out. Joffo will fall. Nemanja finding one answer, looking for a second, but Haji will take him down. Lean with a kill onto Simke, and it is up to AVN. He was in a 1v5 before, now in a 1v3. A little easier. And he's gonna find Haji. The round is still open, as he could go towards B. I mean, Lean will get the information that it's not going to be any hit, but that still kind of splits up the 2 players. Or, ooh, this could be interesting. Going through under. Might not expect it here, Monty, because they're both moving in towards the B site. Although Lean doesn't make it right. He's looking towards mid. It is all about timing here. Lean. He's not going to spot AVN. Oh, that is just perfect.
This is awkward. This is awkward, man. Because look, you see AVN, he's terrified. He doesn't realize that A is completely clean. And why would you believe that? But Monty have just gotten this one so wrong. If AVN gets this bomb down, oh, he taps it. That could sign his fate. Needs to get a reposition here. That smoke might allow it, but he needs to get into a safe place for at least a double kill.
Great shot onto Gizmi, but he's on 1 HP. Lean. Gonna swing out. Oh, almost. AVN getting Lean down to 7. But just a single bullet needed there, and AVN a little unlucky, but with the amount of information that he had, I guess that would be the best that he could do. If he knew that the side was completely open, of course, he would have played that way, way differently. The second timeout called in by Z10. They are quite far behind right now.
I don't know if I can see a way back for Zero Tenacity in this game, to be honest. I think Monty have just kind of outplayed them in a couple of important rounds. Zero Tenacity obviously did really well in the beginning, but, you know, they needed to do better on their CT side. A couple of rounds, especially up against pistols, they were less than impressive. Whiffed sprays, bad crossfires that let them down, and they end up getting punished for it. Now, you know, we've seen a couple of gun rounds that have been where gunfights have just been isolated. In all honesty, you're seeing Monty just chuck out Molotovs, forcing players out of position. They remolly boxes like 2 or 3 times in a round because they're so focused on this mid pressure that Zero Tenacity are going for. And the problem is Zero Tenacity are not really playing as a pack right now. Now, Nemanja is going to try and change things. He orients his team over towards this B bomb site, as he is now going to take some of the attention away. Problem is, if you see Nemanja one side of the map trying to go for a little bit of a fake, then you know probably it's going to be B. And that's why they're not rotating. Gizmi takes a peek, finds the headshot of AVN. They spring a trap onto this B bomb site, but they're yet to even get out of the apartments, and I don't think they will because the CTs are holding on for dear life. But all of a sudden, it just flips completely on its head. Lean and Afro now making their way in for this retake, but Zero Tenacity not going down without a fight. In fact, they are going down swinging, and they are connecting on the chins of Monty Afro still, though, could land a knockout blow. Both players extremely low. But an AWP probably not the weapon for this situation. A 1 versus 2 as he creeps in, connects on the first shot, needs to hit the second, and he does. Kit in hand, defuse pulled off, and Monty, they were down, but they were definitely not out, and Zero Tenacity might be out of luck on Mirage.
That should seal the deal. I mean, a 1v2 like that, Z10, they should never let it slip, and yet they do. 6 map points here for Monty to tie up this best of 3 and send us over to Nuke. Man, and Z10, they were so close to, you know, just getting that round, trying to get back into the game. Could have started a whole streak here. Doesn't happen. Just isolating his duels with the op just perfectly. And Z10 actually allowing that to happen, which you could put as a fault. Pneumonia takes down Haji, but Afro finds Brood Monster, and AVN was spotted as well as he was creeping out of ramp. Oh, Afro, great shot. It is Joffo to answer back on Ryu, but it is not a 2v1, it is a 2v3. Make that a 1v3 as Pneumonia is all by himself, taken down by Gizmi, and Monty, they will be getting 13 on the board. Z10, they've basically won a single round in the past, like, what, 13? Or rather 11, I think. Something like that. Anyway. Great job there. Great job by Monty. Just very, very strong on the second map, as Z10 had a great start, but that was about it. Nothing apart from that great start when they got up to 5-2 really showed up Z10. It looked like they fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Like, it was kind of a 5-2 start for Zero Tenacity, looking really strong. Then it was just a couple of mishaps. It was a couple of slip rounds, and Monty, you know, they had a slow start on Anubis, and then they started to get going in that second half. This one, it wasn't as slow of a start. It wasn't a 10-2. It was only half that. It was only a 5-2. So they kind of got into the game, got things flowing, were able to find the kills, and it's that French duo that was really kind of led them to success. Both of them hitting the shots that they needed. Even Ryu, even though he's not finding the kills, he's doing a hell of a lot of damage. He had the most ADR on that map for the likes of Monty. And Zero Tenacity, I don't know, it just felt a little bit flat. Their T side, it just like looked like they kind of ran out of ideas. Even that second to last round, man, like they were relying on, you know, multi-kills coming out of the apartments there to try and get that one over the line. And in all honesty, they probably never should have even got out onto that bomb site in the first place. I think they were just completely outclassed. They were completely outplayed on Mirage, and well, they've got a little bit of a time to try and recover it. We've got Nuke coming up as a deciding map in this series. Who's gonna head to playoffs? Is it gonna be Monty? Is it gonna be Zero Tenacity? We'll find out in a little bit of time.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
A third map is needed here between Monty and Zero Tenacity, as we just saw what happened on Mirage, and it was not a very happy map for Zero Tenacity. I mean, ending up the first half as equal 6-6 and then not really getting a single round on the T side is not really what we expected out of Z10, right? Just because Z10 are usually a team that are very much comfortable on T sides and a team that usually does really well when they have to attack. But with Mirage behind us, it is Nuke coming up, and I don't think it's looking too bad for Z10 on this one, Zerfer, because they got 30 maps in the past 3 months and a 73% win rate.
Yeah, but 3 of those losses, 3 out of 8 of them have come in the last 4 games. So, although we're kind of saying, all right, yeah, look, it's really good. 22-8 is a pretty good record out of 30 games. Losses to Nexus, losses to Astrum, losses to Cybershock, a win against SASHI in between there, definitely a good result. But it's not been the stomping ground, the real map that they can go and they can always rely on, because in the last couple of times that they played it, it hasn't worked out. And Monty are a pretty capable Nuke team as well, although they haven't got the win percentage that Zero Tenacity do on it. They've played it 29 times in the last 3 months, so only 1 behind Monty. Yes, they've had a couple of ups and downs in there. Won their last game out versus Sangal, lost actually to SASHI, and if we're doing a little bit of Counter-Strike maths, that should say that Zero Tenacity should win it, but we both know, Pop, that's not how this works. It's not just about if they beat one team and then another team loses to it, then obviously the team that won against them should win. Nah, that is just not how it works, and I'm looking forward to this one, to be honest, because I think the way that Monty are playing and the way that they were able to bounce back, in the latter stages of that first map, bounce back on that second half of Mirage especially, and kind of the mid stage of that first half of Mirage, I think Monty could be a real threat to Zero Tenacity. And even though Zero Tenacity got their first map victory versus Monty, they still want to get their first actual victory over this Monty core. It could be now Nuke that answers all their prayers, and could be them making their way to playoffs, but it's us that are making our way into a little bit of a technical pause to kick things off. I'm going to ask you for a prediction, Pop. What do you think it's going to be?
Well, as you were saying with the results recently for Z10, the loss to Nexus like that, I know they're from the same country I am, and I should be very not this harsh to them, but I'm very surprised that they just dominated them. So, because I would expect usually a very close affair between a team like Z10 and Nexus, so that doesn't really inspire a lot of hope into Z10 for me. I think Monty, sure, first map maybe wasn't their best, but they showed a lot of promise on the second one, and it wasn't only them. I think it was a combination on the second map between them looking really good and Z10 just being way too passive. So I'm actually gonna say Monty gets the win here with a 13-8.
13-8. I like it.
Yes.
I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna say Monty win. I'm gonna say 13-9, because that seems to be...
Okay.
I'm just going one higher, but 13-9, because that seems to be a theme in this game. Kicking things off, though, Nemanja, a headshot onto the first, Afro taken down, and ooh, a lot of danger in that vent. If you drop down into it, Nemanja waiting, knife out, to see if anybody's going to make their way, but it's Monty that pivot over towards the ramp. They clear it out together. Are they going to drop down, or are they going to take space towards Hell? It's the B-bomb site that they're going to try and hit on out. Two players already here though, Nemanja and Sajafo making light work of this pistol play, and it's Zero Tenacity starting off the better. CT pistol in their back pockets.
Well, that is certainly a good start. Now, Monty, of course, not really forcing up here as they do not plan the bomb. Just gonna play the clocks. If they are able to get a couple of kills and a bomb plan, that would be perfect. Player spotted towards lobby. Smoke dropped by Joffo. But Monty, they're taking their time. And I think the biggest question right now for Monty is, where can they surprise? Or rather, if they can surprise. I don't know. I don't think Avian was spotted there, but does get himself fairly close to a Glock. Surprise is lean. Ryu getting out, and Simk, it's an easy triple kill for him. They were not looking at him. They didn't know he was there, and Simk will get aggressive, gets a fourth. And Z10 just take everyone down. It's a flawless round for them. But Monty, they should be able to buy.
Yeah, that was just the eco. Bomb plant would have been great. You can bring in a couple more pieces of util, maybe some better weaponry as well. You can see Leon is reduced to a Galil, but somebody's going to have to take the hit. You need util on the T side of Nuke if you want to make things work, and we are going to see this first gun round now play out, and how Monty wants to try and approach this. Gizmy going to maybe be attacking the outside. He's got a little bit of support behind him. It is not a solo adventure that he's going to go off in. Little waterfall of smoke over towards main, followed by the diagonals. Means that there's no information for Nemanja really to gather. The spam and the HEs discover nothing, and this is where it could get a little bit awkward, because Monty are slowly making their way down secret. Yes, Zero Tenacity might be somewhat aware, but they cannot be 100% sure. So wouldn't be too surprised, especially with the SMGs, if we see a reaction in towards the lobby. And that's exactly what we're going to see. Flash coming in, blinding a couple of players, and AVN getting the better of one, make that two, and he actually spotted a third over towards ramp. Now realizing it on the minimap, Simka goes back for a little bit more, but gets put down. And Monty, with two players below deck pop, they need to make up their mind. Do they want to come back up to join the bomb, or is Ryan just going to try and drop it down the vent? And he has done so. He just threw it down the vent to Gizmy, and it wasn't spotted.
That's a crazy play, but if he gets the job done, Juffa wouldn't deny the bomb plant, so... Oh, Monty, they will lose Haji. Would have been very important for him to get that kill, make it a 3v3. A lot more manageable. Gives me towards single door. Ryu just now getting his way through secret. Needs to hurry up. Needs to help out his teammate. They heard on the site. Gizmy not able to take down anyone. It's all down to Ryu. The defuse is coming in, so surely there's no way. And Juffle lands the headshot. Even after that play, it's a little unfortunate for Monty that it doesn't work out. I mean, throwing the bomb into Ven, getting the bomb planted, and it felt like Haji was in a good position, had a good situation going for him, but, well, obviously, that did not happen. And Z10, they'll be very happy to find a third. Monty, they did get a bomb planted, but it's not going to be enough for them to get another buy-in, so it is pistols with quite a bit of util. Curious to see what the plan is here. Maybe they can surprise. Usually on a round like this, you would see a fast A play, especially with Tech 9s, but a couple of Deagles in the mix, and seems like ramp is a point of interest right now. Joffo sprays down, not well connects, but no kill. Haji getting a little too aggressive all by himself. Gizmi found a VN though, and they've got B. They've got the whole of B to themselves.
There gives me locking in the rotations from the vent as well. It's going to be absolutely perfect because they lost that fight last time out and lost a lot of control with it. Right, a beautiful deagle headshot giving Nemanja that free haircut over towards the ramp, and this is where the pistols are actually going to get the better of the rifles. Not too often you do see it, but it's looking like they're going to be able to close it out, especially with Afro doing things like that. Finally, Monty will have won. And I think they deserved something after, you know, not maybe this round, but I'm just so impressed because I don't think I've ever seen somebody just throw the bomb down the vent like that in that last round. I'm still thinking about it. That's how clever it was. So I'm happy to see Monty at least get on the board in this one. And it was a good ramp pop. But if we're being critical, I think it has to be said that Sajafo needs to do a little bit better in terms of controlling that spray. If he stops that initial play, happy days, as Monty going for a little bit of an A execute. They slow things down, not quite a rush, but they pop out onto the site and they're just looking to overwhelm the CTs on this bomb site, but a 2 for 2 still keeps us interested for a moment.
That's a little bit too deep of a smoke. They could just walk through it. But it is a 3v3. Joffo coming in from heaven, Brotmonster joining him. We don't really want the op in heaven, but there's a trade through. Oh, the molly for HUD is just perfect. And that forces Ryu out of position. Afro will be dropping the molly, but there's a smoke in place and he doesn't realize it. Oh, Afro, he's not shooting in the right direction, and there's the defuse through the smoke. Afro will get the last few kills, but it doesn't really matter at this point. They did lose the round. Well, unfortunate and a little chaotic as well for Monty. It felt like the plan was, you know, they had the plan in their heads about how they want to play this round out, but potentially they found Z10 in a couple of unexpected positions, and he wasn't necessarily the best at reactions. You can see a little bit of frustration there on the face of Haji. And not that much of obvious first timeout used up here by Monty on a round that should not have been that complicated, especially again when the Opera is coming in to retake from heaven. It's not necessarily the position you want to be coming in from. There's a lot of angles that you expose yourself to. But Z10, they'll be happy about it. They got themselves to 4. They're looking for a lot more here. But let's see what a tactical pause gives Monty. Maybe a new kind of strategy here.
Yeah, maybe rejuvenate them a little bit. And Zero Tenacity, I must say, their A defense there, even though they only go kind of 1 for 1 each, it was more than enough to kind of stop them. But still, a little bit interesting because Gizmi getting aggressive in towards the hut. This time he's got no backup just yet. Instead he kind of slows things down, needs to get a molly in front of him, and actually just mollies off his teammates, which is a big problem, especially with 2 players lurking in from ramp. And Brute Monster hasn't peeked yet, so they don't know about this. Nemanja though going down is a big problem. Smoke comes in, they're holding for him. Brute Monster trying to do it all, and he's dropped the bomb with 2 kills. And this is where Lean has to go looking for him. Smoke extended, Lean might go for the swing here, delays the timing on it, but Brute Monster completely ready as he clutches up big time once again for Zero Tenacity. Monty, they had what seemed to be everything going their way in terms of the bomb site, but they were not expecting that second ramp player to be there. That's Brute Monster making Monty pay. And in back-to-back rounds, Pop, we're going to see back-to-back tactical timeouts.
Yeah, not looking too good. Of course, Monty would want a lot more out of this T side, but Z10, it just seems like they find a winning formula. Well, I think one of the main reasons, as I'm looking back on that game that Z10 was losing to Nexus, was that they started off on the T side and the CT side of Nexus was just that good, but it seems like when well, not whenever, but when Z10 they start like this and they have a good start on the CT side, obviously they can just carry the momentum. And for Monty to use a second tactical pause right after the first one just makes it look a little desperate. Getting aggressive here, and Z10, they're gonna get away with a lot. It is a 3v2 right now. The double nade will not take down Ryu. Afro, in the meantime, is able to eliminate Joffo. Brute Monster eliminated as well, and Z10, well, they should know when to dial down the aggression, but they don't, and Monty could be walking away with a lot of this round. Nemanja, pretty good timing, but is he going to catch them out? Oh, he doesn't expect the ramp play. Now, this is getting awkward because Zeta, or rather Nemanja, has no idea where Monty are right now. But Monty have no idea where he is either.
Monty have no idea where they're going right now. They're freezing and waiting
I don't
for
know where I
Nemanja to
am.
move. Yeah, literally. Like, where are we right now? This is 40 seconds left on the clock, and Nemanja, the best thing he can actually do in this situation is stay put, and I love this blue box position he's going for, because more often than not now, after Monty are done freezing, they're going to decide to walk in towards heaven. They've left it enough time, they don't see anybody pushing, they're going to make their way up. And Nemanja's in a really good spot right now. He's made a perfect call, a perfect play. And if they don't clear out the blue box, that's where the issues do arise. If Ryo drops straight down here, that's where it could all go wrong. Clearing out the site. Now they're eventually going to have to make their move. Nemanja's hearing this every step of the way. Looking for Afro above him. Spotted out. Now he realizes it. Afro getting tagged down. Nemanja looking for the round. Just has to buy time. Afro coming running at him. Needs to find a kill. Time is almost out. But Monty will come up big with less than a second left on that clock. Afro will get it done. He was the man to drop down the ladder into lobby to at least give them a chance in that round. He drops out of the heavens, and he is a godsend for Monty right now, because that means that they stay just within touching distance of Z10.
Well, it is a force fire. This could be the chance that Monty we're looking for. Still need to be careful, though. We know what the pistols can do on the side of Z10. Simke around the corner with a 5-7. Ryu was getting very close, but didn't really get to peek out. AVN, this is kind of a risky position to be in with a Deagle. Not a lot of accuracy there on the ladder, but I'm sure he has a plan for that. Monty, they're betting their cards on Z10 just getting aggressive here on a weak buy, but they're not really doing that just yet. Although it does seem like they're grouping up to do just that right now, as Nemanja gets into the smoke and AVN joins him right next to Squeaky. Well, Lean is waiting for a play like that. And there's the double peek from Lean and Haji. They will lose Lean, but that was the MAC-10. It's not the end of the world. And they'll lose the SMG. Oh, Gizmy found Brute Monster in the meantime. That was through a wall, through a smoke, and through the head as well. And they're still looking interested in the A site. Simke and Joffo are still both here. MP9 and 5-7. As they're trying to get the upper hand, they will not be able to. Gizmy will go down to Joffo, so at least there's a little bit of extra damage done. But Monty will be securing this round. A third could potentially lead to a fourth, as Z10 should probably just fully eco this one out.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a fourth every day of the week. Monty, I mean, look, they're really looking at Afro and saying thank you very much, because he's single-handedly kind of got them back on track in this game and kept them in this first half. They turned what could have been and looked like it was going to be a disastrous T side into a pretty alright competitive game. And Zero Tenacity not making good on a couple of rounds has been their downfall, especially when we look back at the Mirage. There was a couple of rounds in there that they should have won rounds where they didn't. This has happened now, and now Monty have been allowed an avenue back on through and back on in. And Monty, they love kind of slowing things down on these low buys, waiting to see if Zero Tenacity are going to push, and it's obviously not the worst of ideas, but I'm intrigued to see what Zero Tenacity decide to actually do when they get the guns up once again. Everybody stacking towards the B bomb site. Molly in the vent means Brute Monster's going to have to get out of there, so this one should be clean as a whistle for the Monty side. But it has been a pretty heavy lobby approach, I would say, from Monty on their T side. Zero Tenacity did try and throw a spanner into the works once or twice with a couple of lobby crunches here and there, but I think the aggression has to come from elsewhere if they're going to go for that. Would like to see them maybe run a little bit of an outside setup early on, so either get somebody underneath the silo, get somebody back red, just to see if they can gather up any information at all, just to guarantee that it is not going to be towards that part of the map. And I think we could see a switch up now in a moment, especially because we're not going to see Brute Monster on an AWP, and Zero Tenacity, first tactical timeout they're going to call, so Nemanja just checking over and running through a couple of things before Monty have a chance to level this game up.
Well, this is interesting. Going from Monty using 2 back-to-back technical timeouts to Zero Tenacity using their first just a couple of rounds later. So let's see what the end of the first half is going to get us. If Monty are able to get a fairly equal halftime score, I think they could be on the way to securing this third map. It's just the CT side. Well, actually, I won't take anything out of this just because Z10, I'm sure they do have some very solid plans for the T side. Nemanja will be fighting Haji. There's a quick trade as Ryu will also be eliminated by AVN. And Z10, that is a very good adjustment. Afro trying to get that flick, but it doesn't work out. With that, Z10, they will be securing a 6th. I like the initiative there from Haji to just... He jumps onto main, drops down, tries to get that first kill. It was a little unfortunate that Nemanja was exactly ready for that play, and look at Nemanja already pushed up. We'll get that final kill onto off-road. And it is at least 6 for Z10 in the first half. Thankfully for Monty, they still have some money left over, so they will just buy up. And it is with a full AK lineup. Now lose this one, and you're going to be in a whole lot of pain, as it is the second to last round of the first half, and you really want to have enough money to buy in the last round as well. But Monty looking for a way to equalize things here on
Again, it's heavy lobby from Monty. This time they're going to go over towards ramp. Haven't seen this in a couple of rounds, but Ryu already taken down by Brute Monster, and the jiggle not going to be good enough this time around for Gizmy to create any space. Lean is down below deck, and Nemanja, I believe, is going searching for him. They realise that he's gotten down the vent. They might have spotted him, and well, Nemanja collecting that kill means it's all eyes on the French duo. How dynamic can they be with another A play with only 2 players left in the round and 5 on the other side? And already Haji making his way towards T roof would mean that this could be a very long save round for this Monty side. And I actually am so shocked to see what Monty are doing right now, because there is, for a nuke game, not seeing any outside calls. Like, everything is going through lobby. Absolutely everything. There might have been one player going towards outside in the last couple of rounds. You know, we've seen it on the first gun round. I think it was Gizmy, and he had a little bit of backup. He had somebody with him. You've seen Haji go fast over top main. But other than that, correct me if I'm wrong here, Pop, but we have not seen much outside presence at all from Monty, which is, in my mind, just such a strange way to play nuke.
Yeah. Yeah, no, not really. Even though usually you would see, exactly as you're saying, there for a lot of smokes outside and sneaks into secret or plays through the smoke or at the edge of the smoke, but yeah, just really unexpected. Well, with that being said, Z10 securing the lead at halftime point, whatever the case, could extend it to 8. As for Monty, one of the greatest of buys. They have some weapons to play with, but kind of limited util. Oh, lean. Doing a good amount of damage to Simgate, taking him down to 16, and maybe that opens up something. Nemanja, good shot onto Haji. That molly, unfortunately for Jofo, it actually, I think it got extinguished by the smoke. Nemanja trying to find something else through that AVN, though. He's gonna find lean, so all the players remaining from Monty just went down to secret right now. And of course, Z10 will rotate players down into the B site. I think that's actually Nemanja who rotated out of mid all the way down into B. And with 50 seconds left, Monty, they need to try and get themselves onto the site.
Very surprised we're not seeing more down here, because Nemanja has just rotated down himself, even though they've kind of spotted the bomb down towards this B bomb site. I know they've got a ramp rotation, but you can't make your way down the vent if you're on that A bomb site. And maybe they didn't catch a glimpse of it. They're trying to run out. Maybe Nemanja is all they need. Ryu taking down Afro. Big problem, as Gizmi was the man to hold the vent to lock off those rotations, but the site hit just didn't happen. Weren't expecting Nemanja up close, as he is going to get credit for both of them, even though on the scoreboard he will only get 1. But the only thing that matters right now on the scoreboard is that Zero Tenacity, they've got an 8-4 lead on this CT side, and Monty need to hope for a big recovery in this second half, or Zero Tenacity will get the better of this core for the very first time.
Well, Monty, this is not going to be easy at all. Considering they are on the CT side, sure, they are going to be feeling a little bit more confident on this side of the map, but still. Z10 are up 8-4, and a good pistol round could go a very long way. Nade comes through, squeaky door blown open. Meantime, Joffa will take a look outside with that P250. Oh, AVN. Walking into the bullets of lean. It's not what you want to see. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Nemanja pushes up through ramp. And obviously there's someone waiting for him to go up the ladder. I think he takes a long way around. Oh, I think it's all about timing there. If Nemanja manages to jump up towards heaven without being spotted by Ryu. Oh, that's just perfect. There's the kill. Heaven opened up. They could get 3 players all the way up there. Joffa will find lean. And there's the trades from Gizmi and Afro, but Nemanja still present. Right now a 2v2. Long way from the round being won already by Z10. But there are some good signs for them. And Nemanja taking down Haji is even better. It's all down to Gizmi. I don't think he knows that Brute Monster's already up into hut. Might expect it, because it's been a little bit since he got to the site and the bomb was planted. Starts running around. There's the tap onto the bomb. Nemanja might have confirmed, but Gizmi does get the headshot now into the 1v1. Brute Monster needs to get closer. The defuse is coming in. And Gizmi will find that headshot. But the question is there enough time now? I think he might get it barely. It's going to be very close. Oh, Gizmi's got it. Might have been the last possible moment, but he's gonna get the round, and the pistol round is in the bag for Monty.
Jack Von Sprackleson stepping up with a big pistol. We love to see it. Gives me huge from him. Getting off the bomb and getting back on it in the nick of time. There was no margin for error there whatsoever. If he misses the shot on the Heaven player, Nemanja just stays tucked and can continue that awkward little dance with him. If he misses the shot on Brute Monster, he doesn't have enough time to defuse the bomb. It was really a round of very slim margins, but Gizmy makes it work. And Monty now are in with a chance to bring this one back, but Bomb Plant will facilitate everything really to cause an upset in this round. You've got a couple of pieces of util, not a lot, but just about enough maybe to drop a player and snowball around out of this if you're Zero Tenacity, and they're going to try and do so over towards the ramp. Two players jumping out, just warning Afro for the moment, but it's Gizmy again with a multi-kill, this time towards outside. Ryo will lock down over towards the ramp. The double setup pays dividends, and that force bite comes to next to nothing for Zero Tenacity. Monty make it 2 in a row on this CT side. They put Z10 back on an eco, and Monty, are they back in with a chance at this one?
Well, it's getting closer and closer. With the pistols now, Z10. Well, just trying to do as much damage as they can. That's the way to go. Good nade. Nemanja taking a lot of damage. And actually, the second one will just take him down. Afro. Oh, he had a chance there. Jofo had no pistol. There we go. Still gets a headshot. Leans getting some help from Haji, even though he was supposed to just be watching Hut. And all of a sudden, Brute Monster is all alone. Around the corner, he's got enemies, and Afro will eliminate him. Buy round gonna be very important here for Brute Monster, or well, for Brute Monster and his team, not specifically for Brute Monster. As lose this one, and Monty ties up the score. Win this one, and you're going to extend your lead. Also would be your first round on the T side. So yeah, just a very important moment for Z10 if they're able to walk away with this. And instantly we see the wall of smokes outside. But Monty, they do have quite a bit of presence outside. So a little bit different from what we've seen in the first half, right? Where you were saying there for Monty, not really a lot of action outside, but Monty, they do expect Z10 to do exactly that, and that's why they have 2 players already waiting out there.
Yeah, see, Zero Tenacity are the complete opposite. They'll try and do everything through outside. Nemanja especially will try and find timings in through main. He'll try and lurk through smokes outside. He'll just be a nuisance to deal with on the T side, and Monty seemed to have a good adjustment for it, but this time it's going to be ramp hit once again. Zero Tenacity, no stranger to putting pressure on that part of the map. Gizmy falls, but Ryu at least will keep this one a fair fight for now, as Z10 will back up, and Nemanja seems to be moving in, as he seems to be looking for his timing, thinks that he's maybe found a gap. He would be correct. But it's just about if he decides to go through main, if he decides to walk down secret. He's just clearing garage just to make sure nobody's going to be holding. Now he'll begin to walk in, but it's the fight versus Haji that should be interesting. 30 seconds. Z10. How are they going to be discovered? That's how a back of a heel spotted. Lean lines up too, and Nemanja, a nice lurk, a bit of timing he found for certain, but can do nothing with the space that he occupied in the beginning. And instead, it is just Monty now leveling up on terms with Zero Tenacity. It's been a strong start to this CT side, but now that they're on level terms, things could change, because Zero Tenacity know that they need to step up.
Well, it's certainly a surprise. It feels like Z10, nothing's really working so far, but it's not over just yet. Take 9 around. SimK getting the double kill. Will be taken out by Afro, but still, they got control over the A site. Nemanja could surprise the player in main, and there's Nemanja with a headshot onto Gizmi. Avian did fall in the process. They start jumping out. Afro gets one, needs more. Has the double already, but not anything more. Z10 overwhelming this A defense of Monty with the presence and the speed that they get into the site. And with that, they'll get themselves back in the lead, but that doesn't mean that the war is over. I mean, they are 1 round ahead. Monty have a lot of money in the bank. It's no problem for them to buy up once again.
And Zero Tenacity throw one of their favorite rounds really into the equation there. A fast A play with Nemanja splitting through main. Gizmi now going to try and punish Nemanja towards outside. Once you deal with him, usually the reaction is towards ramp for Zero Tenacity, and this one is going to be no different. But nobody there, nobody home here for Monty and Gizmi rotating down the vent, maybe having a read of this is where the T's are going to get off to, as Sujafo trying to take a little bit of attention away. But they're hearing all that util, they're hearing all that fire over towards the ramp in hell. And 2 players now below ground to try and stop this one. As Monty now waiting for Gizmi. Brute Monster, he caught a glimpse. That's the problem. Gizmi was looking in that corner for so long. Eventually he was spotted out by the sniper, and Brute Monster doubles up quickly. A 3v4. And really, with it all to do on a retake, if this kill doesn't go your way for Haji, you might call this one off, and even the 1-for-1 surely isn't going to be enough. Sujafo on a lurk, Lean will fall, and Afro, even though he collects that kill, he knows there's a 1v1 on the site, and maybe he can think that he can still go for this. Molly coming in, the swing needs to get away from that Molly, but Simka just burns up, trying to buy time for the rotation to come on in. Sujafo gets down there, Afro still with a kid in play, but needs to hit this shot, and now Sujafo just needs to try and hide, but he wants to take his time, he wants to take this fight, and he wants to take that sniper down, which he does. Everybody falls, but there's only one team on top, and that's Zero Tenacity.
Things are starting to get out of control slightly for Monty. Oh, and this one could be a very hurtful round if they lose it. I think that actually applies to both teams, because Z10, they didn't really get a clean round, so their economy is not looking that great either. Whoever wins here will force their enemy into an eco. Shuffo almost finding a chance to take down Afro. Thankfully leading to safety. Z10. They do have Nemanja outside lurking around trying to find something. Great shot from Afro. That's Nemanja eliminated, and an opening kill going the way of Monty. Not what Z10 wanted. Simki around the corner, Lean, waiting for any kind of aggression. I think he might have spotted the barrel there, but oh, Simki! Oh, great shot, expecting the player right next to him, and that makes it a 4v4.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that. Lean looked at his minimap, he looked up as the peak came in from Simka. So, yeah, that always happens. Yeah, literally, it's an unwritten rule. It's literally the law, right? You know, you look away for a moment, you could see his eyes just glanced up for a moment, and then he came back down onto his crosshair as Simka was peeking. Not ready for the fight, and so Jaffo definitely not going to be ready for Gizmi. He's lurked all the way behind, and that's great information right now that Gizmi has got for his team, knowing that it's not going to be B, but Brute Monster and Simka could really still upset Monty in this round. Afro though, my goodness, this man is on fire for Monty, as he's 19-9. The Opper is trying to solo carry them in a lot of situations, some big clutches, some big moments, and without him, I struggle to see Monty still in this one.
Oh no, for Z10. An awkward situation, right? Because if they would have gotten the previous round, it could have been on them on their way to 12. But now they're just getting absolutely destroyed by all the weapons while they do have the Glocks. And it is a flawless round and a quick one for Monty as well. Not really wasting any time. We are all tied up here on the third map between Monty and Zero Tenacity. Of course, playoffs on the line for those two teams. Elimination not on the line, as this is a 2-1 game. Even if you lose here, you still get one more chance at the 2-2 score. Second timeout called in by Z10. Everyone's got their weapons out. They've got the util as well. No op for Z10, unfortunately for them. Afro is still going to be able to play the long ranges or duels, I should say. But Z10, they need to find a winning formula. If Monty get control here, I don't really see a way for Z10 back into things if they lose control, especially in a round like this. Lose here without a bomb plan, you're not getting another buy-in, and it could be Mont in series point.
Zero Tenacity, what's the play gonna be here? Double nade open the smoke so it just stays open for that extra bit longer, so maybe Afro can strike one down, but unfortunately no such thing is going to be offered up to them in such a vital and important round. And again, so many times for Zero Tenacity on their T side, you will see Nemanja just out in the wilderness with little to no support. He's got himself towards back red here. He is still looking for his chance to move, but he can't go without a little bit of pressure elsewhere. Over towards ramp. They will take that piece of the puzzle away from Monty here, but nobody goes down for it. Nobody dies for that vital piece of information, or that vital part of the map. So still, this is now a situation that Zero Tenacity obviously have somewhat of an advantage in, but with two players down towards B here, 40 seconds left on the clock, and Afro posted up with this AWP. That's a very vital smoke at a vital time.
Oh, Nemanja once again with lurking outside. A missed flick from Afro. That's going to cost him a little bit of HP, but also just him or them knowing where he is. Haji. He's got enemies right around the corner, and he's not able to take down any of them. Brood Monster gets that kill. Lean. Good trade. Simke will answer back. Afro looking towards single door. He's got another player behind the site, and he expects it as well. But it's a 2v4. It is a very complicated situation. Still don't know about Nemanja. Good shot from Afro. Trying for a wallbang. Does not connect. And Gizmi, he already jumped ship. He's already towards CT. So Afro needs a way to get out of here, and there is none. As AVN and actually Nemanja, he boxes him. We'll be seeing alive, but it is 11 on the board for Zero Tenacity, retaking the lead.
Yeah, and you say, like, you know, Zero Tenacity, Gizmi kind of jumping ship there. I think it was more a case of Afro knew he was a dead man. If you don't get the kills in towards single door, that's where Gizmi already kind of made up his mind. And I don't blame him, because bringing this M4 in is just a perfect opportunity, right? You know, you bring that M4 forward, you can drop over another one, so Ryu isn't going to be feeling left out. The problem is, this is where Monty need to be successful. If they lose this round, you're getting 1900 in your back pockets in that kind of loss bonus, and it's just not going to be enough to contend with Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity know they've got Monty exactly where they want them, but in turn, Monty have a really good opportunity to maybe upset Zero Tenacity, because win this round, there is reset potential on a couple of players, making it awkward and in that kind of limbo for Zero Tenacity of 11-11. Do we buy or do we not? And that's also a tricky situation to be in as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Monty are going to switch anything up in that round. Zero Tenacity, they plow through ramp. Monty give it up completely. And it's Nemanja again that is that kind of danger, man. He really has to be the person that you try and deal with, because he finds these timings towards outside and he can wait so long to activate is the problem, that, you know, the round could already pass you by if you kind of stick waiting around for him. So I think the adjustment from Monty kind of needs to be what we've seen a couple of rounds ago, with Gizmy maybe going aggressive towards back red, or putting somebody underneath silo early on, just to deny that part of the map so they can focus on something else elsewhere.
Well, of course, this tech pause doesn't really help anyone, as they're, of course, Z10 getting fired up to accumulate the rounds here towards the end of the map. That's going to slow them down. You see everyone is still on the server, so hopefully things will be resolved fairly quickly and we can get back on their way. Also, talking a little bit about Z10, I didn't get to see that first map, but happy to see that they do well on Anubis. You know, Z10 for a very long time have been a powerhouse on Anubis, and lately they really slowed down quite heavily, but it wasn't the case today, as they got 10 rounds on the CT side and just ended up winning that first map fairly quickly. So as we're getting ready to get back into the game, 2-1 game this is. The winner will be moving into the playoffs. The loser will be eliminated. Up next, we're going to be having, right after this one, a 1-2 game. So that's going to be teams both facing elimination. Actually, both games that are following this one are actually 1-2 games. Favbet against SASHI and 500 against RUSHB a little later today. So both Monty and Z10, whatever the result here, they shouldn't be feeling too scared about it. Of course, this is the last 2-1 game. We're going to need the 1-2s from later, and then we're left with only 2-2 games. Of course, already getting 2 teams qualified to 3-1. That's, of course, Spirit Academy and Astrum, and the team from here. And we've got some teams waiting for them for the loser of this game at a 2-2 bracket at Cyber, Shoke, Passion UA, and 9. And of course, whoever wins from the next 2 best of 3s. Seems like there's a slight issue for Simke and his mouse battery. Would assume that plugging it in should work, or replacing the battery if he's got that kind of mouse, which I want to say I doubt, but I think there are some high-end mice that might still use that, so I won't go there just yet.
Yeah, it's usually just kind of a plug and play situation, right? You just plug it in, give it 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it comes back. But, you know, it's a classic. It happened to Simple. I think it was yesterday when FaZe were playing Heroic that he had to plug in his mouse and charge it. It does happen to everybody, but it is kind of one of those situations that, like, surely you remember to charge your mouse when you've got an official, you know.
Yeah.
Surely you remember just to make sure your mouse is charged. Just do it. You know what I mean? Just do it before you go to sleep at night. Have it plugged in so you're ready in the morning. It's not that difficult.
Or just get another one of the same mouse if it's a problem that, you know, usually happens. Because I know that playing with a wireless mouse while wired is a little uncomfortable. Still, you might want to, you know, not have to do that in an official.
Yeah, not whatsoever. Unfortunately, this is going to take a little bit longer than we thought, so we are going to be sending this one into a break, it would seem, and we should be back, hopefully, with everybody's mouse fully charged and ready to go with the final couple of rounds of this one. We are very close to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere, and don't go anywhere because we're not going to a break. I've been Missed but yeah, after a little bit of a throw, I think we should be ready to go in a couple more seconds. And something interesting popped that I was just looking up there is, obviously this map is a well-played map between, you know, both teams. Monty have 29 maps on it in the last 3 months. Zero Tenacity have 30. Only 4 times it has gone to OT.
Can this be the 5th?
It could be. Out of 59 maps, it's only gone to OT 4 times, which is crazy. I mean, like, surely you'd have a couple more close games in there, but could be 5 out of 60, which would be what? No, I'm not doing that maths, unfortunately.
No, I have no idea.
It's
not done
1/12th, whatever 1/12th is.
Yeah, I haven't done math since 10th grade. I have no idea.
8.333%.
There we go.
Of course, there you go. Yeah, calculator coming to the rescue. They do say never do maths on broadcast, but luckily we won't have to talk about maths any longer. We can talk about the Counter-Strike as we're getting into the action once again. Thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we want the conclusion to this one. Will it be Monty, or will it be Zero Tenacity, or will extra rounds be required?
Well, we're about to find out. As Z10, once again, of course, send Nemanja outside by himself, trying to get some early chances, trying to put up the pressure onto Monty, and he's not wasting any time. Oh. Tugged up, and that was certainly heard by the player in garage. But with Monster, he was there with Nemanja just to keep him safe. Oh, I think they spotted the barrel of Gizmi's weapon. Yeah, Molly forces him out. Gizmi taken down by Joffo. It is interesting how they have Brud Monster down there with the op and Joffo up onto the silo with the AK. But hey, it works out. That's all that matters. A lot of players behind the smoke that Lean is going to have to deal with, and he finds the kill onto Brud Monster, knows where Simke is, will drop the molly. That's going to stop Juffle from pushing in. But Lean, I don't think he knows that AVN is right next to him. It's a wall in between the two. Ryu, taken down by Nemanja. 4v2 favoring Zero Tenacity. Lean, he's got a couple of players right next to him, and AVN will take him down. Finally, Haji deals with Nemanja, but he's in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, problem was Haji rotated down to the B bomb site without knowing that the bomb wasn't down there with him. They thought that maybe the bomb was already on its way to B, so Haji actually giving up that fight in towards lobby, leaving his teammate in a 1v2 situation now means that he has to do it all. 1 versus 3 and a crossfire already set up, a player in towards the heavens. I don't want to be blunt about this, but there's simply just no way into this round if you're Haji. And AVN will make sure of it. Doesn't even get a chance to fire a bullet. He's taken down in the back, and that reset potential that we were talking about before we went into that tactical pause is come in full effect. Zero Tenacity have tried and tried and tried to take down this Monty team. They didn't even take a map off them in the build up to this series. 0-6 versus this core now could beat them and get ahead of them into playoffs, and it is only a measly half by that they need to topple to do so.
Well, even though it could be their best chance here, Z10, usually those rounds are the ones that start to go wrong. Simk, an awkward duel, and he's gonna fall to Ryu, but AVN, you already got a kill there. Great nade. Drops Lean down to 59. AK retrieved, though. It's a weapon given away to Monty. Gives me once again outside. Waiting for any kind of action. It is Z10 and just taking their time, not being too aggressive about it. Waiting for Monty to make their play. As Pneumonia sneaked into secret. Gizmi should know about that. And look at the rotation. It's already 3 players down into B for Monty. But Z10 could easily walk into the A site on the call from Pneumonia if he starts to see a lot of enemies on this side of the map. But they're just hiding. They're kind of baiting him in. And I think Pneumonia, if he doesn't make any sound, that's going to be even better for his team. But the time is not helpful to Z10. They're going to have to get a move on, and that's going to give the sound cues away. Yeah, there we go. Lean. Kill onto Brood Monster. Pneumonia runs into the site. Didn't see the player right next to double doors, but that doesn't really matter. The bomb gets planted barely. And the double doors close in. Pneumonia taken down by Afro. Joffo taking a fight, and he's gonna fall as well, and it's all down to AVN 1v2. Both players behind that smoke. AVN turns around, gets the kill, but Gizmi gets the trade instead, and Monty will be getting 11. They will be surviving. Z10, kind of a sluggish round, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it's not really a reason with bomb planning to fight in a 1v2 when it is overall a 2v2 situation, and it's getting very close.
Tactical timeout from Zero Tenacity, knowing that that one was a big slip up. That was their chance, that was their opportunity, and they walk into a stack, and they even find the double kill. Like, they kill the first couple of players, they try and get the bomb down, they managed to do so, but they were very lucky to, because that third player on B should have got that kill through the smoke, and he honestly had a big chance at it. He had a big chance at it. He continues to go for the spam there 100%. Instead of like tapping, if he just holds down that spray, he just takes him off the bomb completely, and the round is done and dusted there and then. Still though, job's not done for Monty. That's a really good recovery in an important round, obviously, but they need to make sure that this one goes right. And the problem has been that Monty have not been consistent. Not whatsoever. They found it very tough to have repeated success in Zero Tenacity. I heard they playing a little bit of heads up Counter-Strike here. They were thinking about going maybe a little bit aggressive, and they still might. Zero Tenacity getting ready maybe to explode out towards A, but they're going to let Nemanja maybe try and work. Flash is going to be good, so Joffo will find that entry. Top hut will fall, and that A bomb site is under lock and key now for Zero Tenacity. How are you going to retake this in a 3v5, Monty?
What a shot. Pneumonia. That's just great. Taking down the Opper. It's down to Ryu and Gizmi. 2v5. It's an almost impossible situation. Z10, as long as he played safe, they're just gonna get away with it. Good flash. Oh, but Brood Monster is ready. Trading out Pneumonia. And Ryu, there's not enough time. Surely 1v3 right now, and Brood Monster will take him down. It's gonna be Zero Tenacity making it into the playoffs. 13-11 on the final map. The 2-1 score overall. I don't know how it happened, Surfer. They're not able to win that round where they have a big advantage in terms of weaponry, but they can win one when they're all equal, and to finish it off as a 13-11. I'll never understand that, but Z10, they'll be happy with it. 2-1. And they qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, man, look, it's just when you get down to the wire, those rounds can be difficult to try and hold on to. It's a really good series for Zero Tenacity, who finally get the better of their foes. Not many teams, I would say, in the Tier 2 circuit have had a clean, pristine record against Zero Tenacity, because they're just such an awkward team to play up against. And I mean, Monty are going to be really disappointed coming away from that series in terms of they had a lot of chances. I don't think they played their best game on Anubis, and especially their T side was extremely lackluster on that opening map. Mirage was a whole lot better, and I was very hopeful going into Nuke, but there was just a couple of instances that they relied on a lot of hero plays, a lot of saves from the likes of Afro, Gizmi as well, with a couple of big rounds, big clutches, big moments, and those are all well and good. Those will win you games on certain days, but you could see something about this Monty team was a little bit off today. They got punished. They're down in that 2-2, and now they're going to have to play another best of 3 to see if they're going to qualify into the playoffs. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately there's no rest for the wicked. We are going to have to move on. That is it from myself and Pop, as we are going to be handing it over, I believe, to Trav and Freddy, as they're going to be taking you through a couple more games. It's Favbet versus SASHI. It is coming up next, so make sure not to go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back to YaLLa Compass Contenders. We've got a couple more BO3s to bring you today, and unfortunately 2 teams, of course, to eliminate. We need to find 2 more teams to get through to that 2 and 2 bracket. I'm Trevor, of course, this time alongside me. I'm cheating on so many partners in this in this YaLLa Compass Contenders stage. I got Freddie alongside me this time, but I love them all just as much, obviously. Favbet and SASHI, first game of the day, well, second game of the day on the stream. First game.
This is a tale of a struggling SASHI and a Favbet that are struggling to prove themselves. I feel like we're in a very similar capacity with both these teams, where being eliminated here wouldn't be like a massive surprise for both of their recent form, but a playoff run would be insane for both of them. So I think trying to survive here for these teams is like a mandatory, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can have a look at the Favbet roster now coming in, and the thing is, Freddie, I had a chance to cover Favbet quite a lot recently, more than maybe I would have expected. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tension. I think, you know, Smash has actually got some X factor sometimes that can really break rounds, break into rounds for on that T side. He can really smash a site open, quite literally. But I'm afraid there is one particular game I covered the other day, Favbet versus Leo, and I absolutely tell you, in that Ukrainian derby, it was one of the worst games I've ever casted in my life, and I'm not even exaggerating. I've done a lot of Counter-Strike casting, you know, and like the mistakes being made in that series were unbelievable. We had moments of them like pushing onto the A site of Inferno with like 7 seconds left, not clearing out the bomb site correctly, and the bomb just getting killed and then just dying. Like, they would run every single round down to like 30 seconds, maybe even less than 20, and they got burnt by that about, you know, over half the time they did that. So I really want to see a bit more of a fresher look from Favbet today, especially against a team like SASHI, who can be a bit more explosive.
Yeah, I'm also taking a look at just the scores of that versus 3, and yes, that does look quite horrid.
I solo casted that as well.
Yes, God save you, my friend. I think with Favbet, the kind of theme I've had is when Marix joined them, it felt like this was going to be a Favbet roster that actually could be something, but that hasn't been the case. I mean, they did qualify for the playoffs of CCT Series 1, which I think is a really impressive result for a team like this. Like, any playoff qualification for this team, very impressive. And the fact that they also qualified through to this stage of YaLLa Compass going 3-1, I think it was. Yeah, like, look, that's a really impressive result. Those are great, but it feels like they're kind of stuck at this stage, right? And when I look at teams like SASHI, their opponents, to me, SASHI are just a level above, despite maybe SASHI not playing fantastically right now, and it feels like a lot of their best of 3s are they're struggling to find form. A big part of it could be the addition of this new guy, Becky.
Yeah, I mean, I know you've just mentioned to me before we went live that you're a big enjoyer of Becky, and you think that he's got something about him when it comes to a future talent in Denmark. Of course, came from the Prezi roster, now on the SASHI team. I think it's a good pickup. I think they needed a bit more young blood in the roster for me. You know, Zyphon at one point, I think he was the main carry of a lot of these sort of rosters at this level, even when he was on that TSM team, which was let's put it simply, pretty dysfunctional. He was the main man.
him.
He was absolutely farming, and yeah, it can't all be Xiphon. He needs some support, and Cabby can be that guy sometimes as well. Lucky on the AWP has been pretty reliable at this level of Counter-Strike, so I'm hopeful for them. But at the moment, I think SASHI just fall into that bracket of a team in Tier 2 that can have good results, but just can't find that consistency to be at the tip top of Tier 2.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it, right? Unfortunately as well, they weren't even able to be the best in Denmark. Like, they lost to Tricked at the Gamebox Festival, which is fair enough. Tricked would probably be their kind of opponent, right, in this, in Denmark. But I think for SASHI, 100%, everything you said correct. And I think what I'm looking at is it's a little bit disappointing to see a team who last year were really making strides in kind of climbing into that top 30 and climbing into the contention of a top tier 2 team, and currently that is not the SASHI that we're watching. But I think investing in younger talent is definitely how they arrive back at that stage, is spotting a player like Becky, who's, look, his stats don't look great, but trust me, he is really individually talented, and he got it was very clear that Preezy project got thrust into a position where they weren't ready to compete at that level, and it was because of org value. They got promoted from Preezy Rising to the main Preezy roster because of it was when last year, you remember, if Preezy, they got dropped because of no money, and then the academy team became Preezy, and then they just got invited to every tournament because of that. They didn't do very well, but I think it was a great experience for them. And coming into this year, especially next season with Becky on SASHI, I'm expecting something. But Vito, any surprises? I'm not. This seems pretty standard, right?
Yeah, I mean, SASHI, historically, every single edition of the roster they've played, they've actually liked Nuke, right? I mean, it's classic for a Danish team, sure.
Yes.
But it's mostly classic for an Iceberg team, right? I mean, back on the old versions of this particular roster, like Espionage and Tricked and all these random teams that he's been on. He's always liked to be a team that picks into Nuke, so that's expected. Thing is, the Favbet are okay on the map, but you have to read into it a little bit deeper on that one. And 3 of their 5 or 6 wins on it recently are against RUSHB. So, and I've seen some pretty bad performances from RUSHB on Nuke. So it's not too special. Favbet's recent form on Nuke is a bit deceiving if you just look at the percentages. As I say, you have to dig a bit deeper, and I think SASHI have done that. I think that's a good pick for them. Anubis is one that Favbet go into all the time, but SASHI also have just as many reps on. So if I was to pick a winner here today, I would actually take a SASHI 2-1, and it could be a 2-0, but I would not be surprised in the slightest if we go toward that Decider Inferno, because I just think these series, in particular sort of matchups in Tier 2, even though this is one we actually haven't seen yet, somehow these two teams haven't played against each other in Tier 2 yet, which is a rarity in the VRS system. I still think that so many of these games do go to a third map decider just because of the similar level these teams are at.
Yeah, like, if you look at this, I remember SASHI being good at Anubis way back when. It was one of the maps they were utilizing in qualifying alongside Nuke to some of these bigger Tier 1 events. But it feels like their form has kind of dropped off on that recently. Even in series they've won against Fireflux, for instance, they were forced to go to a third map, Inferno, Train. They were picking that up, but getting decimated on Anubis. So there's definitely a lot of signs pointing towards this going to a map 3. But look at this. The Danes, they are hot off the mark. In the pistol round, they are straight into ramp, but they're not going down. They're slowing down the pace, and they're waiting. Because of that, Iceberg takes Marix off outside, is able to capitalize on an overextension, and that's exactly what SASHI wanted, to slow down the pace and have someone just walk into their crosshairs.
Problem is, there is Bondic toward Heaven, and if they want to go that way, they're going to have to get past him. He's been out of the game for a little bit over the last couple of days. I think he's had some illnesses, so Crush has had to step in there, analyst come coach.
Yeah.
Also a former player as well is Crush.
Didn't he play in a major?
I don't think so, but I'll have to double check that. But yeah, having 2 players, Crush and Smash, on the same team is pretty crazy. But which team did he play on for the major?
The Vega Squadron. The if I will eat a boot if Vega Squadron No, that was... Yeah, he was part of the Vega Squadron where it was like the Mac 10s, right? You know, when they used to run overpass. Yeah,
I'll double
that
check
Vega
later.
Squadron.
Yeah, I mean, I for some reason that I associate that with like HT and Kashanda and all those sort of players. So I'll have to... For some reason, I didn't remember Crash on that team. Maybe I've misjudged that in my memory bank. Bomb plant denied here for Favbet. It's a great hold from Smash toward the back of the B site silo. He, as I say, he can be a pretty... How can I describe it? Volatile player. Every time I seem to cast him, he either goes 2 and 9 or 9 and 2. I think he's got a great first bullet accuracy, but he's starting to now find more consistency. So keep an eye out for that today. I think he might have a good game.
Honestly, what I'm really intrigued with is what Becky's role is going to be like on SASHI, because obviously when he was playing on a Prezi, he probably had a little bit more space to do what he wanted. So now being upgraded, has he fitted into the roles that he likes? Like, he was more of a pack player, not necessarily first in, but very good at trading on those entry frags and taking that space. Is he going to be able to have that same prowess? He's a player that I'm definitely interested in, because it's the inconsistency that I think gets me. Of like, I saw Prezi quite a lot when he was on it, on the like academy roster, not the one where it was a Cillian when he came up. And I think, yeah, you could really see, you could see that the potential was there, but it was just unlocking it in a consistent manner.
Yeah, and that's what I guess is the issue for so many players right at this level of Counter-Strike. I mean, it's kind of feels like it's impossible really to get that level sometimes when you're having to play so many officials in tier 2. Some games you lose with unexplainable reasons, and yeah. Looks like they're on boot camp though, as you can see. Becky there looking over at his teammates. Cool. I think we saw Iceberg's cam as well. Keep an eye on that as we go through, as we cycle through over the game. I'm pretty sure at least 4 of them are on boot camp.
Yeah,
There's
that's definitely boot camp. Yeah.
So yeah, it's
the
good
Danes
to see.
love a good boot camp, don't they? It feels like every team has their own facility.
Yeah, the thing is though, like, while you always will say like boot camps should improve results and should improve like camaraderie and all that, right? I've seen Amcal play with their core 3, core 4 on boot camp recently, and they have not improved whatsoever. So it's sometimes it can be a bit 50-50.
I mean, that roster's weird. Like, I don't know what's happening with like Art Frost, Tommy. Like, I don't
get what's going on there. Yeah.
But this is a pretty big round because it's been a fav bet so far on the City side, obviously winning pistol. And they've actually got the read on SASHI going down towards the B bomb side. Marix and Jackie in combination. That's the first to fall. There's a lot on the other side. And that MP9 with the nade does perfect work. Zyphon, a snappy one tap onto Jackie. I was going to say, does that actually make a difference in this round? No, because Becky gets caught off lurking on the A bomb site. He was trying to see if he can rechange the fortune of SASHI, but ultimately, because he dies, that's going to be round over. And yeah, wow, SASHI get read into like a book and then just get owned.
Yeah, it was a perfect setup there from Favbet. If they're going to have more reads like that, then I think they'll give SASHI a good game today. That was, yeah, I think having an MP9 close on the right corner there with the M4 playing the stairs is actually a bit more of an unusual setup, but worked really nicely for them. And SASHI still decided to commit after they'd seen what was going on there and seen that setup, even after they'd lost the one player. So, yeah, so listen, let's just try and headshot them. And only Zyphon could. So, never was going to go too well, I don't believe, against that. Actually looks like they're going for a bit of a closer mini push here. There is a credit player that should be able to get some damage done, especially considering Marix and Jackie are pinning together here to keep them at bay. And look at that. All 5 alive again. So far, this is incredibly clean from the CT side.
This is quite impressive. I mean, that first gun round was just... It's hard to take too much away from that because it was just SASHI got owned. So I hope that doesn't foreshadow the future. So they've done outside smokes and they got read into. They're doing another set of outside smokes. But this time, taking things a little bit slower. And, oh, okay. Smash tried to get flashed into ramp. He gets shot as he comes through the smoke. But there is that was like a mini lobby crunch. Because Tension mollowed ramp entrance. And it forced Cabby into his crosshairs. So, a very unorthodox 1-for-1 trade early on in lobby. And SASHI will ultimately get a player down secret, but they've definitely been loud about it. Iceberg making his presence known. He's ringing off good damage onto Jackie, Zyphon onto Marix, and Marix is actually in a very awkward position, and it's forced Bondic to come away from ramp and Heaven to try and support his teammate because he is stuck at the back of garage right now.
To keep Jackie at bay towards single. 55 seconds now for SASHI. Again, damage has been done to the likes of Jackie and Marix, but they're going to need to hurry up a little bit. And again, they could be going into a pretty decent hold. If Jackie gets one more on 22 HP, that is all good. But Iceberg's position should catch one, and it will catch one. That is very handy. Now, Jackie can't really do anything. You can maybe just try and find one cheeky kill, and they are aware of that possibility. There's a door open, there's Zyphon holding it, there's the bomb plant. Zyphon making sure he keeps an eye on that while that plant was coming through. And Tension and Marix are a little bit disconnected from the action. Expecting this to be SASHI's first round on the board, but I'll give it a look. I've got plenty of money to work with here, and Tension's caught Iceberg looking the wrong way. They now know that Becky's stuck toward that dark position as well, but if Marix just drops in, he's not going to be able to clear him, so he's going to try and avoid him and go for Zyphon instead. And that does not work. Tension has not been seen by Lucky. He's very fortunate to be able to creep away here. But it will be SASHI's first round.
Yeah, a very uncomfortable round, I think it must be said. And it feels like a lot of that round was pinned on Iceberg getting that kill on Bondic. I think Bondic actually did really... So, yeah, actually, I want to see what happened here. Oh, that's really unlucky. Oh, that's actually really unlucky. That was a super nice set play in lobby. Especially with the hut peeking out. Okay, no, sorry. That set play is actually really nice. That's really unfortunate that he dies there being pushed through. But, yeah, Favbet do nice with the rotations to get Jackie down early, to get Bondic not holding outside like he was, not trying to protect Marix, but instead committing towards ramp and committing down towards B. But Bondic just walks in like no one's there already. I don't know, he just seems to kind of not know or be aware or care about Iceberg down. It was good movements, but I think SASHI, they were just able to isolate the 1v1s, and ultimately it's a pretty decent first round on the board for them. A little bit messy, and I think that could be the virtue of why they've taken a tactical pause immediately after that win to talk things over, which is not necessarily something you see from a team that has just won a round.
Smoke. Keeping the ramp push at bay. And Iceberg is making use of a gap between these smokes outside. Push into ramp will be coming through though, and Smash, I said keep an eye out for him today, and he's looking on pretty good form lately. Always seems to show up with these multis, and he stopped SASHI before they can even get going in this one.
That is a fantastic round from Smash. And he's also just tucked himself in a really nice position down B, so he's not going to allow Iceberg to come here. What do SASHI do? Because you've got Becky over on ramp with the bomb. Iceberg's in and around vent, and it's going to have to be a play towards B. They know Smash is down here. Smash does also have a big lack of reinforcements. His teammates are spread thin around the map and not even really remotely close. So Smash can get isolated here, and Becky's doing very well at clearing a lot of these angles, narrowing it down. They're going to have to know Smash is somewhere behind this site. It's all down to Becky's duel, and instant headshot. There goes the beast of the round. And now, look at the rotations. Favbet are taking quite a while to come through. Jecky's going down vent. Oh, Iceberg, he holds the trigger. He does well. But it's only damage. But regardless, you know, what can Jecky do? He can't go back ramp. There's no time. So he has to commit to it. He falls. Marix is making so much noise. Becky hasn't moved since planting the bomb. And he's played that perfectly. The youngster, he mimics Smash's 3K. But this time, it's not to deny a push. It's to win the round.
Yeah, what a recovery. I mean, if you would think the round would be pretty much done after Smash does this in toward ramp. But the first spray got one and the dink on the player behind. And Becky shows up. Iceberg getting that kill toward Bondic was also pretty underrated as well. Great clear toward the back of the site. As you say, when you hold off that vent rotation, it's pretty much impossible for a CT to ever win that duel. It's like, what, maybe 49 times out of 50 you would get that kill as a T side. So it's impossible for the CT on that rotation with that hold. And SASHI get a really important second. And now they put pressure on that Favbet money.
This is really big for SASHI that they've been able to condition down towards this B bomb side. That's been very bad rotations 2 rounds in a row for Favbet down towards B. So Iceberg, once again, he's doing... This presence is massive. And because of those last 2 rounds, it's forced someone like Smash to commit a little bit further and open up gaps elsewhere on the upper bomb site. This might not necessarily be the time for SASHI to go towards A, but if they continue how they're playing, they're going to be conditioning down towards this B bomb site supremely, and it's going to open up gaps elsewhere. And that gap is going to be outside, as they've taken garage control for free. Marix is behind Unbreakable, and these smokes currently simply ineffective, and it's also drawn Jecky over towards Heaven. So ramp is completely open for the taking if Becky chooses to continue forward. But, ooh, that's fallen apart. Not cleared Marix whatsoever towards Unbreakable. So he's been able to get a kill, and he's just going to survive here. And nade is really good. That is great damage. But because Jecky's in Heaven, they're not going to be able to do anything. Becky does actually get a nade kill somewhere. Where did... What? Where,
well,
where did Tension just die?
It keeps him in conversation of the round. Bondic stuck CT vent, but he's got the Jecky position from Heaven to peek with him, and they're just going to win their duel straight up. Bondic now, of course, is known, however, and Lucky...
My God.
Has... 1G'd? Died to his own nade?
He mollowed single from main.
Oh, dear.
And then I assume ran into it? So that's the mollo.
Oh, he has as well. Oh my God.
No.
Because obviously we were watching Bondic throw his HE, and I saw the kill. I was like, surely that didn't reach Lucky from there. Then you look at the kill feed, and you're like, oh, he's 1G'd. That is awkward. But Favbet do well to hold on to the round, right? I mean, that was actually a good hold. Lucky wouldn't have won it in that scenario anyway. The clock was pretty low.
Bit of a messy round from SASHI, though. I can see the vision, but the execution was very poor there. And once again, they throw the outside smokes. Again, it forces a rotation down. But there's still 3 players on this A bomb site. There's going to be a full execute. Mollos are good. Lands on 2 of the 3. Forces them out in the open. But the opening kills in favor of Favbet. Bondic sitting in this door smoke. Will they know he's here? Because everyone else around him's falling, and Zyphon, very acutely aware, a very, very good and clean A execute. Utility is just piercing, and now it's Marix left alone in this 1 versus 3. He went down towards that B bomb site at the beginning of the round and has to try and figure out where these players are, because everyone's cut noise. There is a player second vent, and he won't even be needed because Lucky on 12 HP hits the instant headshot.
Gap 2 once again. And that, as I said, the Favbet economy is starting to get more and more questionable. So we've reached the stage where they might have to go for either a force or an eco. And it actually looks like we're going for a force. Surprisingly. Bondic is a bit of a CZ specialist at the moment. I've seen him do crazy things with that pistol, even though the 5.7 is obviously a hell of a lot better. So we're going for that. We're going for a FAMAS. We're going for a scout. Let's see.
This has been a real turnaround of a half, and I'm honestly sitting here. It's again, I can see the vision of what they're trying to do, but the execution seems not exactly there right now. And I haven't seen both Favbet and SASHI in a while, and I think that's why SASHI are maybe not doing too well, is that they're just missing out on the final piece of the puzzle. It's also interesting to see the difference in how Becky's playing Nuke T-side, because again, as I was saying, Equip, I think, was the lurk on Preezy, and Becky was more of a pack player, but in this SASHI roster, Becky seems to be the player that's more towards lobby, and is more of the lurker, so it's a big change of role for him coming into this SASHI roster. But this is another play down towards the B bomb side. This heavily defended, and it's going to be even further defended as Bondic has just cleared out the whole of lobby. Becky, as the lurk, is outside. He's holding rotation, so he's given a lot of room for this Favbet roster to work. And even though Favbet did have a lot of players in the right position, this is just all falling apart. The Force Buy, they were playing towards ramp, and they've just been blocked out by utility. The openers come in. That's round over.
And that's frustrating, right? Because you have this Force Buy, you want to try and, you know, use it to the best of your ability, but now we're in a situation where this is the only thing you can do. You found the AK, sure, thanks to Jeki, but it's just use this Force in the next round again, because it's your only option. It's actually doing well to get some T rounds on the board here. And I've always quite liked SASHI's style on Nuke, as I mentioned in the pre-game. Iceberg has picked into this map quite a lot over the course of his career. That is annoying for Jeki, though. That AK that was the most precious of all the saves in this round has been taken down by the MAC-10. And it's a free upgrade for SASHI off that MAC-10. So, best case scenario for SASHI and worst case scenario for Favbet. They've got this saved Force Buy, which is not much of a saved force anymore.
Yeah, this is a tough pill for Favbet to swallow, because they had the hold early on in Nuke, but it's kind of fallen apart now. And those first 4 rounds that looked really clean, now it's about to be a 5-5 T side for SASHI, so on their map pick. It's starting to look pretty good. It's another change of pace for SASHI. Instead of maybe taking space fast outside like they have been doing, a lobby stack and then lay outside smokes, not leaving anything to chance. You can even see the difference is double nading secret, because Favbet have been pretty active with rotating players down towards that B-bomb site early. But ultimately, it's going to be a Favbet 4-man stack ramp. And this round is no way winnable unless SASHI go ramp and this hold goes crazy. But I have doubts that even if SASHI go ramp, Favbet will still be able to win a round, you know?
I've seen in a couple of the games I covered yesterday, I think it was Astrum's match, the CT side full E-code, but for maybe 157, I think it was USPs on the, around that 157 on the second round of a half. And in both occasions, in both halves, the full eco was the team that won, which is a very rare occurrence, obviously.
I have seen an abhorrent amount of like eco wins recently. It could be the virtue of watching a lot of Counter-Strike, but it does feel like it happens maybe a little bit too often.
Well, Favbet can get their proper buyout now, of course. Unfortunately, Still tension on the scout, but it's what can you really do? I'll actually give him money for something else in the next round, which of course will be the final round of the half. So that's something. SASHI have a chance to win the half here.
Big change around after losing the pistol in the opening few rounds. 2 players down Vent and B for Favbet. It's been a big issue for them, is just this lower sights. And this is exactly what SASHI want, right? They want to be early game, making it so uncomfortable for Favbet, they have to go down B. And I was thinking, why can I only see 3 people on the minimap? That's why. Lucky was holding the boost for Heaven with the AWP. And unfortunately, I think he actually would have got a kill on Bondic, who just went up the ladder. But that was a cool gimmick. That's not something you see every day.
Later smokes coming in outside with around 45 seconds to go. And once again, Iceberg is looking for gaps around these. He just right-clicks a closer one, and then tries to move through it into Garage. Very popular play, obviously, but I'm not sure that Favbet will necessarily be aware of it on a timing like this, especially with utility being thrown in toward ramp at this late stage of the round. Bondic going to maneuver back around Hut, falling back to an off angle, and now the time really is going to be an issue. That little right-click flash could have held them back for a couple of seconds, and now the time is a big problem. Max will get one good tread from Zyphon, but they need these kills, and Jekki standing tall. They might get a couple of kills back, but surely there'll be one more kill from Jekki, and there will be. It's all down to Lucky. Can't hit the flick toward top hut. He's going to get pinched from 2 angles. And SASHI guilty, maybe a little bit of a disconnected push there, and too late in the round.
It's another round where I can really see the vision, and it does work really well. It's just what you were saying with the time was running down too low, and that whole round was orchestrated around Iceberg. It's him getting to garage, it's him being given the space outside, and it's not by chance that he was given all that space. It was the pressure put towards ramp that forced Bondic to move away from Heaven. It was the pressure put towards A that, again, forced him to move away from looking outside. But then Iceberg gets there just a little bit too late. So when SASHI cut noise, wait for him to start for him to start playing, Favbet are very ready. And I think it was actually Marix that ultimately got the kill on him in Heaven. And that was where just the round unravels. Whoever gets that kill in Heaven wins out the round. And it happened to be Favbet. So SASHI, they did everything right, but it just fell apart at the very, very end of the round. And it's going to be Lucky going for this boost once again towards Heaven. He didn't get anything last round.
No.
It doesn't seem like he's going to get anything this round.
It's actually one that I've seen SASHI put into practice relatively often, right?
Goes Heaven again? Sorry, that's twice in a row where as soon as they've got off, someone's gone Heaven. That's actually so unlucky. Sorry, that's so unlucky.
The thing is, though, obviously, Lucky's fallen off of that, and Bondic's heard him fall off of that.
Yeah.
Because he's playing top hut. So, who knows? Maybe that's the information being relayed over. I'm sure Favbet will know that's something they've tried to put into practice a couple of times. 35 seconds in this one, though. Bondic, again, playing close up. Cabby swings this a bit wider. Oh, awkward timing for Bondic. Has to go for a deagle for a split second. Caught in between a quick switch, then decides to commit to the fight. And that was very messy for Bondic. Cabby's going to take advantage of that and remove Jekki. And there was a 3-man, very quick rotate toward Heaven. They're going to be mollied out, though, and that will force them into the open. Tension may have got one. Marix may have got one. But the trades are still in SASHI's favour. Bomb Plonk can go down. Tension will go for a clutch. But Iceberg is ready. And SASHI will manage to glean a tie on the half.
What entries from Cabby, right? That he's doubled his kills in that round. He was on 2 kills coming into the final round of the half. Oh, bye Iceberg. I think Hunden's just smacked his camera away. We get we get a Hunden cam now. But yeah, that was great from Cabby, who's had a pretty slow game, all things considered, and those are really quintessential entries, and that's the reason why SASHI were able to break through. That was a very awkward half from both sides. Very close game, and very awkward, all things considered. But SASHI coming away with 6 on their T side, that's a win for them. Ultimately, that's success. And what a read from Zyphon. He smoked door, and it looked like Favbet were wanting to maybe commit outdoor, but then instantly stopped. We can't... I guess we'll never really know. But on this pistol round, this would be massive for SASHI to continue their dominance, and the moves being made right now are perfect. Tension killed by Lucky, who was moving outside. That's not only an opening kill, but it's the Molotov being dropped on T-Roof. No utility for Favbet for this A execute. They're forced into a play towards ramp, where Becky's creating distance, Cabby's picked up one, and he's also been dropped down to this B bomb site, where he's not just got one, but 2 layers of defense around him, but it's all fallen a little bit apart. Lucky, these moves he's been making has been fantastic, but both him and Cabby don't get anything. So all of a sudden, this round is swung in favor of Favbet, accentuated even further by the fact that the rotations and the cavalry are being smited down, and it's all down to the 19-year-old Becky being spotted by Smash towards double doors. This is going to be a near impossible retake. No kit is a disposal. Has to hit the instant one taps, but instead it's Smash to annihilate him. And that's Favbet with both pistols being picked up on SASHI's map pick.
And another big multi-kill from Smash. Quad kill for him. I kept saying, like, you know, he can have his rounds. He really can just pop off randomly, it feels like sometimes. And, well, it's not getting as random anymore. It's going a bit more consistent. And I bet we'll grab that important round. Great move from Lucky early round, as you say. I mean, it's one thing you don't expect at all, especially if you're tension, just setting up utility. You're like, oh, he's pushed me outside then. Okay, that doesn't happen too often. I'm just minding my own business here, Lucky. Why would you do that to me? But it's when Lucky engages that space, he's not going to say no to it. Full eco for SASHI, though, in this round. This is one of the rounds I mentioned to you the other day that I did see come out as a success, and bit shocking, but Favbet are doing this one correctly, already moving as a group, avoiding a stack over toward A, and they should be fine to get a 2-round lead.
Shouldn't be a hard one. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. No! Lucky!
That's incredible.
That's fantastic. I almost wanted him to get both knife kills, but that's amazing. That's the AWP in the next round for Lucky. Any more damage? Oh. Wait, headphones. Smash. Headphone user.
Interesting.
Okay.
He did make noise on the drop, without shadow of a doubt.
Couldn't have been louder. Tension's behind him. Lucky's not going to expect that. He's very fixated on the bomb, so Tension should have this kill. Wait, can Tension knife him, please? Oh my God. Aww, okay. That would have been amazing if he got knifed. But regardless, that's 3 kills for Lucky and a full eco and a knife kill. Therefore, the AWP is out, and it's great damage. That's fantastic.
Yeah, you take that every day of the week. I completely understand why Lucky went for the knife as well, right? Like, it just makes total sense.
It's amazing.
I'm not sure what happened to Smash there, but still.
Headphone battery.
I was slightly concerned about Tension coming up on the flank, because he was only 36 health. Luckily, he's got high accuracy with that SMG on the ladder. Probably one of the 2 guns in the game that are actually somewhat accurate on ladders. The MAC-10 and the MP9. So he just takes the kill while holding on to those ladders, to those rungs. But, yeah, not the ideal anti-eco for Favbet, but they won the round. Now, Lucky, what can he do with that reward that he's managed to glean? That AWP that he so desperately wants every single round, I'm sure.
Oh, there's a lot of pressure towards ramp. Lucky is here with the AWP. Lucky is connecting, and so is Cabby. Another tag, this time not fatal. Molotov is going to make Lucky's life very uncomfortable. And, ooh. I feel like Lucky just kind of got left to die there a little bit, didn't he? Even though Becky was in heaven and Cabby was on ramp. It did leave him, and I think this round could have already been ended. But instead, Favbet have the opportunity to bring themselves back into it. Iceberg's made a hole in double doors, which is a little bit... It's a nice gimmick, but he's actually walked away. And he's going up the ladder. Cabby's going to get a kill for free. Iceberg needs to get his way back down now. But he's not. So this is a massive opening for Favbet. The bomb's gone down. There's a 2 versus 3 post plant. They are quick towards ramp. But this is a very winnable round for Favbet.
I've been also using that nade to half break up on the smoke. I was going to say, it didn't look like it was going to work out for much, but it actually sets up Iceberg for that kill on Bondic. And unfortunately, that was the high health player. So Marek's 34. He's got an HE of his own, but neither one of these two players are low enough for that HE to be truly impactful. It could break open the smoke. And here's a 10-second defuse, by the way. Siphon's going to try and body block, but he's going to go down. Glock's going to come out. Time's getting close. Knife is out, but it's just no time for it. And Becky will find the kill at the last. Hugely important round for SASHI. They only win it with one player alive.
Not massively pleased about how that's gone for SASHI, because that definitely could have been a 4-player staying alive round where it ends on ramp, but they just give Favbet so much space, and they overthink themselves massively on those rotations, with like Iceberg leaving the B bomb site, for instance, and Lucky just being isolated on ramp even though he has 2 players around him. Not a great outcome from SASHI, all things considered, and the AWP won't be retrieved either. And for Favbet, the bomb down does mean they're going to be able to just about get a purchase up, despite only keeping 2 players alive in the previous. But it is going to be sprinkled Tech 9s in and a Galil that does undermine this purchase. However, ramp already taken. Cabby instantly evacuates. Iceberg's coming to help him. And these Tech 9s at range, not going to be too fortuitous, as Cabby's holding down supremely. Iceberg as well on the rotation. Again, not really helping. Pulls the plug very early on. And I'm just sitting here wondering, again, like, if Iceberg had helped, probably would have been another kill and a shutdown of a round. But instead, a post-plant situation is a very viable option now for Favbet.
Lucky's going to remove tension, though. A bit of lack of awareness of perhaps that position, and Iceberg's going to run them down with the MP9. The fact that there were more players where that came from as well to distract made it a lot easier for Iceberg. Good map from him so far, and this one's going to be a lot more comfortable. Sure, they give up a plant again, but it's 3 players alive. Good catch from Lucky, and Iceberg being a nuisance around that smoke was very impactful.
That round ultimately is Cabby, and these have been a very common theme in the last 4 rounds or so, that Cabby's been massively stepping up. He had 2 kills going into round 12. Now he's sitting, not comfortably, but he's sitting at 9 kills, and they've all been very high impact frags. So it's good to see him elevating his performance, and I think that is going to be a difference maker, and it already has been for SASHI, as Favbet have been somewhat targeting him, but he's kept on surviving and thriving. So as we go into round 17, despite a bomb going down, Favbet not going to be purchasing up, and it's just going to be the Deagle. So SASHI looking to take the lead for, well, the first time on Nuke, on their map pick.
Favbet using a little bit of something with this smoke call outside, but we know what's going to be going on here. Will be a SASHI round. Siphon actually almost out of bullets, so needs to make sure he gets a fresh reload in there. Not to get run down. Thankfully he's not in a position though. That will be a risk. Cabby's in the right spot to stop him from pushing down Secret. I do feel like at this point SASHI might start streaking clear a little bit, because Favbet, T-side of Nuke, that is where I've seen a few more of their frailties.
And a clean round is quintessential for this SASHI side. Favbet were unable to keep it clean in their anti-eco in this second half, and you can see the repercussions of that. But keeping 3 alive and then 5 alive for SASHI, very important. And Iceberg getting very animated in the camera, sorting out how they want to play this upcoming gun round. This could be a round that basically closes out the map.
Going for a bit more of an aggressive peek in toward Hut. In a position that he's maybe not necessarily as accustomed to in terms of his fragging in this map. 19 and 13 is a really good game, but Unfortunately, he's the real main man that has been putting in the work for FavBet. It's been a close game overall, so frags don't necessarily mean a whole lot, but it's something to keep an eye on. Iceberg will shift himself back off those boxes next to Hut. Get down there silently if you use your crouch button to the right effect. And they're just waiting around at the moment in Hut. Attention, getting boosted up to have a look toward the back box at ramp and toward that ramp position itself. Slowly trying just to find any picks at all, but SASHI giving them nothing.
This is going to be a big issue for FavBet because they've burnt the majority of their utility and now they just have to go for this last-ditch play towards ramp. Only one flashbang at their disposal and they're walking into Zyphon's crosshair. We were talking about this guy's individualism and he thrives. Cabby, another high-impact, not quite multi-frag as Tension does survive on 10 HP, but again, really important kills, working off his teammate success and it baits in Iceberg. Oh my god, Bondic, revolting on the turnaround, and now this round thrown into disarray for SASHI after a really good hold. It's all slightly fallen apart. Becky from ramp. Lucky coming double doors. York's holding for him. Okay,
Goodness
Bondic.
me.
Good God. Bondic. That is not the level that we'd anticipate out from him. But he's solo, single-handedly won out this round. The AWP will put the nail in the coffin. And that was a 10 HP Cabby was unable to finish off. But that round is all Bondic. And I don't even know if SASHI played that wrong. Bondic just, wow, okay, rolled back the years.
Thing is, like, I've been saying that quite a lot about Bondic on this FavBet roster. Listen, I've been quite critical about them in general. I think they do look incredibly messy sometimes. But Bondic there, great clear on Iceberg. Iceberg should have definitely got that kill. That probably would have changed the face of the round. But Bondic is just surprisingly able to hold at this level in Tier 2. Like, trust me, I've watched quite a bit of their games lately, and it's just as surprising to me as maybe it is to even him or maybe even others. He's not that bad. Like, just because he's been around forever, just because he's, like, not really relevant in Tier 1 anymore when he used to be, he's all right. Like, he really does hold his own more often than not.
I mean, that round is more than holding his own. That round is him winning it outright for them. And that really shifts up how we perceive Nuke now. As that felt like it was 8-10 nailed in, and FavBet's fate nailed in subsequently. That was also a round done, by the way, with a flashbang and a single mollo. I had no util at the 30-second mark, so it was just pure brawn. However, it's another round where they've been on the receiving end of an opening kill. And lucky, that AWP, it's also a very important frag. It's onto Marix, the outside lurk, who was trying to get his way down into secret. So, SASHI, not obviously sure that no one else is down B, but for FavBet, that's a big lack of map control that now has been lost for them.
Yeah.
And how do they try and revive this round? Apparently not very well, because they are just walking one by one into the crosshairs of the Danes, and Bondic contention at 20 seconds, they might have to call a save. This is a very similar round to the last, where it just falls apart for FavBet, and there's not the heroics to lift them out from the grave.
Yeah, it's just, in the end, they kind of resign themselves, not just to the save, but also to try and make these random individual plays at the end there, right? When it was 4v5, we're dropping into mini, we're pushing ramp alone. It was relying on random hard entries, which I just don't think you can rely on. It's actually in the right place at the right time. Dealt with it well.
This is a rough purchase of FavBet, 'cause it's the saved AK, saved AWP, and then just Glocks and Deagles. Gonna have to really rely on someone getting not only just an opening frag, but a double entry somewhere, perhaps on the AK or the AWP. I do like how FavBet are playing this, just all together. but they've been very clear that they are going down secret. Surprised no one's actually rotated down. I feel like they will now because, yeah, so Lucky moves over towards ramp, drops a smoke, allows Cabby to rotate down B. In the meantime, SASHI are taking lobby, so they are making the right moves, and especially because Favbet are trying to take their time, trying to see if they can gauge an opening kill. It's allowing for these plays from SASHI to formulate. And this pace is just working into the hands of the Danes, as Bondic actually needs to get down secret with this AK. And he's been spotted. So that's real confirmation, if they didn't already have it, that it's going to be a B play. And this should be easy pickings for the likes of Iceberg. AK has come into the fray now. Bondic. Ooh, okay. Bondic and Tension getting some kills. But as I mentioned, SASHI were just so in the known of what was happening that even if these kills do come in, it needs to be like a double entry from a Bondic or a Tension. And with them only getting one apiece and then a second now, that was almost quite nice. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference in the round, but it would have been a nice kill. But yeah, that's Favbet maybe just taking a little bit too long, but you can understand why. Like, everything they did makes sense. It's just really good reactions from SASHI.
Yeah, Tension actually almost getting that kill towards single as well, but I guess they probably wouldn't have changed a whole lot. SASHI, good read, good positioning. They did maybe play it a little bit aggressively. We saw Cabby there on top of the B site silo. One of the most powerful positions if you're holding towards single or double is you see feet first and the T side just can't face you. But if you get cleared from control room, as he so did, then it's a bit more of an issue. Thankfully, it didn't cost SASHI at all. Favbet now have a buy available. Bondic on a Mac 10. Wondering if we're going to go for something a bit pacier in this particular round. They are 2 behind and SASHI are 2 away, so they need to wake up here, otherwise this nuke will be going the way of SASHI. It is their pick, obviously, but you know, it's going into Anubis next. It's not like it's an absolute lock for Favbet. It's one that SASHI play a lot as well.
Okay, so Favbet, they did fight their way into this T side, but it's, I think, been a little bit in vain. All 5 players in lobby for Favbet early. No outside smoke, they're just going A. They're popping.
Yeah.
Bondic, Molo onto Iceberg. He gets the reload off, but how does he survive? Well, with the support of his teammates. A fantastic hold from Becky. He has kept one of his spots from Preezy, and that's the A anchor. And you can see why. He's had a pretty slow game, but he does come up on top when it matters the most.
Great hold from Becky. Here it is from his POV.
It's
Already
fantastic.
used... Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, already used, I think, from what I could see there, 13 of his 20 bullets on the first player. So to get 2 more, sure, with a bit of help from damage from Iceberg, is a really good hold. Favbet do try and change it up, and that pacey play falls flat on its face. It was a proper execute, to be fair to them, just with a little bit more impetus to it, and I'm afraid it doesn't work whatsoever. SASHI 12-9. They have the significant money and buy advantage coming in here. Favbet are left with 2 Galils, Deagle, Tech9 and Mac 10 to try and start a comeback of 3 in a row to OT.
Yeah, I think the big issue there was just the fact that Becky wasn't blind straight away. So maybe a little bit of uncoordination on the flashes being used by Favbet and when the first player is coming out. Because Becky was blind, just too late. But I think, as you mentioned, this round is going to be pretty difficult. And it's a fair play. It's actually getting aggressive outside in this round. They're not going to spot Marex. 2 players outside rendered ineffective by this one smoke, but as soon as it fades, all hell will be let loose on Marex, and he's only actually spotted 1. That's really bad. So they don't know Becky's not on A, but they might still go, and Becky needs to get a move on and actually come back to this bomb site, because Iceberg's all by himself, and he does drop a smoke towards door, and that's the difference maker, because I think Favbet were wanting to go, but Lucky drops a Molo hut, Iceberg drops a smoke door, and that stops the aggression. And in the meantime, Siphon's on T roof. It's maybe not the best position for him to be in because they're going ramp. If he'd gone lobby, he might have been a little bit more effective, but he's not needed. Cabby, another multi-kill. Lucky, another multi-kill towards ramp. He ends the game 21-11, really shining above the rest as SASHI went out their map pick.
Comfortable, really, in the end, right? I mean, it was a close game overall for a little while, and at the end, especially on CT, as I so suspected would be the case, Favbet just struggled a little bit on their T side, and that's just an unfortunate pattern I've seen from them lately. You look at their recent results, like I mentioned before the game got underway, right? We have good wins about a month or so ago, but 3 of them, of their recent, 6, have come against RUSHB. It's only one team they've found success against, really. That you can write home about. So that is the issue. Nuke is not really the best home for them. It's one they can play, but they need things to kind of go their way. And when you only really have maybe 2 players really showing up. I mentioned Smash, right, looking really impactful with those multi-kills on the first half. Yeah, he was 11 and 8 at one point. He ends the game 12 and 17. That just exactly the kind of situation that I'm talking about with him, right? Very volatile, can go missing. When he shows up, he's amazing, but sometimes it's like, wait, where'd he go? So SASHI took advantage of that. Lucky with a great game, keeping up his good rating and fragging at this level. And I wouldn't be surprised to see more of that in map 2.
I really want to point on Cabby as well, because I think he's only, 14 and 18 at the end, so it doesn't look great. But it was the fact that he had 2 kills going into round 12, and he had so much impact from that stage to the end. So if he can continue that onto map 2, that can be really dangerous. But with that all said and done, this is so far the trajectory of how we anticipated this series to go. It's SASHI win their map pick. The question is, can Favbet win theirs after the break?
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good, but
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
SASHI proving their superiority on Nuke against FavBet, but now of course we're in a position where we go into FavBet's pick of Anubis, and that's a map where SASHI have been a little bit more questionable on as of late, so there's still a chance we could be going 3 here.
Yeah, for sure. I think on map 1 there, it was close by scoreline, but it did feel like after the first 8 or so rounds, it was going to be a SASHI game. So if that vibe can continue onto Anubis, that can be fruitful for SASHI, as they would be seeking to close this series out 2-0, especially considering that this is an elimination game. Whoever loses this is eliminated from the Compass Contenders main Swiss in a 1-3 placement, which for both teams would be a massive negative, and especially for FavBet, if they do lose here on their map pick, that really throws into question what they, like, you know, their veto. Because look, Anubis, it is their map pick, but it seems incredibly inconsistent against teams that are maybe not too great. Most recently, a devastating loss to TNL, you know, losses to Iberian Soul, Spirit Academy, fair enough, Fire Flux, with sprinkles of victories against teams that also are not fantastic. So it feels like this maybe is a little bit misleading as to FavBet's map pick per se.
Yeah, and maybe SASHI will come out, excuse me, on top in this game, because the last results on Anubis are loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. So by process of elimination, it should be a win next, because their previous one was a loss. So listen, just run you through some of those results.
That's our analysis.
They lost 13-2 to Fireflux, which is not a good result at all. They beat Zero Tenacity 13-8. They got farmed by Passion UA, beat Zero Tenacity, lost to Nexus, beat Nexus in 2 separate tournaments. Lost to Zero Tenacity after previously beating them. Portuguese Family, you always expect them to win that one. They did. They got farmed by Navi Jr., expected. So their results are fair enough. But again, I would use the same sort of logic with, you know, FavBet, is that they're not as consistent. They're having games where they get, you know, farmed by, you know, Fireflux, which feels like it's a bit of a crazy result to lose 13-2, right? And that was only 2 days ago. Yeah. So I really don't know what to call between these two. They've both been pretty questionable in terms of the form on the map. I said before the game, possible SASHI 2-0. I would go with a 2-1 overall, though. I just have a feeling we're in for the long haul for this one. I just don't think it's going to be a clean 2-0 now at this point. I think FavBet are going to show up again here. I think SASHI are going to... it all depends who gets a good amount of CT rounds on the board for me. So we'll have to see if SASHI can start off well, at least.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm just feeling a 2-0 inside of me. And that's not me saying that out of copium. It's just especially like from the efforts of FavBet on map 1, where specifically on that second half, the only reason why they won any rounds was because of a pistol round and them getting heroics individually from Bondic, which is not something that I think is going to be replicable. And overall, when you kind of go bar for bar, it's like Lucky, you know, great game. Tension, not even really on the server whatsoever. And you had Iceberg playing really well. Zyphon, I think Zyphon could have done a lot more. It felt like he wasn't in the action a lot of the time, but whenever he was towards the end, specifically on ramp and CT side, he was performing. And Cabby, especially, like his rise up into the series, it feels like a lot of the moving pieces are working in favor of SASHI, and individually, Favbet just didn't seem quite there on Nuke, especially considering that their Anubis, like, it isn't great. Like, it really is a bit iffy. I really could see a 2-0, especially if SASHI are able to get a good start on their T side. And look, those wins against Zero Tenacity, I don't think are anything to snuff at, because Anubis, Zero Tenacity, like, that was their map. Sure, they've maybe not been great in recent history, but SASHI have looked decent on both the CT and T side against a team that is really quite, you know, they probably have the most reps ever on this map.
Yeah.
I think we really, if SASHI win this pistol round, then it could be the floodgates opening, because we also got to remember, Favbet won both the pistol rounds on the first map and got 9 rounds.
It's a very good point. It is a very good point. We're going to get underway on Anubis right now. And yeah, I think for me, also, that Smash will take the first kill toward Iceberg. SASHI, obviously, not their map pick, so they get to choose what side they start on. And obviously, they'll pick T, right? But I think there is a logic now at this point to say to yourself, get CT out the way first. Try and start hot. See if you can get like 4 or 5 on the board, and then that really puts pressure on your opponents once you switch over to T. Now SASHI kind of have to start fast, it feels like. They need to recover a 3v5 on the pistol here.
The bomb is going to be planted, so that's a definite. At a minimum, they're going to have that going into the next round. Now, post-plant, Favbet initiate it as the bomb's being planted, so they're able to isolate these kills 1-1 while one player's out of action. And Becky, I talk very highly of him, but understandably so. This 1v4 wasn't quite possible. He doesn't actually get a single kill in that. And that's Favbet winning 3 of the 3 pistol rounds being played so far. But the bomb down for SASHI in that situation is a decent, like, kind of, wow, words. It's all right. Okay, considering the situation.
It's a decent
Wouldn't
result.
have expected. Decent result. Consolation. That's what I was trying to say.
It's a consolation, yeah. It's a silver lining. It's a consolation. Not a constellation.
Constellation, no.
Something completely different. But
very different.
Now going to go for a force because of that plant, though. And that is the constellation you're talking about. So they're going to have money to work with. Two Galils. 2 Mac-10s. Make that 3 Mac-10s. And they're going to completely catch Bondic off guard. Now they might decide to pounce. Because Marix is the only man here. There's going to be a quick rotation. But he's been dinked up in CT as well. Surely there'll be a peek from Zyphon. There will be. The Galil gets the kill. And I cannot tell you how many times this second round buy works out. It's because it's like just as strong a buy as a CT side, like but for maybe 1 extra rifle on CT, right? But I would love to see the official percentages on this, because I swear to you, the second round is won more on the T side after the plant than the CT's ever managed to recover.
It's also not just a round win and a 1-1 for SASHI, but on the CT side, when you lose the second round after winning the pistol, you get put in a really awful position economically. It is somewhat salvaged by the fact that Tension and Jeki are, as of now, saving a FAMAS and A1S, and they can drop over like an MP9 or a pistol to their teammates. But for Favbet, we're going to be seeing a big absence of utility, a big absence of weaponry, which was not the same for SASHI on that T side. Like, look at this. They have the full util. They have the Galils. Not full util, but you know, it's definitely something. And for SASHI, it's that consolation prize of a bomb plant, which ultimately navigates them to a joint scoreline early. And this is exactly what the Danes needed.
Exactly. If they can get control of the economy here early game, then that's going to cause many issues for Favbet, who are probably not one of the teams that I would think of when I would say that I'm impressed with how their CT sides are played out. You know, no like as much calculated aggression perhaps as maybe some teams really put into practice. So we'll see. They're already getting an early 1-for-1 thanks to Jackie in mid. That will give SASHI an M4 off of one of those SMGs, so that is a little bit of a help.
Scout tag. Bit lumbered by Becky, but the kill ultimately does come in. That should be round over. The rotations are good. Marek's not cleared. Marek's really not cleared. Oh, he gets a lot of damage and it instigates just a lot of chaos.
Winnable.
This is very winnable, especially because Smash is making his moves as the bomb gets planted. Lucky, there's no way he anticipates that. That's not only going to be the 1v1 initiated, but also a Galil picked up. Smash takes the duel, and it's Cabby's good form from the end of Nuke shining now at the start of Anubis. He picks up a triple and ultimately wins out the round for his squad.
What did you have for Brekkie?
Brekkie, I actually didn't. I'm not really a breakfast man. I would have had Weetabix, but we don't have much milk left, so I kind of was like, do I want coffee or Weetabix? So I was like, I'll go for... Yeah, I'm not really a breakfast person. I miss out the meal a lot, which is probably not good. What did you have for Brekkie?
I mean, my Brekkie wasn't exactly big, to be fair. It was just a couple of like crackers, so it's fine. Just like a couple of some rice cakes as well. Sometimes I have just a light meal for breakfast just to get myself started.
Sounds good.
Nothing too special, but
go
on.
I have a very weird point to be made here. This is okay. Wait, pause.
Don't go in there anymore, guys. Leave that alone.
Okay.
There we go.
I was gonna say that could have. So, IESF, we know that tournament, right?
Yeah.
It's the European Esports Championships, and there's a LAN being held at in June, I think it is. But the qualifiers are going on right now. Now, if we remember at the end of last year, a lot of teams, Nexus and the Portuguese team of Rhino,
yeah,
they got all of their VRS points coming into this year from that tournament. I'm not sure what it's going to be like for this year, but I'm taking a look at the qualifiers. SASHI, they're representing Denmark. They came through the Danish qualifier. If I'm not mistaken, they beat... There was actually like a lot of good teams in that. There was Astralis. So on their journey, they beat Tricked and Astralis Talent. But there's loads of other regional teams like Eternal Fire representing Team Turkey, TNL representing Team Ukraine, Sweden is Eyeballers, Spain is Iberian Soul.
Yeah.
You've got loads of like Czechia is Unity, Germany's big. Ireland has the core of Perplexity or Alaska. There's like a lot of different teams, and that could be really actually like massive for teams' VRS points, because that's LAN games, and a team like SASHI, who are struggling this year, if those games are ranked and if they go on to win in this event, ISF, if they qualify, which they probably should, if you look at the names and stuff, or big rather, like kind of those two teams, that'd be massive for VRS. There's a little tangent with the ISF qualifiers going on. One of our co-casters, Zerfa, is actually playing for Team Island. Goat. So yeah, like that could actually end up being really big for these teams. But enough of my randomness aside. This is a big round for both sides, and it looks like SASHI are wanting to bully this B-bomb side. They're running through a smoke, and yep, okay, Lucky. Sure, just double entry through a smoke, and Cabby finishes off. That is round over. That's a save from Favbet.
This is looking good from SASHI on T side thus far, as I thought it would be. And yeah, just looking at I'm just got it open on Wikipedia now as well, so I wanted to have a quick peep at it myself. I mean, you got Mattis playing for Slovakia alongside some Brute and Sinners players. As you mentioned, the TNL team is pretty cool. The Eternal Fire's new team, of course, bringing back Imor and Calyx that you mentioned. Just looking at it now, like there's...
You've seen Poland. Poland's like the old 9 roster.
It's actually super cool, yeah. Spavak as well. I think like he's a player that hasn't really shown his true potential yet. So it's really fascinating. And you're absolutely right. If it's one of these teams that does have a core from an official roster, like your Unities, like your Sashis, like your Bigs, like... That is just an incredible opportunity, and as you rightly say, we've seen that before with Nexus. That's the only thing that really kept them relevant in the scene. So, yeah, we'll have to see how that works out long term.
Yeah, there's actually some really cool teams here. Like Lithuania, it's like Magilla, who was playing on Copenhagen Wolves, BMAS, the Zoogs, Ryu.
Yeah.
North Macedonia is the core of the old Blue Jays roster from like 2022.
Correct, yeah.
There's some really nice names. Like, I don't know, it's actually like could be really interesting for these teams if it is ranked. Like, that is how someone like SASHI would get the majority of their VRS points for the next season. Which could be really like a massive difference maker. But speaking of SASHI, this Danish team is currently doing really well in this series because especially on their opponent's map pick, they have broken through this force fire. There were 2 saved weapons. One had already been killed, but it has been collected. The second one, I don't think will be collected now as Jackie gets owned. And he was the only real highlight for Favbet on Nuke. And he's currently just not really been able and had the opportunity to succeed because they've just been steamrolled.
It's not just SASHI out-positioning their opponents right now. It is some good shots as well. Even from Lucky there on the rifle, just to make sure there's no risk of one of these M4s doing extra damage. Cabby's now spotted an attempt at a save from Marix. He's going to try and hunt him down. Smash should be able to get him in the back, though. Well, actually not needed in the end. They shouldn't be looking at Smash's position now. There we go. So we'll do a little bit of damage, but SASHI, of course, can afford to hunt. It's not the end of the world. And there'll be a flank from Zyphon all the way round. And now Becky knows exactly where Smash is, or was. Can he escape? He'll be fine. So 2 players will remain alive. SASHI will get a 5-1 lead to work with, though. And Favbet will know. 3 rounds, arguably not enough, but winnable. 4 rounds, very winnable. 5 rounds, maybe they're their favourites. And so many games can turn on their head like that very, very quickly. Like 5-1, you think it's comfortable, we're doing so well, it's all good, we're in their heads. 5-1, 6-1 can turn into 7-5 in a blink of an eye.
Precisely. Lucky's already kept up his good form. Double entry onto B in the first gun round. Cabby getting a triple as well in and a 1 versus 1, like he's really stepping up. Iceberg gets to get on the board. He was doing very well on Nuke. I think you specifically praised him at points. But right now for SASHI, they've bullied towards B in previous rounds, and it's actually caused Favbet to keep 3 players over here at the beginning of the round, and instead they're going all 5 mid. It was 5, but Tension's already got a kill with the AWP. So Becky, who had a very rough run of form of this this round, which is getting naded and obliterated, now has to watch in spectator mode. This is still a right call for SASHI. They actually smoked camera. There's only 2 players on the A bomb side. I thought it would have been a great idea for them to go towards A, but instead they're infiltrating the back lines. This is chaotic.
Thing is, it's very much telegraphed, and Max is holding a good angle for it. Should at least be able to get one. Will. Maxim will run him down, though, but the problem is there's more where that came from. It's kind of crazy. They're just happy to sit in CT for a bit, and that's just not going to work for them, because there's so many positions the CT side can rotate from in that area. Bondic will be able to get into position and find one more. They're kind of completely just locked in the opposing team spawn, which is a very weird way of going about things. I understand SASHI think they have got so much control, like, in the back lines there, but while they managed that, they kind of didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, Zyphon also, he disconnects with the team when they go through Temple, and he comes back mid, but he doesn't really do anything. Like, doesn't find any contact or impact. And one of the reasons why I might assume that they do go for that play into CT and call something on the fly that 100% wasn't what they wanted to do was by the virtue that Becky died outside towards A. And not only is that presence really important when you're wrapping towards the A bomb site, but the flashbangs that you can throw from A is kind of mandatory for those teams to come through camera. And because they lost Becky, I could imagine that was the reason. So unfortunately, it feels like Becky's in the crosshairs a little bit on that round, and he might know that. But yeah, SASHI, they fall apart. Favbet win a pretty simple gun round, but there's not loads to take away from that, from both teams. Like, Favbet play well, but it's not really a gun round that you can note, like, oh, they did this well. Like, that's not something you can replicate ever. So for SASHI, it's just back towards B. Oh, no.
Oh, that is a bit of a miscommunication there. just wandering across the mouth of E-Box, just allowing SASHI to get a free entry. And you can kind of see why they weren't expecting that because of the position of Marix in toward that E-Box position, right? It was like, okay, there's a teammate in there. Why should I die from there? And just, yeah, a big misjudgment. And sure, 3v3, but 11 and 40 HP. FavBet are shifting away.
Don't blame them entirely. Smash was never really in a position to help with this retake. What's Lucky doing? You know he's a T side, right? Like he does he think someone's an E-Box? Okay, well the AWP's lost.
Yeah,
unless Smash gets owned. Oh no, that's really good from Lucky.
Okay,
that's
good.
really good. But okay, this B bomb site, I'm pretty sure every single gun round win has come from this B bomb site, and the vast majority of the rounds have come from just openers. And yeah, big miscommunication from FavBet ultimately unravels this round. And SASHI, they were late to get the util down, 100%. That's why it was a 3 versus 3. It should have been a 4 versus 3, like kind of closed shot. There was a bit of contention because of the slowness of util, but it's a really good trade coming out from Becky in E-Box, and SASHI right back to winning ways.
Again, creeping up in Canal. Tension has got the line and the wide swing from Iceberg. It's way past the angle he was even holding. Now, Marix, if he gets 2, he's done a very, very good job. Thankfully, he's got support from Bondic, but they are a little bit split up here, SASHI. Will it matter? We'll have to see. Becky, they know he's toward the back of the site. He's now tagged down to 33. Make that 25. The nade doesn't do as much damage as I thought. And finally, he's got support from Zyphon. But look at Lucky. Oh my goodness, Bondic doesn't know that the A bomb site's been completely taken. They've got the opportunity to bring the bomb back, and you can see Zyphon leaving with it right now, and Becky's still going to sell the fake with these smokes up. He's done a perfect job of it. He can stick here now and maybe get a kill on the lurk, while Lucky goes all the way round. They still haven't seen this, by the way. Jackie's going to go down to Lucky. They are all over the map and are in FavBet's heads right now.
They're in the walls, and throughout all of that, Becky's still throwing util on B. Ooh, this is winnable. Smash running through a Molotov. Okay, now it's a 1 versus 1. Zyphon not even on the A bomb site yet. Smash doesn't realize that.
Goodness.
And 13 HP. Yeah, Zyphon, that wasn't the cleanest of sprays, and a round that went from being a 3 versus 1, and we were applauding SASHI for this dynamic style of on the fly calling him and just being in places that FavBet never anticipated. It all almost fell apart, but because they were so isolated, because of their game plan, and Zyphon, that was close.
Yeah, he had the drop on him as well, right? Smash wasn't quiet about. He would have got the information anyway, of course, because of where Smash killed his teammate, but Smash wasn't quiet about him charging in toward camera. Zyphon had a free pre-aim. Still almost lost the duel. He needed to be a little bit lackadaisical on those ones, but he's able to recover it. And confirm a 7-2 lead. As I said, if FavBet get 3, there's a world. But they would really want 4. And so far, SASHI are putting in a very good T-side performance. Very normal T-side Anubis, but also abnormal in the same way in which some of these rounds have been a little bit, as you could say,
Perplexing.
They've been able to get them over the line.
This is a good round though, because last time SASHI went mid, they just committed with it. And this time Zyphon's taken the control, which hasn't normally been a thing for SASHI. They haven't really taken much mid control. But this time, they're actually going to be linking up then with Zyphon. Issue is, the A bomb site's been lost. Iceberg, he's been trapped between a rock and a hard place. And even though Becky did die outside A for the 2nd time, bear in mind, that does open up the whole bomb site because they obviously pushed quite aggressively. Zyphon though, and same with Lucky, caught off guard. Now it's all down to Cabby, and he's in mid. He does get 1. Bondic is here, but the bomb could just be defused. Wait, Marix has no kit. Bondic, very luckily gets that duel, because if he doesn't, that could actually have been a question mark of a round. That could have been a 1 versus 3 for Cabby, but ultimately, Marix, who gets the defuse, is the main victor, because he just runs through and he just gets 2 kills, but he had no right in doing so.
Yeah, Bondic even trying to shoot that kit over to Marix at the end there.
I rate it.
That like, you're absolutely right. If Bondic has no choice there but to hold the angle. He can't just let Cabby go and fight Marix. Like, he's got to stop him before he gets through camera. And, yeah, if he doesn't win the duel, it's pretty awkward. But thankfully, for his sake, we'll get away with it. They do get 3. Money's still good for SASHI, but it will be their last purchase. Using a timeout to discuss it. Can Favbet string a few together at the end of the half?
Well, you said 3 would be a minimum. You've already reached that. They've got 2 rounds to build off from it. Money's not an issue as of now for SASHI, but a bomb down and without a bomb down and a loss in this next round could actually spell disaster for this T side after it looking really, really good. The Power Rangers for Favbet are really pumping up. And it's the orange Power Ranger of tension to get the opening kill. That felt a bit odd. Okay. Lucky's dead, I guess. He just peeked B.
What was the name of the Power Rangers? They all had names, didn't they? Wasn't the blue one Scottish and there was a meme about it?
I don't think there's an orange one, actually.
Oh, okay.
There's a black, red, pink, yellow, green, white, and blue.
Fair enough.
We actually went as the Power Rangers for Halloween last year, but this Tension's a much better one, because he's just won out this round single-handedly. It's not over just yet, but I'd venture a guess and say if Tension is surviving here, that probably is it sealed, because look at this fast-paced aggression. Becky's not going to anticipate 2 players coming from behind in E-Box. Okay, never mind. They really do make their presence known, and Zyphon's able to give support. Tension's still chilling on the back of this bomb site. But Becky, not able to get the bomb. Bondic, he smoked it, and I was questioning that play. I was like, why would you just smoke yourself off? But then Nade swims in.
Yeah.
That leaves Zyphon in 1 versus 2.
And that site smoke that SASHI used actually gave Tension the opportunity to fall back safely. He's got 3 kills in this round. And, yeah, he was under a bit of pressure, wasting as much time as possible for those canal rotations. Did actually a good job at it. And that site smoke from SASHI gave him a chance to fall back. And now Bondic will peek again from canal. Considering Zyphon just cleared that, doesn't understand why it catches him off guard on that timing. And it's a good round from Favbet. It really is. Tension recovers it well. And even though it was a little bit messy into the E-Box and their timing on the push was a little bit all over the place, they actually used their utility correctly. And even though Becky knew what was up, they couldn't recover it.
I actually thought this was going to be a winnable round after it was the 2 versus 2, but unfortunately for SASHI, this half is spiraled. Bomb down, though, does mean that they do get a purchase of some regard. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, a MAC-10. Iceberg got his first kills with that MAC-10, and Becky, normally the A anchor, dives over towards B. He's actually had a very rough T side in the defaults. He's been good on the entries, but he's definitely been failing on the extremities. And Iceberg, he's just walking into the AWP. Tension has really stepped up in these last 2 rounds. He's had a very, very quiet half, all things considered. Only had 2 kills going into round 11, but it feels very reminiscent of Cabby's performance a little bit on Nuke, where he steps up at the end when it matters the most. And 5 rounds for Favbet on this CT side is massive. You'd assume that they do tip this over the line, but there is a big worry that all 4 players are subjugated towards this B bomb site, and the bomb's going to be able to get out. And Lucky's going to be able to join with Zyphon, and is this a winnable 2 versus 4? This would be a 2 versus 5 win as well, actually.
Okay. I like this. He's right-clicked the smoke there, and he's playing in front of it. This is probably the only option he's got to try and get some kills back in this round. And the thing is, he's going to have to find 2 of these 3. And they're jiggling this one properly. He's not even going to be able to find 1 of these 3. So, probably the only plan SASHI could put in place there to cover that 2v4. They tried to put in place, and even that didn't work. So, a shame. And what did I say? A good lead of 7-2 is going to be turning into a 7-5. I really do feel that puts Favbet in the pound seats. Lucky should not be even allowed to get a plant down here.
Oh, God.
In come all the nades, and in comes the entire cavalry.
Christ.
Triple peeked from camera, and there'll be nobody on SASHI taking a picture of that one.
Bit of smiles coming out from Jackie. He's been on my radar for a very long time. Since the run or die times in 2021. I feel like he's been in this level of Counter-Strike for quite a while. Which is maybe a little bit unfortunate, because I've always thought he's been individually like really, really good. And he's showing it on Favbet. He's definitely a player that I'm waiting to see if they can make that break upwards. Did he used to AWP? Or am I making that up? Yeah, no, I am making that up. Jackie, yeah, I've just made that up. Okay, yeah, that rings a bell. But he's leading the charge here. Unfortunately, absolutely owned by Zyphon. But the trades are really good. Smash, he's a player you've been mentioning. That's a double from him in a very important setting. More players here, though. Becky, Jewel Berettas, primed for 1, 2, 3, and not quite a 4th. Lucky, he's actually missed quite a lot of his shots, and Bondic doesn't really know what to do. But that's a must pistol round from SASHI. It's actually the first for them in the series.
And no plant means full eco, of course, as well.
Ooh. Yeah, this is well, this is kind of just what SASHI needed. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. This half, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 4 players in carpets.
What are we doing? It's fine. It's all good, Freddy.
All good. I was scared.
Calma.
This is exactly what SASHI need, right? Like, there's no 2 ways about it, where if they're ever going to win this map, they had to win pistol. I was going to say they would have had to do that cleanly. 3's clean enough. This is a big gun round. This is a big litmus test for this second half.
Super important gun round. If you're able to win with what is technically your bonus buy, even though you did lose a few players, of course, in the previous round. You still have the Iceberg MP9, so let's see.
Bad money, actually. Not gonna lie, the money is really bad.
Yeah.
That's on 200.
These rounds are actually just so critical now, because I really feel like Favbet had the opportunity just to streak clear. Dry peak in mid. I say dry. It wasn't very dry, but it was dry enough. And,
it was off Favbet's flashbang.
Yeah, and Zyphon takes advantage of that. Really important opening. And they want to go looking in for more. I don't blame them now they have support in mid.
This is such an odd call from SASHI. They need to move.
They got to go, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a smoke up. Sorry, I just want to say that there's a smoke up on main. And the thing is, Iceberg's probably been told, don't die. Because we've got a possibility of a significant flank. He's going to push further forward now, but Smoke's being up, and there's still a player watching this. Ah, Marix isn't ready. Now he gets a lot of the information, though, so this flank actually might not work too badly. Bomb plant's in a weird position because it's in that corner, but now the frags with the T-Sun are coming through. Smash and Bondic will get a couple apiece. Recover it into a 3v3. Becky's very late Temple, but thing is, there is still a kit on Lucky and Cabby, so there is still a world. They need to clear this properly, though. It's a great headshot from Becky. Sharp as a razor. But now Bondic and Tension need to be that sharp, and they're not connecting with these kills. It takes a long time for Tension to get that one, and the kit is not on the defuse yet. It's Cabby the one holding the angle on low HP. It's very messy for SASHI, and Tension will take advantage of it. They did not get the kit over toward the site, and that is one of the main thing that burnt them.
Oh, it's just such a bad 3v1, man. Like, they do everything so well. Flash for Becky, you know, doesn't really do anything, but it's still the whole point. If they get Becky out of Temple, both the kits were in A main. Becky did not have a kit, and instead of just running across to the bomb site, they try and fight Tension, and that just plays into his hand. Like, it's a great round from Tension, sure, but you gotta really sit there and feel like the round's been given to him. And on top of that, I really want to highlight Smash, because he gets that kill onto Iceberg. He breaks through CT because he catches Iceberg on the reload. Iceberg tries to spam through the smoke as the bomb's being planted, which is completely unnecessary. Doesn't need to do that. Dude needs to survive, needs to not shoot a single bullet, and hold his ground. He does the opposite, but it's the heads-up play from Smash, which ultimately is actually the reason why Favbet win the round. Like, obviously, Tension gets the 1v3, but that would have never have been possible if it wasn't for Smash just charging through that smoke on the reload.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think it's just so frustrating when a round like that does go awry after you kind of make the right moves the entire way. Favbet did well to recover it, don't get me wrong. Even the position of the bomb plant was probably the right place to put it in, even where Tension was playing from. But, yeah, SASHI just won some of the important duels, but not the last important duel. And the fact that Cabby was very low HP with the kit, even if he was the one to hold the defuse, obviously only one bullet would have been needed to find him. The fact that he was the one holding for Tension meant it was pretty much an impossible duel. And of course the attempt on the defuse could not come through anymore with the player kitless. So, shame. They are going in toward Cabby here. I'm not going to pretend like anything crazy is going to happen, because they are clearing it somewhat. And there we go. So they will get the round comfortably. We'll Favbet with 4 players alive. And now I really do feel like they're in the driving seat. They're 2 rounds behind. But SASHI's money is not going to be in a good place for a long while unless they start winning rounds cleanly. And yeah, if they're going to rely on some of those aggressive mid plays that we've seen just there, you can't rely on those. That's like a once a half kind of move.
I have a sneaky feeling that this could just be the start of unraveling SASHI's defense. They're going for 3 mid again. I've watched many a Counter-Strike map, and it's definitely a...
It's
different.
Really? Who knew?
Yeah, no. Yeah, God. 3 mid, 2 gun rounds in a row. Honestly, it's not something I've seen. Because if Favbet went fast B, like, that's round over. Or even fast A.
Thing is, they know that's not Favbet's style, right? Like,
yeah.
I mentioned to you earlier that Favbet had this, like, really tend to be excruciating a little bit with their style. So we'll see if that changes up, and that will catch off SASHI later game. But I understand why they want to try and put pressure on mid early, because so often slow take of mid later in the round is what teams on T side go for. So you can make the call to either go through Temple to B or Camera to A.
There's a big micro as well, or sorry, rather I guess macro. Iceberg's been dropped a lot of smokes on B, so he's already put one. He already had one towards E box, and at 40 seconds, he's able to put another one down towards B main. That's the big difference maker. But they're gonna break through them, and now once again, the 3 mid prong starts to move. Iceberg last time didn't do great at surviving. This time, a little bit better. Marix Last time was cleared and died instantly. This time, good for one, but Jackie tries to help him and falls as well. That's the big difference maker. That's now the 4 versus 2 for SASHI, and both Bondek and Tension are trapped in E-Box. There's a big nade that could be used on Cabby, but he actually misses the mark slightly. SASHI know exactly where they are. They just need to get these kills. There's not a kit on board, so they have to come in quickly. Bondek last alive. First, not able. And that's a big retake from Becky, getting both of those kills. And there's going to be just enough time for SASHI to pull off the defuse. A very similar round to the previous gun round, but this time we actually see it succeed.
That's a really, really important win. Like, just, you can't underestimate how critical that is. In a 2-1 or 1-2 match, sorry, I should say, in this Swiss stage as well, to try and save your tournament life. I know they're a map up, but they want it done here and now. Realizing the bomb is very close to them as well. It's not like they have to run like round the site to defuse it. Not that they would have changed much. They've still would have got the defuse anyway, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just right there for the defusal. They can just go for a big double swing, and in the end, they don't need the second player. Great jump in from Becky. Lucky. That is wild. Intention is going to punish both him and Iceberg. Thankfully, Becky's done great work to actually get a quick trade on that one. And Zyphon should find this kill. Oh, come on, Zyphon. That was an absolute dead cert. Now Jackie is on 15 HP. Thankfully, that is a easy kill for Cabby and a great read, like you say. And Smash on 45 shouldn't be winning this.
Sweet Jesus, man, this round. Lucky, fair play to even get one there. But then, like, Iceberg just peeking a little bit late. There was no smoke either towards stairs, so there was no pressure. This is a lovely call from SASHI. 2 players in mid. Smash gets the first and spots out Cabby. Cabby's done so well in this round already, and now needs to clutch up, faking the footsteps, dancing and prancing around. A dink inflicted, but the Galil... You need 2 bullets, and that's the second clutch for Cabby this map, and it's another performance from him that is really pushing SASHI above Favbet.
And totally understandable here for Favbet. Normally, this is a full eco, but forcing here makes total sense. SASHI have barely any money at all after how close that round was. Good play from Cabby, and the fact that he managed to retain 100 health through all those fights is actually what wins him that round in the end. Considering the damage that Smash did. Marix is disconnected. He'll be back soon. Don't you worry. But, as you can see, out a shadow of a doubt, this is the right call for Favbet. You might say, what on earth are they doing buying here? But the reward is massive. If you win this round, it's 11-8. And SASHI might have to force. And that gives you the advantage. Maybe it's 11-9. Then... Eco 11-10, and you're within 1 out of nowhere. Sure, if you lose, your opponents are on 12, and you have a similar buy to this. But it makes total sense to take the gamble.
I'm enjoying this map a lot more than the last. Like, Nuke to me, it just felt like such a scrappy map, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. I'm really liking what SASHI are bringing out on the CT side. And I feel like Favbet are taking a lot of risks, which I'm enjoying as well. But we were speaking about how Favbet play quite slowly and it can be quite grueling. A change of pace would be really big, not gonna lie for them. I think SASHI are really playing on the fact that Favbet aren't taking those risks. And as we observe a beautiful CT spawn, we can also see that Cabby has led a charge into water.
Look, there's a smoke on the floor.
Is there? How? Where?
Look, behind the grass on the right of the site.
Oh my god. What a... Wait, why is there a smoke in spawn? That doesn't feel... Oh, is Lucky going to come and get it?
Yeah, I think so. This is what our CT spawn cam was for, clearly. There
Lucky's got the smoke.
Can we look at the rest of the map now, please, production?
Can we, like, you know, watch the game? Okay, mini-map cast. God, I need to... zoom in.
I know, right? It's actually difficult. Can you control zoom in?
I just tried to. it makes the bar bigger, but not the game.
Yeah,
okay,
that's a
SASHI
shame.
are going for their El Clasico 3 mid. This time it's actually Cabby on the B-bomb site alone and not Iceberg. He has no smoke, which has been a really big difference maker, is that Iceberg's been able to block off that B main or E-box with those utility. But this 3 mid prong is working way quicker, and they're actually just going to drop. Iceberg just dropped behind them. Okay, buddy. No, it wasn't even 3, it was 2 of them, because Lucky's on
wow.
A. And then Zypher just walked behind mid. We didn't catch a single bit of frags, but SASHI, that is the exact same play they've been making, but there's differences to it. It was Iceberg dropping, not playing through B main, and then it baits in Zypher perfectly. Masterful from the IGL, and masterful from the star player, who realistically, we've actually been missing a lot of Zypher this whole series, and this is just huge. This is, one spray, clean as you can be.
Beautiful from Zypher. I saw a whiff from him early on the A1S. Maybe he's an A4
Big
player.
whiff.
That's what I think. Anyway, I think if you're good with good as a rifler, you go for the A4. I think. I mean,
More bullets, brother.
I've seen Kiyasuke use the A4. I swear to God, he's the best A4 player on the scene.
Cabby.
Cabby will hold the line. Game could be over in a split second, and Bondit can't even trade it. SASHI have fought on the CT side really, really well. Fair play to them. Marix is not out of this. Give him the benefit of the doubt here. He's removed Lucky on the drop down. Cabby's very low, of course. We're trying to do the Molotov, but there are 2 players here. Goodness gracious. He actually finds Zyphon before Cabby finishes it off. Doesn't matter. It's the same result for SASHI. I said this game red is actually a SASHI victory. Maybe even a 2-0. At one point there on Anubis, I did not believe in myself at all. But they do get it over the line. That one round against the anti-4 spy, which we didn't get a smidgen of frags. Please, sir, can I have some more? But doesn't really matter. Like, that could have turned from an 11-7 into 11-10. It didn't. It turned into a 13-7.
Yeah, and I'm going to continue the narrative of Cabby's my goat. I don't know why, but he's just really... He's like... scratched an itch for me this series, where he had such a bad first half of Nuke, and then that was his third 1 versus 1 he won on Anubis as well, and he actually ends up on top of the scoreboard. You know what? Fair play. Like, he had such a good Anubis and such a good second half and final round of the first half on Nuke. I feel like he's actually the big difference maker here. He had some massive, massive rounds, and especially on Anubis, maybe filled in some of the gaps that was being left by a Lucky or an Iceberg who wasn't playing as well on the second map. Zyphon definitely had his issues. But yeah, a really good map from SASHI, and honestly, their CT side looked way better than their T side, which is a crazy statement to be saying on Anubis.
Yeah, look at the kills, look at the scores on the doors here for SASHI, right? Like, it's actually surprising how similar they are to Favbet when it's a 2-0. Shows you that despite the score lines, it's been a pretty close game overall. Yeah, it should a bit of a deceiving 2-0 maybe in some ways, this particular matchup. But SASHI will be delighted. They're through to the 2-2 bracket. Chance to still stay alive. Favbet eliminated. Once they got through the close qualifier, I was like, okay, fair enough, that's a good job. But if you were to make playoffs in this event, I get the impression that may have been a step too far, and it most certainly was, unfortunately. So, good stuff from SASHI. They'll have lived to fight another day. We have one more team to find for our 2-2 bracket to see who faces another day in this contender stage. It's 500 versus RUSHB. We'll be live in about 45 minutes or so for that one. See you then.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
After a very extended break and after saying goodbye to 2 teams in the YaLLa Compass Contenders main Swiss, we have one final game on offer for you today, and it's another team that we will be saying goodbye to. If they lose this, they fall into the 1 and 3 bracket and are eliminated from the tournament, and their dreams of playoffs run is done. It will be 500 versus RUSHB, a very competitive game I think we've got on our hands, Trav.
Yeah, and they've actually played recently, of course, haven't they? Only a couple of weeks ago in the Thunderpick World Championship. It was pretty much a weird game of kind of stomps in a way, with 13-6s and a 13-4. It was not really a close map in action, but it was a 3-mapper. And RUSHB have actually been on pretty good form lately. We're going to talk about their roster coming in now. You would think that this roster can kind of fall out of relevancy somewhat, RUSHB, purely because of the fact they lost Nota. He's doing good things with, Paravision now. But Texi is kind of taking up that mantle of being one of the main fraggers for the team. And Zinni, who they've added, is also doing pretty decently as well. So I really don't mind what I've been seeing from RUSHB lately. I think they're actually finding some more consistency in separate tournaments as well, which I think is always difficult. They're getting some good results in Galaxy Battle, in CCT. Yeah, they've beaten Cybershock, Sangal, they've beaten, Sinners. The Sinners win isn't too bad. They're starting to get W's, and I think they are making small amounts of progress. I
am liking what I'm seeing from RUSHB, and it's definitely got a little bit of recency bias, because I was able to catch them in Compass. I was able to catch them in the game that they won against Sangal, and dude, they looked fantastic. They did drop 7 rounds across the series, so it's very easy to sit here and be like, oh, they're doing really well, but it felt like a lot of the pieces connected. A lot of the issues I've had with RUSHB previously was the over-reliance on Texi and Zinni, but that was a best of 3 where sure, Texi went 32 and 17, but there wasn't that necessary reliance on a single individual, and it felt like the dots definitely connected. And yeah, the narrative you were saying of there is slow progression is 100% the perspective I have with RUSHB. They're making a trajectory upwards, and I think maybe playoffs is seeming a little bit too far out for them in this tournament, but definitely a victory here against 500 is 100% on the cards. And I think their map pool's also looking really decent as well. Like Trains all the way at the bottom, I saw them absolutely spank Sangal when Sangal picked it into them.
Yeah, the map pool really isn't that bad at all. I think the one thing that'll be interesting as we go into the map pool a little bit later and we get the veto up is the fact that their permaban is Dust 2, and that's a bad map for 500. So it's not ever going to happen, but the kind of a world where you could look at a punish pick, but I very much doubt that'll be happening today. The 500 roster, of course, and obviously they had that very, very poor performance at the MRQ. Yep. It was an absolute disaster class, if the truth is known, and they benched Ships, who was their best player by far at the time. And you can only put that down to clearly internal issues or his mood or whatever that didn't seem to fit in terms of the stylistic nature of this particular roster. So they've taken the one player that made sense to replace him with. That's Red Star, a player that can be that star, the player that has been one of those main men in the Bulgarian scene in the past, despite kind of trying a few mixes like 5W and the ill-fated Into the Breach rosters, right? Like, I think he's okay, but I think the form is actually improving for 500 because they have recently qualified for a LAN. But at the same time, you do kind of wonder what their ceiling is and how often they can touch it.
Yeah, okay. So they did qualify for the Tip Sport LAN. That was a really good result, and that was probably a great beginning for Red Star. But it's like they did really badly in the CCT Global Finals, which is them matching up against Tier 1 opponents. They got knocked out in the second round of the Thunder Pick World Championship after being invited to playoffs. They got knocked out in the first round of CCT Series 1 after being invited to playoffs. Like, the form isn't great. They have that one good event, but so far with Red Star, it has been more red than green. Even though he has been playing really well for them, he's definitely stepped up in place of ships. I think he's definitely answered the question of firepower. He does provide that in the absence of ships. But 100%, I do have a lot of question marks over 500. And I've got a little bit of an annoyance with them just going back to Red Star because he played for them before. I think at the beginning of last year, like, he's a very known name to this roster. And I'm like, dude, Bulgaria's got such a thriving, like, tier 2 scene with loads of youngsters. And it just feels like we're recycling the exact same players. So I'm not a massive fan of seeing, like, a Red Star back in the roster. Not because of who he is, just because of the sentiment that it's like, oh, well, we've just gone back to someone that didn't work with us before, but we're going to see if he works with us again. And since his time after he was with them, dude, he's done nothing. Like, he was playing the UK scene just before this 500 project. He was playing with Smuya in, like, UKIC Div 1. Like, come on. Like, like, what did you see from Red Star over the last year to be like, yes, we're gonna go back to him instead of delving into the tier 2 Bulgarian scene? I feel like 500 have a big question mark over them for me right now.
The thing that I will give as a bit of a caveat to sort of that argument, while I actually agree with you to a certain point, is that the old 500 roster that Red Star was a part of, sure, he knows these players incredibly well, right? Like, he's very clearly on good terms with all these players on 500. But the old 500 roster had Kaluba, Denisav, Grasshog. Like, this is not the same lineup, and not even the same leadership like we've got with Spellin here and Cirque and everyone out and Rainwaker, right? So it is very different, and maybe, who knows, that could be a sort of method that works. RUSHB, they're going to go into Nuke here as their opening pick, and I feel like that's a little bit of a... It's their most played recently, but it's also not their most successful. Maybe they're going into a bit more of a 500 weakness on Nuke there. Mirage is a pick for 500 and Decider Inferno. Knowing that the veto the other week, of course, when they played a couple of weeks ago, also had Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke. I think it's a slightly different order, ever so slightly, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. No, it's not exact. No, mind, I lied.
Different.
It's exact.
No, yeah. So 500, instead of picking into Inferno, picked into Mirage, and Mirage was the decider previously. So this is actually, this is actually, from my perspective, a bit of an interesting veto from more of the side of RUSHB. I completely understand why 500 went into Mirage here, because they won it 13-6 a decider, and Inferno they got owned on when they picked into it. It was actually a series where both teams traded their map picks. The Nuke pick for RUSHB is, one could say, quite bold, where despite losing 13-4 and getting no rounds on the CT side only 17 days ago, they're still committed to their map pick. It's bold in that sentiment. However, across the last 5 games, they have won 4 of them, and the only time they've lost was against Sangal, which then the very next day they beat them 13-2. I watched that game against Sangal. It was the one I was mentioning with I really was impressed by RUSHB. Dude, they looked so good. Sure, the Nuke really didn't work out as a pick 17 days ago. However, I would still sit here and give RUSHB the advantage on Nuke, and their recent form, I think, has been really successful, whereas you look at 500 and they've lost 3 best of 2s in a row, whereas RUSHB have won 7 out of their last 8 against some like pretty decent opponents as well, and Nuke's been a big mainstay of that veto. But Mirage is definitely like a question mark. I think this is a 3-mapper in the waiting.
Yeah, it feels like the same situation, right? I mean, yeah, you're right to point out that obviously it's a slightly different path of the veto, but it is the same 3 maps. It does feel like that these two have these favorites I like to go into, and there might be stomps again. But as I always say, right, second time you play against a team in a recent in sort of this sort of scene where you often play opponents at this level very often, multiple times. The team that lost before will be able to try and fix what went wrong, and the team who won has to innovate. And I think innovating maybe ever so slightly harder than the team fixing their issues who lost, right? So I'll have to see if that's going to be the case. If I was to pick a winner in this series, even though 500 have lost their last 3 games, I would give a slight edge to 500, even if the veto doesn't read that way, maybe. I just think they do have the ability to pop off a bit more than RUSHB do.
Okay.
But if Texi has a good game, then that kind of cancels it all out, because I think Texi is kind of their main man from what I've seen, and I've seen the best from him recently. I don't think you should count out Kiro. I don't think he's a bad AWPer at all, by the way.
He struggles.
I think he can go up against Cirque okay, but he's not lights out like occasionally Cirque can be, right? Even in the modern day. So
yeah,
we'll see. We're ready for Nuke, and we're about to get underway.
I'm saying RUSHB 2-1. They're gonna win Nuke, lose Mirage, win Inferno. That's what I'm putting my stocks in. And RUSHB on their map pick, starting on the T side. There's been a lot of scraps, but no kills coming out just yet until both Zinni and Executor execute 2 under Heaven. There's one more in Heaven. Understandably, don't expect the 3rd player to be in this area, especially considering that they knew one had went down ramps. They have information of where 2 of the 3 are. Still a man advantage. That's been quickly eradicated after Kiro's P250 tries to make some progress outside. So RUSHB's early 5 versus 3 has dwindled slightly. And they're going to commit down towards the B bomb site where Rainwaker... They heard him open that door, and Rainmaker's sitting there, and he's like, oh, I haven't seen anyone. I'm going to start maybe moving out a little bit. And that's when they catch him. It's all of a sudden the advantage back in favor of the T side. Bomb down. This is a near impossible situation to lose. And Oxygen, unfortunately, gets double swung. And Red Star, if he wins this, may be one of the best clutches I will have ever seen, because it just seems impossible with 3 players in 3 different positions all swinging him at the same time. And that is a well-maintained pistol round at the end.
Yeah, I didn't fully commit up the ladder when they found out there was one more player there. Didn't take the gamble and made the right call to drop. Kinky, of course, a long-term in-game leader. Bit of an OG these
Big
days. From the Dream Eaters days, of course.
God, that is a... He played at Majors, right? Or...
Yeah, Dream Eaters made a major.
Yeah.
They had stickers.
He's been around the block.
The Berlin Major in 2019. They played against Astralis, obviously, got farmed.
Unlucky.
Played against Na'Vi, obviously, got farmed.
Unlucky.
I played against Renegades, and got farmed.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was 2019, and, well, in 2025, they've been farmed on the Force by... Oh, Zinni's killed his teammate. Not sure if it would have made a difference, but RUSHB just kind of get owned. I mean, it was a phenomenal read from 500. They take the fight outside from Heaven, close outside, and Secret. They were all there in the right position at the right time, and RUSHB, yeah, they just got farmed.
Another one goes awry. Another second round force a T side can't deal with. Just happens so damn often. As I said earlier in our previous BO3, I swear that it comes through for the team on 0 more than it does for the team on 1. Put it that way. If there's a force buy anyway. I like how Executor checked the corner of T-spawn there properly, as if someone would actually be there.
Also, I rate the hands off the keyboard and mouse. He takes a sip of his tea with his knife out. Like, he's not even got his gun out. He just takes a breather, takes a second. He probably needs it for his mental after that round, because his team has been owned.
What I really love about these mandated camera angles we've got now is we can see that the sync is pretty good, right? Like, it's pretty much bang on with what we're seeing on the game and the player cam.
It's so much fun. I catch myself watching the game through their monitors.
Yeah, I know.
Don't know why. Like, I'm like, ooh, a small little screen. Yeah, like, it's just so fascinating. You see who plays black bars as well. Like, what was it? Bondic plays black bars still in the year of 2025?
Bondic's still playing professional Counter-Strike in the year of our Lord 2025.
Yeah,
that's
that in
surprising.
Yeah. I'm surprised his back hasn't given up, because his position looks so uncomfortable.
that's what we've spoken about before, right? Like, famously, if you look at all these old LAN pictures from the Hellraiser's days and all that stuff, like, his posture is, well, shit.
Attaboy. It was funny that Cypher actually, he had his cursed position, but he actively changed it because he was worried about his posture and his back in the long run, which I rate. But back to the Counter-Strike. RUSHB, they do get onto the A-bomb site, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything with it. And yeah, I really like how 500 have played this, where they don't allow the bomb to be planted, they don't allow post plants to be set up, they just straight away take the fight, and RUSHB weren't even remotely prepared for that. So this is a very good start for the Bulgarians on the city side of Nuke.
Yeah, that's actually really nicely done. Could have easily gone awry there if you let RUSHB get set up, but they give them no space, even though the flash came through toward heaven there, which slightly bad timing for, I think it was Cirque with the Galil, but he still got the kill.
Speaking about like posture of playing, I've actually caught myself over the years. Like I used to play like leant forward, monitor like really close.
Yeah.
Like back definitely, you know, not great with how I was sitting. And I've over the years, not even consciously, just kind of like changed it up a little bit. Like monitor a little bit further back. You know, let's give the eye some like reprise. And
Anti-Yakindar.
Yeah, and like back, you know, instead of having like maybe leaning backwards or sitting really far forward, just like straight upright. Just like actually cognizant of it. That's cool. Growing up.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I occasionally have my moments of sitting like a prawn. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I'm sitting like a prawn right now. Don't worry.
Fair enough. But like, at the same time, as these pistol kills will be coming through for 500.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Close to the headshot. Let's get the kill and we'll get the kill.
Pause.
Oh,
Pause.
hang on. I agree. Let us pause. Did he find another one? He's killed Oxygen as well. What else have I just seen? Okay. It's 1 HP on Texi, but he doesn't have any idea! Rainworker didn't have an idea, and Texi's gonna destroy him! That round was all Zinni, but Texi had to win it for his mate. And it is these two to team up in ridiculous fashion.
Oh my god! Like, I saw this Deagle shot, and I was like, oh, that was nice. And then, what's he, like... That's insane. Wait, what was this? What was the fourth kill? How did he die? Was it Zinni as well from main?
Yes.
Did Zinni pick up 3 kills with a Deagle no armor? 4?
Zinni got 4.
Jesus!
For sure, 100%. That's insane. That could just happen, right? I mean, we're waffling about posture because we think that round's a done deal, but Deagles are never a done deal.
The 21-year-old.
They're a deadly deal.
21 years old on Zinni, 18 on Texi, and they make a full eco work. But Cirque still somehow has the funds to buy up into an AWP. And all of a sudden, RUSHB, after winning a full eco, now have a man disadvantage going into this round. As they do have phenomenal space, but it's all very in the known, right? Like 500 know vaguely where RUSHB are. The issue is they haven't taken any control off that. They haven't been able to go into lobby. And I think that's a big issue. Oh, Rainwaker, the swing and a miss at range. Only a dink. Spellan's Deagle not able to articulate the same as Zinni's and Texi's. And this round, I think, is slowly falling apart for 500. Even though, you know, they had the information, they didn't take any space. And I was looking at that. I was like, they're not really doing anything. And yeah, that's going to be the issue. It felt like there was a lot of isolated duels being taken. And RUSHB, that's a very easy 4 versus 5, I'll be honest.
Yeah, surprisingly easy. Zinni, once again, is an important factor of it. The Zinni and Texi duo teaming up for some great work in the last couple of rounds. And, well, that one crazy Deagle round, I didn't even get a chance to talk about my posture. Who gives a damn, though?
Don't worry, I want to hear. Tell it to me. I can imagine you're a posture maxing guy.
listen, I have my moments of bad posture, but usually I have a pretty straight back. I do lean forward to play stuff, but yeah, I think in photos I'm pretty, you know, upright because I need to be because I'm short anyway. But yeah, Zinni,
you need all of it.
Great work.
You need all of it you can get.
Exactly.
Sorry.
I might have to go to space to like elongate my spine or whatever to get a few extra inches.
Sorry. I do catch myself though in photos where I'll look at a photo, I'll just be like, sweet Jesus, I look like a sloth.
Oh well. Unfortunately for 500s, this round is going to feel like it's as slow as a sloth can move right now, because...
Oh, this is fine result. This is great, though. This is fine. Red Star and Cirque's 5 with an AWP and A1S. Fine, man. Like, you're not going to win this round unless Cirque goes huge outside with an AWP, and you're not going to have an AWP in the next round, ordinarily. You save it. Perfect. This is absolutely fine for 500, and they don't give Texi on the Mac 10 any kills. As I say that, he gets the kill on Rainwaker on 1 HP. But this is fine. Perfect round for 500. I like how they have conducted themselves.
Yeah, it's fine. It's you're giving up the round, but it gives you the setup for the next, so it's all good. RUSHB will be very happy because it allows them to build up their own util and economy.
Okay, this is the biggie then. 500 saved for this round. They've got good money as well because of that. Like, Red Star and Cirque still sitting at around 3k left over in the bank count is actually a really big, important feature. So even if they do lose this round, there is an opportunity for a buy back. But RUSHB, they want to eliminate everyone. There's going to be an A pop to see if they can win out a 5th. Sure.
Zinni, just straight in.
Oh, it's
without a care in the world. And at the moment, 500 do not know how to hold RUSHB at bay on the A bomb site. Cirque even has probably the right line there, the right idea of how to get that opening kill. But even if he gets one, it recovers it into like a, what, 2v4 anyway, or 3v4 anyway, and he's going to get instantly traded. So it wouldn't have mattered even if he got that kill or not, to be honest with you.
That is such a beautiful execute. Okay, I was a little bit worried when they came through that door smoke with no flashbangs, but when you've got Zinni who's now 10-4 hitting an instant first bullet headshot, there's no need to worry. The reason why I'm so infatuated by that execute was because after they got that opening kill on door, the players coming out of door halted temporarily, and there was a second wave of utility that came in for them to go from out of door to then the bomb site. There was extra flashbangs, there was a Molotov, and I think even a nade thrown onto default. So they were actively fighting then from the first prong into the second prong with utility to set them up in both avenues, and 500 had nothing they could do about that because of the great utility and also composure out from RUSHB despite getting that opening kill. Because you'd see a lot of teams, they get that first kill by Vent and they just go, oh, we got the kill, go, 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 go. But they pause, they halt, the second wave of utility comes in, boom, round over, flawless.
Yeah, and left poor Cirque with nowhere to go and nothing to do. As I said, even though you had the right idea, right, like, the angle on the smoke did favour RUSHB ever so slightly. This is what RUSHB are capable of. You took a RUSHB 2-1. I think that's a pretty good decision. I think just to make it interesting, I'm going to have to stick with my 500 pick. I'm not going to change now. But I think right now they are on a little bit of a better run of form. It's just that 500's losses are, of course, against pretty good opposition. Talking about Paravision and Spirit Academy, for example.
I'm feeling very good in my RUSHB pick right now, because even though Cirque picks up an opening kill here, we've already seen a round where RUSHB were in a 4 versus 5 pretty early on because of an opening kill by Cirque, and the round fizzled out really simplistically, right? 500, last time they had an opening kill, I sat there and I was like, wow, that fell apart very easily for them. And right now for RUSHB, sure, it's a little bit different, but they don't have that map control like the last time, but they're making a nice move. They're going to try go down the vent. Okay, so we missed the vent twice. One player fell because of that, but the bomb does eventually get down. However, Cirque is there to meet them. This is looking a little bit sticky. It's going to take Kinky outside to maybe open up an avenue, and a very hard spray to connect. He committed to it. I respect it, but only one kill, unfortunately, is not going to be enough, as this feels like it should be a 500 round. However, the bomb down feels like that is going to be a certainty.
Yeah, it was hard for Kinky. That spray control looked like it wasn't too bad when he pulled it down to the left, but we're hoping just for a random headshot that's not going to come through. Kiro almost gets the drop on Rainwaker there. That could have changed things entirely, because Anazini's going to have to try and 1v3 on 25 HP, and that is not going to happen in the month of Sundays. It's Red Start to get the defuse, 2 for Cirque, 1 for Rainwaker. And they'll manage to figure it out and get the gap closed to 2.
Not gonna lie, when I saw it was Zinni and Kiro in the clutch, I was like, Kiro's not got a kill, so this could just be a Zinni 1 versus 4. That's exactly what really happened. Kiro does get caught on unlucky timing though. They do just walk through the smoke on ramp, which is unfortunate. And it was a good heads up play from 500 to take the number play. Bit risky, bit bold, but hey ho. And at least, though, that is a 5 versus 4 that 500 convert on, and they convert on pretty easily. Sure, there was a bit of a misplay from RUSHB trying to get down the vent, but it is still a conversion. This is a lot faster. And APOP, they're right onto this bomb site. So far, the advantage for RUSHB and Kiro's Mac 10, that is despicable. 2 opening kills for him, yet to get a frag going into this round, and he double entries with the SMG.
Well, I said it earlier. They're punishing the A-bomb site, and they're continuing to give 500 tons of issues at that portion of the map. Every execute they've put forth so far seems to have worked pretty much, and 500 have even struggled against those Deagle rounds, obviously, outside and then heading into A. So, yeah, that seems to be an issue. Raker has got 1 kill here. Almost didn't, to be fair. Kinky will go down, and Rainwaker almost whiffs his lines, but yeah, this is a good performance so far from RUSHB, purely identifying a weakness and continuing to pummel it. Not just with their map pick, but clearly with the site itself. Don't forget, what's funny about this is the fact that last time they played, a couple of weeks ago, 500 beat RUSHB 13-4. So clearly, it feels like they've learned from that, identified a weakness that they maybe got some success on in small amounts in that game, and are like, okay, let's really push that down. And guess what? It's completely changing their fortune.
This is a janky purchase, but a very nice aggressive play from Rainwaker. Even though it was a 5 versus 5, they were still in a disadvantageous position because of weaponry and utility, so there had to be some sort of aggressive play early on to change that offset. And you know what? I love it. Oxygen, I'm not sure where he's just picked up that kill. Did he just walk into lobby again? I think he did. This is all falling apart. A Hail Mary purchase has gone sublimely, as Oxygen has just nailed 2 and a 3rd outside to accumulate 4 in the round. He gets the kill in lobby, just runs up ladder. Fair play. Okay, that's a big shift of a round.
You need to see more players doing that.
That's that's what I do.
Yeah, it's like literally some play making matchmaking. You like fake Molly Hut, run into lobby, full W and A up the ladder, so you go up as fast as possible and like look up at the same time and just catch a player on T-Roof or on Silo. It's kind of funny, but it's only a play you can really make once per half in professional Counter-Strike. And look, RUSHB don't go A and they fail. What does that say?
They should change their name to Rush A.
Oh my god, comedian moment.
Yeah, guys, here all week. I know I'm hilarious.
Time to change field.
Yep. For more reasons than one. RUSHB though. Unlucky. Oxygen. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, as a step too far, going for the re-swing. I feel bad for Executor, because why the hell would someone at 1 minute and 10 just solo push Hut? Well, Oxygen. And
it's random. But
yeah,
it works.
This is good space being taken from Texi. He just needs to make noise though, because he needs to drag away players from ramp or A, try thin the herd a little bit, and try just make 500 uncomfortable. And unfortunately, he's just sat very reserved and secret right now. Oh, they're just out A. There's no smoke main.
That's a very slow reaction from Zinni there to the fact that Spellin was in mini.
Oh, it's working as well.
They are recovering things. Problem is, there's both CTs on the side. And Kiro may have found that kill, but surely Red Star's going to pounce on the timing. He tries to take it carefully, but Texi's looking the right way and will hit the headshot. I understand why Red Star played it like that. I'm sure they wouldn't have been expecting Kiro to make that play next to Hut then, quick scope his teammate out of the round. But that insurance policy is now null and void.
What? That's the second time this map that RUSHB have been in a man or two disadvantage, and it's just been like, how have they won it out? Like, RUSHB played out awfully, and they just get away with it. I mean, it was great timing from Texi to come through main, but still. Great shots coming out from Kiro on the AWP as well. He's really stepped up after being like 0 and 5. High impact rounds. And now as we go into the final round of the half, RUSHB looking for 8. Very different than last time as they only got 4 on their CT side against 500. Kinky being swarmed outside. Kinky stayed alive for a long time and spots 2 out. In the meantime, the players on the A bomb site have done very well to crack through. So RUSHB have all the information. They know exactly what's happening. They need to make sure they don't die through the smoke. That's a negative opening kill. However, Rainwaker sniped down from heaven means that Cirque and Spellin are completely blocked out. And with no kit at their disposal, it feels like this is going to be 8 for RUSHB. And this is showing there's already a big difference in how they're approaching this best of 3 than the one played out 17 days ago, as Zinni's double puts the nail in the coffin with 3 kills in round 12, amounting to a 16-7 scoreline at the end of the first half, as he just... I don't know what I've just seen him do with his keyboard.
Did he like turn it upside down?
He turned it upside down, shook it vigorously, and then wiped something off his table?
Clearly, he's either historically spilt something on it or dropped food on it and there's something under a key that you can feel or something like that. Clearly doesn't matter. My guy who I called out is going 16-7 and Texi's also having a very impactful half for some of those multi-kills he got. So, look, I'm happy. And I think RUSHB will be very happy. Their abuse over toward the A-bomb site was so successful. Kinky, our old school in-game leader, is going to find 3 kills to up his tally to 5. And now, with Red Star, figuring out where these final 2 players are, he does have space to go down to a B and get the bomb planted. But this is a must-win pistol for Spellin. Good goosh on the first. And now he knows that Kiro's in the same position. Kiro has got utility and got a kit, but he's going to have to try and run him down. And he doesn't waste any time at all. He had no Kevlar, but he even knew he could play time. He chose not to. And RUSHB are in the ascendancy right now.
That pistol round feels like it puts the nail in the coffin in this map 4 500. T-side nuke. Don't do very well in the CT side and then lose pistol. They needed that oomph to get them back in. And unfortunately, it's going to have to be a reliance on a Hero AK from Spellan, a Galil on Rainwaker, and then pistols on the rest as they take their second tactical pause. This is a very good time to take a pause, get Popov on the mic. He's a coach that I really, really rate for 500. I've heard so many good things about him, but this is definitely going to be a very hard time for him. I don't really know what the answer is, to be honest.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? As I said, last time these two teams played against each other on this map was only 2 weeks ago. 500 won 13-4. They got an 8-4 half and then didn't lose a round in the second half. This time it could be the complete opposite, quite literally. Still on path for that.
What have they cooked up then? What's Popov said to them? What magic has he instilled? And it seems like it's going to be an outside walk. So they don't have the smokes to do... Oh, they do. They have 2 smokes. Throw them on the fly. They're both on Spellan and Red Star, who are leading the charge. Texi, though... Oh, this is really uncomfortable. And I love the fact he gets away there. I'm surprised 500 allow him to do so. But a big part of why he was able to was because of Kiro in Garage, who then takes a second contact. And that's better for RUSHB, that they got away and kept it a 5 versus 5 than 500. 500 needed to get that opening kill, and now they're just running into Kinky and Secret. Only good for 1, though. That's a surprise. Buttload of damage, but only 1 kill. They're going to be hunting down the Rainwaker towards ramp. Guys!
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Who's in the wrong there? Everyone's in the wrong. Everything's gone wrong. How does he not get a single kill? No one's looking.
Get all of them here.
What are we doing? No one's looking. Executor. He's making so much noise. What's going on? Guys! That was an awful round from everyone. I hate it.
I prefer not to speak. But I'm paid to. That was rubbish. Oh, the fact that Rainwaker's whiffed everything there as well, by the way. Like,
oh, I can't.
The fact they haven't checked
Unbelievable.
him. The fact they haven't checked him. The fact he's whiffed everything and he tries his hand at 2 targets. By the way,
pause.
Watch them win this. Watch them win this round. Just watch them win this round. By the way, that would just be classic Counter-Strike. But yeah, just insane. They don't even hear him on the Executor on the rafters either. Just goodness gracious.
Yeah, the Deagles have already sung for RUSHB in their round. So they want to make sure they don't get a taste of their own medicine. And Kinky, ecos. There you go. By the way, Kinky is someone who, very similar to Bondic, maybe doesn't have the highest fragging ability, but I've seen him do really good things. Like against that Sangal game, dude, he was playing phenomenally. And that, coincidentally, was also a best of 3, where they had lost to Sangal the day prior, and then the next day, absolutely smashed them. 500 beat them 17 days ago, and currently RUSHB are smashing them when they only got, what was it, 4 rounds on Nuke 17 days ago. Coincidence? I think not.
Crazy. Tuck in the corner, Texi. Spellan will entry him. Once again, Zinni is the man you can kind of rely on, I think, in this game for RUSHB in every single given situation. 500 are in a tough spot right now. I'm expecting a lot more from map 2, to be fair to them. But can they put this out of their minds? Can they get a bit of success at the end of the game here? Or Kinky and Kiro
good
able to do enough between them? It's a good trade from Circuit Links, but Executor is once again in a position that might not be hard cleared, considering where Kinky was, and there goes a bomb on the ground. Thankfully, Red Star instant trade.
Wait.
2v2, rotation from Zinni toward ramp. Possible they could do more damage here, but Rainwaker is flanking the flanker.
Ooh, Red Star spotted him. What a show of individualism from Red Star. That round, I thought it was all going to be Rainwaker, but instead it's actually Red Star. Rainwaker does get the information, though, on the player coming down ramp. So that was really huge in itself, but Red Star puts the finishing touches to it. That's a phenomenal round from him, and he's really saved the day for 500. But it's not over. Kiro, 1 versus 2, has to make noise. He doesn't seem to look. He's playing 4x3. Does not see the player on ramp. Doesn't matter, though, because it's Red Star who picks up a 3rd in the round. That has kept 500's head above the water.
Deep breath. RUSHB. Have a buy. If they lose this round, 500 will go from 11.5 to 11.6 and likely 11.7. Hang on though. Texi, freebie. Spellin checked that properly in the previous round, does it in this round, but thankfully there were 2 more players where that came from, and it's the freest of trades.
There also has been players going down vent, so the B bomb site's capitulated fully. Oxygen may have got the trade on Texi, but I think that was spam coming from heaven, so he's quite low HP, and that is a brazen push from Kinky. Tries to go through that Molotov, kind of is forced to, and Red Star's acutely aware of that possibility. So 500, they are starting to crawl themselves back into this T side as they force a save out from RUSHB and go to 6, and will be up against an eco, which will have some weaponry amongst it, but it ultimately will just be an eco round in the following for the CT side, who are within touching distance from closing out their map pick.
Yeah, I understand the save. It's
oh yeah, of course.
It's the right thing to do. 2 M4s. It gives them a chance in the next round, and as you say, closing out the map pick is pretty critical, because knowing how this series has kind of been, not one map in that previous BO3 between these two had a map closer than a 13-6. One more round of 500 here, and we would have broken that.
A techie wecky?
Sure.
Do we have a reason as to what's happened? Nah, we'll get there eventually.
Okay. Cause you to say things like techie wecky at this point of your career, clearly.
I've been saying that since day 1, baby. Never change. Success never changes me. Wait, don't I need to be successful for success to change me?
Maybe. Who knew?
Do you believe, though, in 500? Back to normality for a moment.
On T side, no.
Okay.
If it was CT, maybe, despite what we saw earlier. But I just stringing rounds together on T from this far behind, I'm not so sure.
Last time I did see 500, though, they did come back from an 11-1 deficit to win the map in overtime. It was Anubis and it was T-side, but I've seen it happen before.
I feel like you can just like count out Anubis and all these like stats, because it's just like, well, it's a enigma, that map, clearly.
Ooh,
Executor.
no.
Oh, they've peaked double ramp 1 by 1 into the M4. It's already falling apart again. And Spellen's found the other M4.
The two saved rifles have got 3 kills within 20 seconds of the round starting. Oh dear. They didn't have a single player on the A bomb site, by the way. They only do now.
Yeah.
Rifles to be collected as well from Kira and Kinky, so they've been both upgraded to an AK. So if there's ever a shadow of a doubt, it's been removed. Silent down the vent is the right play, though. this will be able to allow 500 to get the bomb down. The question is, what are they going to be like in a 2 versus 5 post plant? They have utility to block ramp, but this is intriguing. Cirque, instead of going to B, has taken the bomb to secret. He's cleared it all out. I think he was hoping to find someone. Doesn't. RUSHB not moving a muscle. I like this because they can just play, as I mentioned, the 5 versus 2 retake. And 500, they're going to be making noise now. Okay. But look at this util. This is going to be good to get the bomb down. And there is another Molotov. It's something.
Let's see. This is actually doable, especially on B. I really feel like this is genuinely doable. Let's see. And one extra molly could be big as well with the lack of the kit or smoke on RUSHB.
And no armor on Texi and Kinky.
Yep. I'll have the AKs, but I'll have aim punch to deal with. Cirque and Rainwaker, 2 stalwarts of the Bulgarian scene for so many years. Can they step up when necessary to keep Nuke alive?
Oh.
No is the answer. Already cleared is Rainwaker, and Cirque, who tried to play off his contact, will not be allowed to. They had to hurry up about that one a little bit because time would have been a bit tight with the lack of the kit, but they get it done comfortably in the end, and that is map point, and multiple of them for RUSHB.
6 map points to be exact, and they've come into round 19 with 4 AK saved. Are we CT side or T side? I can't really figure out right now who's who. But that was a really nice retake as well. Like, RUSHB just played the numbers game. It was the Battle Buddies system. Works perfectly. You know, it was just a really good retake, and nothing that 500 could do about it. They do come into this final round, potentially, with a full purchase, though. 5 AKs on board. So at least it's something. But 6 in a row is going to be difficult. There's going to be outside smokes put down very early on, but nothing to be used around them. And I'm looking... Is this going to be an A-pop? This feels like an A-pop to me.
Well, they know how successful it was against them in the first half. They're going to try and hit RUSHB in the same manner. That's a good point. There's actually no one to frag, really. Unlike 500's attempts at holding the A-bomb site. They got Heaven, of course, with Zinni, but he's flashed off the angle. So 1 and survive is the way to go about it. Now he's shown his position. He's going to play for retake. So we're setting up in a 5v5 retake here. Double ramp push coming in through lobby and through trophy room. Cirque is ready, jiggling this off angle. Should be a trade. Should be thinking to go first. He drops off, though. There was no need for that, Cirque. You got Rainwaker there. Why did you need to go so aggressive like that? This time, at least, for 500, they have Rainwaker to get that kill. Problem is, though, they have not gauged the timing on the late look through lobby. Kinky never showed himself, and that is why 500 were not aware. The nade will finish off Rainwaker, the bomb is being defused, and RUSHB will take their map pick 13-6.
Phenomenal to see a 5 versus 5 retake where not a single bit of damage had been inflicted until 10 seconds, 15 seconds into the bomb being planted is phenomenal. But that's another really good retake from RUSHB. I wouldn't even say they got lucky. Like, people will look at that and be like, oh, Kinky got so lucky on the timing. No, it was instituted perfectly. And RUSHB dominate 500. 17 days ago, they picked into this map. They got 4 rounds on the T side, none on the CT side. This time, they win out the map 13-6. And therefore, I'm going on to Mirage, where even though they kind of got owned, again, 17 days ago, against 500, they lost 13-6 on Mirage. I'm thinking that it might be a little bit different this time.
Yeah, I think this, it's funny enough, we're staying on that pattern though, aren't we? We haven't had a map closer than 13-6 between these two, and now 4 attempts. Going a bit back and forth with that one. But yeah, Zinni is a guy I called out, of course, at the beginning of the game. 21-9, great performance, an incredible deagle round that was finished off by Texi, and it is those two that are the big danger for this RUSHB roster. I do have a feeling that the likes of a Texi, you know, could go to a bigger team in Tier 2 or maybe even Tier 1 one day. Just look at maybe where Nota has gone to Paravision. That's sort of a jump, right? So, you know, if there's an option available, say Namiga crash out of the major or something crazy, right? There could be an option for something like that. But that's how much I think of Zinni and Texi, especially Texi. We'll see if they can continue their good form, of course, on what is a very different map after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Pretty comfortable in the end for RUSHB on Nuke. 500 didn't have much to show at all. Another map that has not gone deeper than a 13-6. 500 need to bounce back, and they're going to have to try and do that, of course, on Mirage. A map they're happy with, a map they're content with, but it's one that RUSHB can contend on. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, when I'm looking at this Mirage, as I mentioned at the end of the broadcast on Nuke, it's like, obviously, 17 days ago, RUSHB got decimated on Mirage. They lost 13-6, but they did worse on Nuke in that matchup, and then look what's happened. And it feels like it's a thing with RUSHB. That it was the exact same thing that happened against Sangao. Lost the day before pretty badly, and then absolutely wrecked them the next in this very tournament. And Mirage, they're also not pushovers on. You know, wins against Fireflux, Leo, Namiga as well, specifically, and the likes of BC Game, Eklot, Fireflux again, Monty. Those are some pretty serious wins, and they've had a lot of success on Mirage. Obviously, so have 500 with like Navi Jr. and Ents. So I feel like we're going to be looking at actually a very competitive game. Not a 13-6 like last time, not a replica of Nuke. I think this is going to go the distance, but I'm pulling my money on RUSHB.
Don't dislike that call. Don't dislike that call. We saw the individual of Zinni and Texi. Maybe that will be the difference maker. Red Star will show some presence in the apartments. Early game. The nade will go a little bit deep to do any damage to him, though. But RUSHB are aware that there is presence in that area of the map. Quite a slow calculated pistol here for 500, actually. He'll now team up with Red Star. Will Spellin. Underpass, Molotov available for him, but it's the only piece of utility they have left, which is kind of a weird place to be in, where you have one piece of util. Usually you want a flash or a smoke, but it's a molly.
Where does this mollo go? Short. Okay. I guess to get the players up connector, but the issue is the players coming out ramp, and yeah. Never mind, there is no issue, because Oxygen just double entries and helps with the third. That went very easily, and I feel like RUSHB were not even remotely ready for that. I can imagine they were expecting more of a heavy play up connected because of the utility that was used towards short, but instead it's Oxygen who rockets his way out and is going to end this pistol round with, as of now, 3 kills, and he's looking for that 4.
Zinni trying his best to spam down some more, but Oxygen gets the job done. We know he's been a bit of a menace with those entries toward A in the days gone by, and it makes it work again. Good play coming through. They weren't ready for it at all. Like,
yeah.
It really is RUSHB's fault, especially the jungle player. Like he should be a bit more wary of that possibility. Out. Yeah, pretty much.
Player on default also just like not ready.
Yeah. Listen, the worst part is that the underpass player gets nothing, or the underback player, sorry, gets nothing. That's
yeah.
Right? Was it Kinky?
Yeah. I mean, look, like he gets nothing, but it was a full I don't know. Let's be honest. Like, would it have made a difference? No. I understand what you mean of just the pure, just like individual, like how does he not get anything is bad, but would it have made a difference? Probably not. so far feels very familiar to Nuke. Gun round now upon us. And 500.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, that is quick. By Kinky. He survived for about 9 seconds. And it's going to be a mid-crunch. Despite losing the opening kill, they're still going for it. And it's not going to be successful, RUSHB. They had to do that cleanly, but instead, they've lost Texu, went 1 for 1.
Yeah, Kinky, that was a pretty wild wide swing in window on that timing. Sure, he had flash support, but the tap was instant from Red Star. And Cirque is going to find Kiro to the corner of the smoke as well. They try and be a bit cheeky. You can see where Cirque was positioning himself on top of the top mid boxes there, having a bit of a more raised sight line, able to grab that headshot, and that makes it a pretty comfortable 4v2 for 500.
Yeah, this round's over. I was going to say if like Zinni went nuclear on A, there's a possibility, but you know, he had an MP9 as well anyways from the beginning of the round. A very clean gun round for 500 where RUSHB, they lose the opening kill, their gimmick plan doesn't work, they're crunched towards mid, and it just kind of all falls apart. I'm surprised they still go for that mid play despite losing Kinky immediately. That's a surprise for me.
I don't disagree. Executor will save the M4A4.
Terrorists win.
It's a good start from 500. On Nuke, without even a shadow of doubt, they were never able to get their ball rolling. Literally from that 4th round when RUSHB got the eco win, that set the tone for the rest of the game. So now they actually have a chance to build off success.
Something to work with, some money to work with, chance for a streak. Executor will have to use that one smoke that he kept, unfortunately, to keep himself alive with the M4A4. He's in a good position though. Never mind, not anymore. He wanders further forward. I don't think Red Star had a gauge that he was actually up to the close right. Missed the timing on him walking through the corner of the smoke, but the cover's fine. Con control. They're going to go up short. Oxygen is holding their back. Executor, if he was full health, it would be difficult. On 33, he's dead.
Oh, apparently it wouldn't have mattered. Zinni actually hit some really nice movement there. When the Molotov landed on car, he did the jump from the... What do they call that on a car? Like the bumper? This shows my car knowledge.
I mean, you mean the headshot angle on van, right?
Yeah, the bumper.
When you look into apps, the bumper of the car.
Yeah,
yes.
he did the nice little like bumper jump, and it would have been a really cool kill, but unfortunately,
how many car parts do you know?
The wheels.
Okay.
A steering wheel.
Yeah, I was gonna say there were 5, mate. Did you know that?
Honestly, my car knowledge is not even there. I don't have my driver's license at the ripe age of 22, and
mate, don't worry.
Wait,
I'm 28.
oh no,
I don't have it either.
Oh dear.
But I live in London. So public transport is just like so easy. What's the point?
I've tried to use that as well, but apparently that's not a good enough excuse to my girlfriend.
Okay.
So all of this, like, Freddie, why haven't you got a driver's license? Not, how is Freddie doing?
Come on, after that, you need to give your girlfriend's name a shout out on broadcast. What's her name?
Marika. Very
Shout out.
gentleman. Big up one time.
Big up one time.
Ooh, big up Kiro.
With the opening on the off. Rainmaker will drop. Oh, he's no-scope spelling as well.
Sit down.
He's tried to creep through the bottom of Con. That's pretty crazy. There's a second attempt at that, and Cirque will finally get it done.
again.
But he's wary about that second player
Do it again.
on the site. Kiro does give it another go, but now he's all alone, and somehow he finds Red Star 2. Executor will go down, but it is Cirque to finally put Zinni to bed. They still have not put Kiro to bed, though, and that is the biggest issue.
The biggest issue right now for me is the fact that Kiro's got 3 unbelievable kills and everyone else has died around him. This 1 versus 2 would be near impossible, and 500 played that perfectly. No 1 versus 2 ace clutch for Kiro, and yeah, got to really call into question of how that round fell apart. Honestly, I was so fixated on Kiro, I have no idea what happened.
It's honestly valid. Low-key valid. Because, like, I was so focused on what he was doing as well. And the fact that he was still alive, too.
Yeah.
That I was like, wait, Executor died? Wait, Kexi died? Wait, like, what's going on? Like,
It's just like, how?
But, yeah, Red Star did some good work. It was pretty manic in that connector position.
He tried to go for the second no-scope. Like, onto... I don't know who that was in Connect. I think it was Cirque, actually. It's one of those plays where it's like, I respect him going for it, but I feel like it could have actually been the negative piece of the puzzle that he tries to go for an extra bit of flair after the first had worked. It gave him the wrong sense of... He hit the first one and was like, yeah, I can do it again. So, a false sense of security going for the second no-scope. But I respect it. Gotta go for the clip. But this is actually also a force buy from RUSHB where they just got bullied on the A-bomb site. And this is 500, currently 6-0. And I said I set this up as this was going to be a competitive second map and a competitive Mirage. Currently, that is not the case.
What is going on, man? I mean, plenty of time for this to turn around, don't get me wrong. But,
Of course.
like, recently, I've touched on it multiple times. This particular matchup has not had a close map at all. So... seems like we're staying that way. 500's going back to Old Faithful with those contact A plays. When they're feeling it, that is what they tend to go for. Red Star 6-1, Cirque 7-1, Oxygen 8-3. That is the core you really want to deliver.
Okay, this is a big one for RUSHB because I feel like they need to get something going sooner rather than later. The AWP shot misses, but it has spotted Rainwaker through the smoke as it dispersed. RUSHB not choosing to fight for mid just yet. However, they are going to try pinch through connector. And that nade in the smoke, Con, leaves Rainwaker very exposed. And I'm not sure if it was miscommunication, but he seemed very unaware that that could be a possibility for him to be killed from. And that's a great man advantage. And a second goes in favor of Executor. Great awareness for Oxygen to be boosted up there into window. And this is RUSHB finally in a position where they can actually have a fighting chance.
It should be alright from here. Should being the key word. Should is a very strong word.
Operative word.
Strike. Spellin playing chair. Knows as a window player, knows as a short player. Cirque rotating back round toward mid to try and help out, but probably won't be given anything by RUSHB at this point. They know the 5v3 is just a little bit too precious. Just this crossfire is the one thing they'll keep in place.
I like this short play a lot. I don't know if 500 are going to expect it. And RUSHB actually fall out of it. Only one's been spotted, though, and there's 2 more on the other side. And they're going to go through the belly of the beast, and I don't see them being able to survive and crack open this can of worms. Spellan just walked into the AWP. A save wouldn't be a bad thing right now. It's just if they can. Trapped in ladder room. I wouldn't mind a hunt. But no. It's going to be a gentleman's agreement. A tip of the cap.
Good day. Wait, no, that's Aussie.
Wrong
Milady.
one. Milady. I still
that
don't
one.
know what you're trying to do.
No, the tip of the fedora, dude.
Oh,
you just said tip of the
Milady.
hat.
Yeah, Milady.
Yeah, that's the cringe thing that it became a meme.
No, it's valid.
Okay.
I do rock a fedora if I don't mind saying so myself.
I once put one of those like weird messenger Snapchat filters on, and it was just me in a fedora. And low key, it looked fire.
Can you wear a
So I'm saying.
fedora to Blast London? Like a
No.
three-piece suit with fedora.
I could rock up in like some crazy
Dude.
like suit fit, go full Barney Stinson, but I don't know.
Dude. I'll wear a suit to the final day of Blast, you know.
That would be funny actually.
Yes.
Why not, dude?
Need to dress to impress.
Yeah. This is where it'll be like a 30-degree day and I just want to show up in some shorts and a shirt.
And
but
I will
it's fine.
want to shoot myself.
Yes, in game. 6-1 for 500. Very good start to the game thus far, but RUSHB have not much to talk about. That jump spot is not going to work too much longer, and Cirque is very ready. He's got the kill, but he can't push him down or get away. I don't mind the attempt to see if he was like still in the open somewhere by going in with the Glock, but there was more where that came from, and he'll get punished for that.
Ooh, Taxi, this is scary. This is very scary. Nade does really good damage. Martyrdom effect, but he still falls. Executor's able to provide some overwatch from short, and he sees Red Star getting into connector, so it's confirmation this is going to be an A play. They're going to be trying to link up with Rainwaker in Palace, but there is still a player skulking along ramp. Will they expect Kinky? They really should. If you're in Palace and you've come up connector and there's no one else on A, well, there has to be someone in ramp, but they don't. Red Star gets the bomb down, but he shortly falls afterwards. And both Spellan and Rainwaker are very split up. Spellan in a one-and-done position, but no one else comes with Executor. And the AWP is going to be very hard to trade out. Spellan must have heard the scope, but this is going to be so hard to clear him out, and Zinni finds out why. Spellan's won this round single-handedly, but as he falls, it now falls up to Rainwaker. He's repositioned over towards ramp and is going to get a mollo down onto the bomb. Kinky can't defuse, and that's the round. A 1 versus 2, and one of the kills came out with Util.
Beautiful from Rainwaker there. Judged that to perfection. That was a... Removing Spellan from that corner and connector proved to be such a problem for RUSHB. Kiro had to fall so far back to try and get a line on him in that corner without making noise. He was so opposed to making noise and jumping down from short that it took them so long to remove him that Spellan, 1, found 1 more kill, and 2, it took extra time for Zinni to try and get the trade eventually. And the fact that Rainwaker was there, showed quality toward ramp, played it perfectly. He's delivered again in the following round, while as Kinky and Texi try and go aggressive. They change things up, and it hasn't worked at all. Rainwaker was the more quiet rifler of the two between Oxygen and Red Star so far in this game.
I've seen this
He's
before.
saying, what about me? Kiro, nothing doing in stairs. Zinni needs to do a lot more, but if he had an M4A4, he gets a 3rd kill. And look at the health on Rainwaker, 3 HP and 26 on Cirque. Red Star isn't exactly healthy either, but the fact that Executor and Zinni also aren't full HP make me think that they might not be giving this one a proper look.
Oh no, they definitely are. They're feeling confident. They just need to deal with Red Star. This kill dictates the retake, and Executor wins it out. Now, opened up for possibility, but Cirque nails Executor through the boxes. And Zinni, if only he knew how low HP they were, he wouldn't be going in with the AWP. And Cirque steps up, runs back the years. 2018 Cirque is on the server as 500. They are stampeding success and stampeding to a 3rd map.
Well, this could be a pretty quick BO3 that goes all 3 maps at this rate. Again, we're setting up 500 for an A contact play by the looks of things. Bomb is ready with Oxygen. It's against a lower purchase. They know that. In from the flashes, timing it out, and Oxygen loves this. Well, he's going to go in for more, you'd think, as well. There's a couple of pistols where that came from, but Oxygen will get himself towards stairs. There's one more. He's going in toward Con. Finally, he gets put to the floor by Texi, but damage has already been done, and that should be 9.
This game is really just running away in a manner that I don't think I anticipated. Like, sure, 500 did very well against RUSHB 17 days ago on this map, but it's not like RUSHB are only pushovers on Mirage themselves, and also on top of that, their performance on map 1 led me to believe that there was going to be a little bit more pushback. However, it's been the complete opposite, and yeah, this is 9. I'm surprised to actually see the retake even be poised, and yeah, I mean, sure they have a purchase in the next, but saving the rifles felt like the better option there. I did say at the very beginning of the series, RUSHB 2-1, so...
Yeah, well... We're still on track then, aren't we? Ooh, Kiro. You'll need more of that. Oxygen this time doesn't really have much util support out ramp. He's been set up by his teammates for the majority of the game so far to just get all that hard work done. As you can see, 8 deaths compared to Cirque on 2, for example.
Yeah, crazy.
Closest is Spellin on 5. You can tell he's that just pure W key entry fragger in this game. And Kiro has finally found a way to put a stop to him.
The question is a 5 versus 4 even going to be enough for RUSHB? They've been in similar situations, and because of Kiro's AWP as well. Spellan's in a good position. He's got a lot of map control, and I've got a feeling they might not know he's here. They obviously might suspect it. There's going to be no confirmation. And where's the bomb going? It's pivoting away from the A bomb site. And 500 are going to come back to mid at the 40-second mark. Going to link up with their player in window. I would just assume they're going to go towards A with the fact that Rainwaker's in Palace. But time's really ticking down. And RUSHB are playing this nicely that they're just not giving anything away. Spellan's going to start moving, and he's going to be instantly eliminated. It's a nice idea from 500. But it's an even better hold from RUSHB, and it's an even better round from Kiro and Texi. Kiro especially, he's had a hat-trick with the AWP before. It didn't work out, and it didn't unravel to a round being victorious. But this time, he steps up to the plate, and RUSHB doubled their scoreline going into the last round of the half.
Something to work with, maybe. Nothing truly special about this round. They kind of all just walk into Kiro's crosshair in separate manner. In a separate manner. It's funny, like we're talking quite a lot about just commentating and casting and stuff. Like even small things like that, where I miss out the is like that annoys me. Why didn't I just say the That actually makes the sentence make sense. Come on now, Travis, get it together.
Silly boy, be better. $500 are going to go for a similar setup. Not Spellan and window this time, but Red Star. And I like this. Re-smoke window to make it feel like no one's there. But Red Star's jumped in. Executor's in a pretty tough position here as 2 players walk up short as well. But he gets the jump on the first. And that smoke in window actually means that Red Star can't really do anything to help. And Executor's just won this round single-handedly. 2 players coming out from B, blocked by a smoke. Rainwaker, I think they know he's in window. Executor seemed pretty aware of that possibility, and also Texi's turned around to hold for market. Zinni's not exposed to that.
Oh.
Surely this doesn't work. Yeah, Texi's ready. And they're still in position to hold for this execute out from B apartments. Rainwaker gets 1, and that's going to be it. A step in the right direction, but a very small one for RUSHB.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to really do a whole lot for them in this map, I feel. But at least it's not just a good round win, but a good read. Like, that sort of situation can go awry when you have that possibility of a market flank, right? But Texi was keeping a close eye on it and judged it well. Was looking toward both angles, but chose the right one at the right time. Nothing for Red Star to feast on in that occasion. And Cirque's such a, like, odd player, I feel like, Freddy, because he's going 12-4 here. He's played very well. He's done every single thing right, I think, so far in this half. But I just wonder and think back to the NRG Cirque, the EG Cirque that won that IEM, and they're actually top 1 in the world at one point on HLTV. Like, he was one of the most enjoyable and fun AWPers to watch. There's a famous ace that he got, like, from on train in Brown Halls, just bounding around, taking every single peek from connector, taking the shots from on the big flank, and just his movement plus his AWPing style was one of my favorites to watch in the entire scene. And it's a shame that that long stint with the end of EG kind of just ruined him.
Yeah, his stock's very low, and it's sad to see. Very similar to Rainwaker, to be honest. Like, Rainwaker made the birth into North American Counter-Strike at a tier 1 level with Liquid, and it feels like he's still trying to revive his career. And I think that's why I like this 500 roster, because it's the promise of these players that we know and love can be great, returning to that form. But this pistol round, it's getting very competitive. There's everyone on this A-bomb site. And Cirque, he's trying his damnedest, but he runs out of bullets after the 3rd kill. And that's another example of Cirque. He's still got it, baby.
Yeah, even though that turned out to be a very close round numbers-wise, it felt like RUSHB always had that not under control, necessarily, because you can see how it started here, but shots were being hit pretty comfortably by Kira. They knew where Rainmaker was here. They double-peeked him. They also kind of triple-peeked from Palace, Jungle, and Stairs in this scenario, and Executor has a guarantee on that kill when they know the headshots come through, so yeah, it didn't start cleanly, but when they isolated and gauged where 500 were playing from, they teamed up well in every single fight.
Full eco. I mean, I don't believe RUSHB can pull this game back, but it's the right steps to do so. Just gotta make sure this round's clean. And it's gonna be clean. Cirque's last alive. Big, actually, he doesn't get that that second kill. 4 stay alive for RUSHB, and it's a 4-round game. This is the temperature check of a round. Do we have a game on our hands?
The cleaned round. You know what that's a reference to?
Oh, a what?
A decleaned around. Do you understand what I'm going for with that one?
Oh God, no! Is this my age, or is this
no,
just me being
it's not. It's
uncultured?
just me being silly. You know how Liquid's coach is Demars Derova, and it's a funny name.
Yeah.
People have just been saying, like, using that for like random things, like when Liquid's been playing, they just say, "Oh, it's Demars de over," or you know, if it's a bad play, that was a de bad de round. It's the most stupid thing ever, but I've seen that kind of catch on in the last few days.
He's actually one of my favorite people in the scene because he's a data analyst, and one of my best mates is a data analyst, and he's been trying to do some stuff with CS. And I think it's so interesting, the evolution of Counter-Strike is actually getting into this like data-driven Moneyball era that Ash, I think, has definitely spoken about with the Skybox usage. And I think Demars the Rover is a really cool like data analyst, thriving, pushing Counter-Strike into this new era. But speaking about Counter-Strike, this is a janky round that I think RUSHB have got under wraps. It was a double entry. Spelland did pick up 2 and make it contestable, but ultimately it's a 3 versus 2 post plant with Shaw. Zinni's on 20 HP, but I think RUSHB are still going to have this on the base that I don't expect 500 to even go for this retake.
This is really important. The fact they're able to win this round on the bonus with the Mac 10. Spelland tried his best to hold on to A, but 500 are going to be forced away, and suddenly the gap is 3. And again, they're going to have a low purchase to face in the next round. So Oxygen can get an exit here. That's going to be comfortable. So 4 players will remain alive in the server, but RUSHB will be the happy of the two. There's shadow of a doubt. 500 actually have got quite a lot of money to break down on RUSHB now. They're not exactly near the finish line of Mirage yet.
Again, though, this is a major step in the right direction, and that temperature check I was mentioning is now looking a little bit scary with 500. That was a very simple gun round from RUSHB, though. When I look at if a team has enough to come back, those are rounds where they do just pop onto a bomb site and win, I don't think is a great temperature check, 'cause it doesn't really show like a default. So for the next gun round, or even this round, to be honest, if RUSHB are able to exhibit a good default and maneuver themselves off that in a positive manner, that's when I start believing. Oh, Util. How does Texi still get that kill? Oh, it's all falling apart. God, thank God Kiro was there.
It's fine. Kiro was set up and he's doing a good job. It's one of the better maps I've seen from Kiro, actually. I'm quite impressed, from what I've seen from him so far. This is the kill that matters, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
You kept a very close eye on that one, Freddy, and Kiro was equal to that one as well.
Proves your point perfectly, right?
Yeah, amusing.
That was your point.
Amusing in a way. It is probably the best map I've seen from Kira. To be fair, I've seen one other really good AWPing performance from him where it was probably like 20 and 10 or something at some point. Thing is, it is usually Texi and Zinni that does good work on this team lately. So when this comes through for Kiro, then it is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I mean, he only got 4 AWP kills on the whole of Nuke, right? So we didn't actually see much from him as an individual, and neither on the AWP. He's got 3 in this round alone, and this is his 3rd triple kill with an AWP. And 2 of those rounds, he got them in with a reason why the round was won. And the first one, I'm sitting there still thinking, like, how do they not win the round because of Kiro's triple? But I completely agree. I look at Kiro sometimes, and I don't really rate him as an AWPer. I feel like he really fails to find stability. But I don't think it's a surprise and a coincidence that Kiro's recent rise in performance has led to success of RUSHB. So I've also been seeing him doing a lot better recently.
Yeah, fair enough.
The question is this comeback possible? I'm not convinced just yet. Even though it's a 2-round game, I still would have 500 to take this one to a 3rd map. But another gun round for RUSHB to show me why they deserve my confidence.
RUSHB are preparing for a bit more of a pounce here from Palace. Flashes and utility will be coming through now, and Speller might feel like he's more comfortable playing under bulk. And there are 3 in that position. Mid, of course, being covered by Kinky. You've got the ramp util from Kiro, ready and raring to go. And here comes that flash. It's going to set them up. Unfortunately, they're going into Cirque, and there's going to be more where that came from, but not if you're Executor. He will live up to his alias and take 3 on the entry. Where did that come from? Cirque was clearly refacing for another frag, and he didn't just take him down, he took down the jungle player too.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm still sitting here just like so confused as to where to put RUSHB, because they've won 3 in a row, 2 A-pops, and a very messy mid-default. And it's taken a triple from Kiro in the last, a triple from Executor here, and I'm pretty sure it was also a double entry from... Actually, was it Zinni on the Mac 10 in the first? Like, I'm really unsure of where this game goes right now. I'm not massively convinced by RUSHB, but 500, these rounds, they're letting them slip a little bit too simply, especially in that round. That felt like 500 had all the pieces to the puzzle.
Yeah, It feels weird, doesn't it? It's like it's a one-round game now, but you're like, really? It's a one-round game. It is. I think so. Credit needs to go to RUSHB for just being very vigilant and actually just being ruthless when they've made their calls in this game so far on this T side. Struggled on CT, but they stuck to the plan, whatever plan they've set up on T, and delivered it every single round so far.
So far, so good. There's another good opener from Texi. The difference maker could be Zinni stepping up, because he was a monster on map 1. And that, if he steps up, I think that could just be game over. But it looks like RUSHB now, from their mid default, want to go to a B hit, a B split. They need to get past Oxygen and Red Star, though, who are close. And, ooh, this is proving to be very scary, because Oxygen's just doubled down. Coming out of apartments now, they're not going to anticipate Cirque here. They're not even looking for him. But Cirque, oh, he misses the mark. But he plays as a distraction. He sets up Oxygen for yet another frag. Zinni, though, has the bomb, and he's going to be able to type in those digits. Texi with the AWP is coming from apartments, and the bomb's planted for him. There is a kit in play on Oxygen, but no... Oh, there is a smoke. Spellan has one. This round's all Zinni, because Texi's so low HP. And they're playing together, and that's Zinni stepping up. I said we needed him, and Zinni, that is monstrous. And you can see elation in the cameras as he, like a Beyblade, spins around for all three.
That's ridiculous from Zinni. He was unbelievable on map 1, but he's been so quiet in map 2. A little shake of the hand like we saw. That is a classic international sign for, hey, yo, I've just done something sick. And goodness gracious, he was not even full health, and he's dueled every single player. He knew he had to, and he's won every single fight. Even that position on the AWP at the end, of course, that Texi had picked up, that was the right play for him to peek on that timing, but Zinni didn't even need him in the end. Wild. Cirque will be kicking himself to that 5-7 position on toward Van, which they were not checking. Did not go his way. Definitely, I wouldn't say overplayed his hand necessarily, but just missed the shot when it was necessary. And as you can see there, very clean sprays from Zinni, and the crosshair placement on Spellan, spot on.
Mate, fair play. And, well, what did I say at the start of the round? Zinni could be the difference maker that pushed them over the line. And here you are. He's awake, he's alive, and he's roaring. You need to see that more, though. So, flash in a pan performance. Is there anything else behind it? And this is a very different setup for RUSHB. They've gone to A twice as just a straight execute. And they've defaulted through mid to A or B. This time, it feels like they're putting a lot of the resources straight towards the B-bomb site. They're going to throw mid in utility towards mid to keep that pressure and deny information. And then now they're going to go straight towards B, where Cirque is posted with the AWP, but a good flashbang is just going to push him off. Oxygen's done really well to take control towards mid there. Check it's clear, and he's going to be able to pivot back over now. Cirque, opening kill, has support of Oxygen, but that's going to be faded very quickly. They need to hunt Cirque down. They need to deal with him, and they need to do it fast, because Rainwaker's here, and from distance, alongside Red Star, they're going to be doing really well to dispatch of the players coming through. But RUSHB, they keep on trading. So many times in this round, it felt like 500 had the up. But instead, it's RUSHB in a 2 versus 2, and now a 2 versus 1 where Kiro, he's got Spellan's number, and as he taps in those digits, RUSHB, flawless on the T side, find the lead for the first time on Mirage.
How are they doing this? I mean, even when they recovered
I don't know, man.
Even when they recovered it into a 2v2 there, like, they just paused really nicely. I mean, like, that smoke on site was the next stage of the round, where they got sort of Red Star here, kind of danced around it. Kinky somehow actually wins that duel against Rainwaker when he's dropping out of the apartments. Then he wins that duel on Red Star as well. As I said, that was the most important duel of the round in the end. Red Star, how would he deal with that smoke when it fades with Kinky's position? Where would Kinky move to? And, well, Kinky just destroyed him and single-handedly recovered that round. Only going 6 and 13, but those are some crazy impact kills. And then Kiro is set up to deliver in the right place at the right time once again. 10-9. 3 away from taking this one in a 2-0 fashion, and it should be 2. if you look at 500's purchase, but it would just be the way Counter-Strike works if this is the round 500 win.
Especially considering that Wayne Waker's picked up Kiro and now Texi. 2 big pieces of the puzzles eliminated, and also weapons to be upgraded. Red Star's already clutched onto that AK. Executor's been spotted in apartments, or palace rather. Apartments for the Eastern European viewers of those. And RUSHB, 2 of the 3 now head towards B. Oxygen tucked closely by Van. If overlooked, could be monstrous. Ooh, that was overlooked. But Zinni, once again, just snaps onto his head. Cirque sizzling in the Molotov. HP now below 50%. And it's going to be... Oh my god! Wow. Cirque has been completely killed from utility, and Rainwaker put even lower. Executor needs to get a move on, though. He needs to get through apartments and come join his teammates, who are both stuck in... bench, but stuck maybe isn't the right word, because Zinni, he is the king of this B-bomb site, and no one shall take away his crown.
It's almost comedic at this point, how they're recovering these rounds every single time. Speller's trying to save the op, as he so should. And RUSHB will find the way again. Triple kill Zinni. Wow. Flawless on T side. What a recovery. 500 be wondering what on earth is going on right now. They cannot find any progress whatsoever. Even with the opening of the round coming through from Rainwaker, good position he was in. Even that from Oxygen, you'd think that should be a kill he should take. Good information for Zinni on Rainwaker's position. Just a little jiggle burst. Hits the clear on Rainwaker, then the headshot on the second jiggle. Unstoppable. And sure, 500 aren't playing that great on CT, but RUSHB, they deserve all the credit for taking advantage of that right now.
I mean, look, 500 have had many rounds where they've had the opening kills. That one was not just an opening kill, but a double from Wayne Waker in middle. And also, the likes of Red Star was able to get an AK. Those should be the difference makers in the rounds. It was also basically a 2 versus 5 on that B-bomb site, because Executor was like deep apps at the end. I thought he was going to be the difference maker. I was saying that he needs to get a move on. And the funny thing is, Zinni was baiting for Kinky. It was supposed to be a bait setup. And he wins out the round single-handedly. That's the second time in 3 rounds that he's got a triple on the B-bomb site. That's been the reason why RUSHB are at 11. This has not been a clean T-side from them. But they're flawless, so who cares? Also, why is everyone from 500 away from their PCs?
Why not?
Yeah, valid. They crashed out.
They just crashed out at this point. It's like, well, we can't win while we're at the PC, so what's the point? Joking aside, quick tech, probably the right
Flame
time.
aside.
Probably the right time for a tech as well, honestly, for their own mental.
Ooh.
We have an answer. The answer is headset battery. In the first game this morning, someone didn't... I think it was Simkey on Zero Tenacity, didn't charge his mouse. And they had to wait 5 minutes for his mouse to be decently enough recharged.
Simple had to play with his mouse charged in yesterday at Dallas.
Yeah, I saw that. Do you know, like, in my case, I'm strange because I actually just don't care. Like, I've always used a wired headset. I've always been happy with a wired mouse. When the wire never gets in the way with the mouse spongy, like, never affects me at all.
It's the extra weight, though.
But there's no way. It's free. It's completely free. I'm feeling it right now. I'm swishing my mouse from left to right. Like,
what mouse do you have?
Oh, I just hit it on my keyboard.
I heard that as well.
Yeah. It's a G502X, the upgraded version of the G502.
Of Logitech?
Logitech, yeah.
I've got a super light. So, yeah, it's a real promo for Logitech right now.
It really is. No, as I say in UK television, other brands are available. But
It's funny you say that everything's wired because I'm the complete opposite. Wireless headset, wireless mouse. I even have a wireless keyboard, but I do have it plugged in.
yeah, that was, you're going to hate me for this. That was me for a while with my mouse. I did actually have the wireless version of the G502 a while back, and I just always kept it plugged in because I never felt the need to unplug it. There was there was no extra freedom I felt with it unplugged.
Despicable.
Listen, I realize how strange I am with that one, but yeah. Now, if I get an upgrade, I'll either get the same wired G502 or the wireless version, and I'll finally commit to it. But I'm just at my PC when I use my PC all the time. Headset, I get, right? Like walking away from the PC with the headset, not plugged in, like listen to music while you just walk away. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing to have. Mouse and keyboard, it's like, what's the point? That should always be on your desk. Like,
yeah,
that was my logic.
Weight. I do get what you mean. It's a reasonable logic, but the tech pause has concluded, and we resume with gameplay, and it's resuming with a Cirque opening kill. Zinni should be dead right there. That was a nice trade from Spellan, but Zinni again somehow just undefiable.
Crazy work from Zinni. Again, a recovery kill, but this time Kinky will try and make some presence
Not a
notable
fan.
apps and not allowed to progress. Oxygen will stop him, and that, for the first time in what feels like a very long time, gives 500 a advantage early round.
I don't know. We have sat here before in 3 versus 5s, etc., and RUSHB have somehow made it work. This one's a little bit different though, because Zinni, the champion of RUSHB in the last few, is on 20 HP, and he's actually on the AWP. Bogdan's Law, and well, Cirque shows he's a better Norper. Doesn't even let Zinni react. 2 versus 4, and Texi's being held for very acutely by Cirque. Bomb's still in apartments, and Cirque's actually going to put some distance between him and the bomb site itself. Texi spots Cirque out in market, so the bomb's going to go down uncontested. Texi knows he has to take a fight and does so. Cirque's head ripped off.
It's happening again.
Red Star though, no, look at Red Star on short. Yep. They don't expect it.
It's still happening
Exextal, though,
again.
does pull one back. He trades out. They're coming out market, and this time, no heroics. 500, first round on the board in the second half. And has it come a little bit too late?
There's a good chance it has. Classic, Mick McCarthy quote. If you, can this half get any worse? It can. But finally, they find an answer. Problem is, of course, it's not like they've done tons of damage to RUSHB over and over that they're out of money immediately. They've got this buy and one more, most likely. They're good enough till the end of the game, the end of regulation. Especially with a few plants if they come through.
I'm surprised money is so good, especially considering how close a lot of these rounds have gotten. They have still kept like 3 alive in those rounds. But this is a good start for 500 because Kinky's just been dealt 52 damage by a HE. And it's going to be late mid-util. Interestingly enough, the different smokes are being used for RUSHB here. They normally smoke top con in this situation. This time they've smoked into connector, and they're trying to fight for Red Star, which they will do. So that's the opening kill in favor of RUSHB, and no response is going to be awarded to 500. Cirque, ooh, this Molotov, he's holding around it, but he misses his opportunity. So loads of map control now for RUSHB. Wait. Rainwaker's in ladder room.
Oh, goodness.
Where? How? I mean, I don't blame Zinni for not expecting that because he checked. No one's there, but he didn't check closely enough around the corner. But because Zinni's died in ladder room, that might be fake information for 500. That RUSHB were trying to go over towards B. Instead, they're now going to try to come out in A, but there are 2 defenders here.
Yeah, they're being hesitant though. Like that's allowed the 2 rotators to come in and help out. It's going to be a good Molotov, I think. There's a chance it spreads for oxygen, and it will. It's a really good molly. He's going to go down.
Fair.
Thankfully, he takes 1 with him. That's absolutely fine. But that 1 kill is enough to guarantee a plant. Oh my word, though. Cirque's found 1 more. Thankfully, it was not the planter, but I think there's an insurance policy here, and that insurance is Rainwaker. We're back even at 11 all. Counter-Strike's just so weird. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they're finding a streak of rounds. after having no success whatsoever. RUSHB, they're going to have to do it all over again. They found some progress, but a little bit too hesitant. Not that they were to know, of course. The site was clear for a second. Kiro could have got set up a little bit earlier. Wasn't allowed to. In the end, Rainwaker's gone from ladder room all the way round on the big flank, so that was never to be predicted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even blame that they don't expect that flank so quickly. But that oxygen, the fact that he got one as he died is incredible. That's the round-winning play. Just that one single kill. And now 11-11. You were right, though. RUSHB still have the funds because of that bomb plant, but not much else apart from it. And it's going to be a very set play towards B. Oxygen, though, are they going to anticipate the York posted up? He's in a very exposed angle, potentially, but it's Zinni who exposes himself. Yep, not even in his wildest dreams expects the York to be there. A Molotov will land at Oxygen's feet, so he's going to be very uncomfortable at the back of this bomb site, but they're not getting out of apartments, and it's just feeding in favor of Oxygen. But then, he just walks out with his utility. How has this happened again? Texi picks up 2, Kinky with the final. How does it go from RUSHB losing the opening kill, barely getting out of apartments, to then the blink of an eye, 3 kills flooding the kill feed?
There were 3 there for 500. Texi somehow finds 2. I hope we get a replay from Texi's POV. We kind of saw the end of it. Oh my word. I mean, the fact that leg shot comes through as well, I understand why they wanted to try and throw the HE to guarantee the kill after the leg shot, but I feel like there, you kind of just have to take the pain, knowing you've got a kill, knowing you've got a tag, fall back and wait with your team. Because if you do, surely that means that the riflers won't just die instantly to Texi and Kinky. I don't know how Texi got that second. It must have been on the corner of the smoke. I want to see it again, if possible. But that's just crazy. RUSHB have found an answer when they absolutely needed it. That looked for sure like it would be 500 on that point first.
Yep. Now we go again. What's also good to see is it's not Zinni that's... like, they haven't relied on him. It's Texi, actually. The other prong that we were mentioning.
In a way.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that specific round... that specific round was a 17-year-old stepping up when needed the most.
Yeah.
And they're going for it again. Oh, they're going, and they're going to go fast as well because they've heard 2 players towards short early on. Yep, look at this. They're right off to the races. Running through a Molotov, though. Oxygen, that's a freebie. However, Kinky comes from short very late on. So it's a 4 versus 3 now for RUSHB. Bomb getting out of apartment. It's about to be planted. Red Star forced into 2 Molotovs, but Kinky then exposed. Luckily for RUSHB, the trade is quick, and ultimately, Red Star's just isolated himself and thinned out the retake. It's Cirque and Spellam to see if they can force this to overtime, to see if they can save themselves in this tournament. If they lose this round, they will be eliminated. And Spellan's only got 6 kills in this whole map, so it might have to come down to Cirque. He's missing his shots. It's getting a bit messy. And Cirque only good for 1 as RUSHB, they come back into the second half, getting 3 rounds in the first half. They complete it all and close out the series 2-0, surviving another day while eliminating their adversaries.
I cannot believe RUSHB have won that in a 2-0 fashion. We get our close competitive map we wanted for the first time between these two, but that was after a non-competitive first half. I can't believe it. RUSHB finding the answer on so many of these close rounds. Zinni clutching on B twice over. Incredible entries from Texi. Even Kinky on that final round of the game in regulation. Coming through short late while all that hullabaloo was going on toward the apartments. It actually made total sense. He gauged the setup excellently, and he's went 21 and 30 in that game, Kinky. But you cannot underestimate some of the impact kills that he had in some of those close 2v2s when he was stuck on the bomb site, waiting for smokes to fade, when he was coming in late to help out. These random kills that come through that you won't remember made such a big difference to RUSHB recovering that half.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Honestly, crazy. And for 500, this is another performance for them that I'm sitting here and I've just got a lot of question marks about this roster right now. Obviously, it's very fresh with the addition of Red Star very recently, but being eliminated in this tournament and in this manner, 1-3, is very unacceptable from a team that at stages at the beginning of this year, we actually thought they were competing to excel out of Tier 2. Now they're right back rock bottom.
It's a shame. It really is a shame. I mean, like, I like the team, I like the players, but they do seem to just have that ability to lose to anyone and also beat high tier 2 opposition as well. I think, Spellin has even, said in interviews and tweeted stuff like, I'm just so frustrated with our inconsistencies, and yeah, it's tough.
Don't blame them.
It's really tough for them. This should have been an event with their name value that should have got them through to playoffs for sure.
Exactly.
Like they're one of the favorites. Like that should be a team that makes it through. Considering we don't have, if I'm not mistaken, we actually don't have like a high tier of invites for the playoffs. We only have the teams that go 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 in this Swiss stage. They would have felt like they probably could have won this tournament, and yeah, it's not going to come through for them, I'm afraid. So we've got a guarantee now of many teams that have made it through in this Swiss stage. You've got Paravision, Iberian Soul, Spirit Academy, Astrum, and Zero Tenacity, who made it earlier today. We've, of course, eliminated 2 more today as well. And that 2-2 bracket is now full. We don't know the matchups just yet. We've got Monty, Cybershock, SASHI, Passion UA, 9, and we've got, of course... God, and saying so much in one go. And, of course, we've got RUSHB. So, listen, really interesting 2-2 bracket. And I honestly can't call who's going to make it through. There are teams that should be making it through, like Passion UA and the Sashis of the world, but it's a complete up-in-the-air brawl that will be.
It's also nice to see RUSHB went from 0-2 to now 2-2. So they've really fought from behind and are now in a real viable position to make it through to playoffs. But with that all said and done, we complete the day and we complete the 2-2 bracket. And also we've said goodbye to the 3 teams today. So with that all said and done, tomorrow, 10 a.m. CET sharp, we will be commencing with those final games of the main Swiss and seeing who we say goodbye to again, but who will make their final berth into playoffs. So make sure to come back, be there, be ready. We're going to have some fierce action, but for now, it's goodbye from us on the YaLLa Compass broadcast, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you later.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions! YaLLa, let's go!